into it. But we got a lot of games to cover. Our 3 titles for this event: Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Rocket League. All 3 of those playoff brackets are happening now, but before we jump into them, we have to thank our sponsors. First off, Snohomish County Sports Commission. This event was made possible by them, as well as Landfest, providing PCs, production, and tournament administration. Ziply, Bytespeed, Extron, OneScreen, Howard Industries, Micro K12, and Lenovo, as well as the Boys and Girls Club Snow County, which is providing the switches and monitors for SSBU, as well as teamwork. So, thank you to our sponsors for helping put on this event. We've got a long day ahead of us, but it's going to be a wild ride. And our first match of the day is going to be in Valorant. So, with that in mind, it's time to bring in our casters, Hot Sauce and D-Lo. Are you ready to start Championship Sunday?
Let's go. Excited to be here. We got me, Hot Sauce, D-Lo in the booth. It is the 2025 Spring Championship brought to you by Landfest, and I'm excited to get into this first one. I know we got Prairie taking on Burlington Edison.
And yeah, 2 great teams here, the 4th and the 5th seed. Going to be a close matchup to start the bracket off here today. However, Prairie are coming in with a bit more momentum as they've only dropped a game up against Camus, one of the dominant players there in this Valorant bracket here. So Burlington Edison got something to prove on the battlefield. We'll see if they're capable.
Well, and I want to ask Soy Sauce before we get going here. Can you describe to us maybe for some of us that aren't there, the atmosphere? Because I know being at a LAN is so much fun. The atmosphere often unmatched.
It is a fantastic atmosphere at the Linwood Event Center. You can see the crowd is gathering around every monitor in the building just to see all of the action. The players are having a great time communicating with each other. It is going to be a wild Sunday here, and I can't wait to get things underway.
I mean, same goes for me. Just seeing all these people gather around, unite over the love of gaming, it's fantastic. Some great competition ahead of us here today. And when it comes to this competitive scene, I mean, obviously, pressures are high, right? The fact that you're now in person, every bead of sweat registers to the camera, and also could be potentially an opportunity for your enemy to take advantage of your decaying mental state. So you gotta make sure, as we always say, Hot Sauce, across our many weeks cast together, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these students have been putting in a ton of work both on and off screen throughout the regular season, so it's great to see all their hard work paying off. Now they get that LAN atmosphere. They get to get up on stage and really showcase that talent.
I mean, I'm just curious as far as what the mental state has got to be here. If you're the underdog stepping up here, you recognize that, okay, we're a bit out of our depth. What do you want to look at in terms of maybe team composition, drafting we're looking at here? Are there any certain strategies you want to see implemented to make sure they start off on the right foot?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of, it depends on both compositions and the map. We don't know exactly where we're headed to as far as the map goes just yet, but these team compositions can be huge. A lot of times we see teams, especially at the Scholastic level, maybe steering a little bit away from the meta and just playing that comfortability pick. So I'm kind of interested to see what those compositions are. Yeah, Burlington Edison might be the slight underdog. They are that 5 seed versus the 4 seed, but Prairie's 8-1. They've only dropped a single game this season.
And it's up against, like we said, one of the Godfathers, so you've certainly got a lot to prove. And when you talk about compositions, I like that you mentioned that, because we've seen how often that can be one of the game enders. If you're not picking your controllers, you're not going to be capable of controlling the game. I want to see that smoke so you can take that smoke, so you can dish out that smoke as well. So make sure that you got some balance there when it comes to who agents you're drafting onto your team.
Yeah, honestly, I'm hoping to see. I know Teo kind of recently got some nerfs, so we haven't seen as much of Teo, who was very, very popular there for a minute. But we haven't seen too much of the new agent either. So I feel like we're going to see kind of that typical setup that we often see. I know we have played Ascent a lot. That kind of tends to be a common Mac pip for a lot of these teams, where players like Cypher, like Killjoy Sova can have a lot of advantage. So all kind of things that I begin to look for as we get ready for this first one.
And what we also tend to look for, especially when it comes to these Scholastic players, there's always that, or not even always, but sometimes, there's that one rising star who instantly places a target on their back, and how quickly they're able to kind of be sussed out by the enemy team and instantly locked down can oftentimes decide the early dynamics. And that is what I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to look to see on each team who's the defensive player, who's locking down these retakes on the point, who's the one who's getting these quad pieces, these aces, and who is going to be able to sustain that pressure that happens subsequently once the other team recognizes, hey, that's their best player. We snipe the legs out from beneath them. We cut the head off the snake. The rest of the body goes limp.
Now, is there any agents you're hoping to see today? For me, I'd like to see maybe some ISO or some Yoru out there today. I think Yoru is another one of those character agents that's really fun to watch, especially in the right hands.
I quite enjoy, we only got to see it once, I believe, in our time cast regular season. I like Harbor. I know it's like a pick that slows down the pace of battle, but I just like the beach, man. I just like the water. I just kind of want to rock with the waves a little bit, see the motion of the ocean, you know? But also, I think there's a lot of good play potential when it comes to that immune bubble. I mean, the fact that you're able to save your team for a long amount of time, I think it offers a bit more utility sometimes than a smoke will regularly do, because you're able to blind fire through that. You can't shoot through the power of the waves. The ocean is just too strong for you. So wouldn't mind seeing some sea life return to the field here, but we're going to have to find out soon. Maybe don't quite know where the vacation destination is, so maybe it's going to be all land, all dried up.
Yeah, you know, we often don't see a ton of Harbor. I think very viable on maps like Pearl, even Icebox can be another map where we might see them, although we tend to see a little more Viper on Icebox. But yeah, I think we did see Harbor the one time, which it happened to be on Pearl. So it was a lot of fun to get a little variety out there. Chamber has been making their way back into the compositions here a little bit. Gecko, always another fun agent to watch. And Vise, honestly, I think we've seen come around a lot more too.
And one of the other things that we want to look out for, everyone in the audience, make sure you're looking at the patterns of, are we stringing together wins? Is our team only able to kind of starve and pick up one round sparingly at a time, or are we able to streak together multiple and create an actual pattern and a path to victory? Because once you're able to get 2, 3 in a row, that's not only when, you know, the buys get thrown off for the enemy team, just physically it's going to be rough for them in terms of the stats, but also mentally it starts to degrade in them. You don't remember the last time you've had a winning hand, and all of a sudden you see a dizzying decline. So we're looking for these teams to take the momentum, get the wind in their sails, and just push forward with that.
Yeah, and we did actually find out where we're going to be heading, at least so far. So the map pick is going to be Haven, another one of these 3-site maps that can tend to favor the attacking side a little bit.
So in that case, make sure that you're trying, if you're on defense, to get as much as you can. Do not waste it on a bad clutch attempt. We've seen many times where, as well, you have the advantage, and all of a sudden a bit of impatient play, right? You just get a bit too nervous on the back end, especially when it comes to defenders, because it's very high pressure oftentimes in these types of maps. And then you give away a couple rounds that you just can't afford to, and then when the switch happens, it's already, the damage is done. I feel like it really can be unfortunate sometimes to start on defense, because the pressure really much more feels like it's on you to foil a deck of cards that already feels stacked against you. So you got to beat the casino. How you going to beat the house?
And maybe with a double Sentinel setup is something that can be viable. Maybe a Cypher KJ together. You know, we typically see kind of one on C, one in that garage area, one on the B site, and then 2 stacked on A for defense. And so because the defense is spread kind of thin, that offense has the ability to 4-5 player rush down to specifically one of these sites. You might lose a member, you find the trade, you get the plan, and you work off of that post plan. But while we're at it, let's take a quick look at the rosters here for these 2 schools.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about stacked. Look at Prairie HS, man. They got alternates on top of alternates. I respect that. Their bench goes deep. Will they need to dip into it? We'll find out shortly. It is best of 1 here to keep in mind, which obviously Valorant still can take a long time. However, that does mean that you don't have all that much time before you might get booted back out the bracket. You don't want your finals run to end here. So Burlington Edison, you got fewer members. They say less is more. We're still going to come for all.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the Senator Slime that I think it is from Prairie, but I believe this is the Senator Slime that also plays Overwatch, and I think was a top 500 in Overwatch as well. So certainly has the talent, good point-click shooter out there, but we're going to waste no more time as we get ready to get in toward that agent select scene, and I do see an ISO maybe being teased there as well.
Okay, I'm seeing some of the typical offenders. You know, you've got your Killjoys, we got our Phoenix here. We do have the Omen as well being locked in, whereas our friends on the Defending side taking a bit more time with it. Okay, getting a bit noisy with it as well. And Astra, I don't think I've seen Astra for quite some time.
Yeah, Astra's a very tough, a little bit more of a high skill ceiling agent compared to some of the others, I would say. But we do see the new agent of Waylay making their way onto the stage here as well. So things might get a little bit interesting. Breach, always a fun player to play. Not so much on the other side of things. Has enough flashes to burn the retinas for days.
Okay, so taking a look at the compositions here, we already laid out that map to success. Do we feel like everyone has enough tools in their toolboxes to ensure they're able to, move past chokes and unfortunate POV points where you just get a crack through the door? Do we think that everyone, at the very least on paper so far, has built a roster made for success?
Well, we'll have to see if they're made for success. I know it does say quarterfinals best of 5 up there. We will remind everybody it is only a best of 1 to kick things off here, so not a lot of room for mistakes. So you really have to try to limit those mistakes, be able to pressure forward there. And again, the attacking side here, I believe Senator Slime starting out on the attacking, so I'm not sure if those school names are quite correct at the top. I think they might need flipped as well.
That's A-okay. We're going to keep the game on moving as we get into the pistols round here. Obviously important to set the pace. You can see that Prairie trying to ensure that they can get off to the races in good standing so far. But that Astra going to be really important to make sure to cut off those choke points. You see Foot, Fleet on their feet, trying to be the first vanguard for the approaching Prairie.
Be right back.
Oh my, already Pickle finding the sheriff shot to the dome. He's going to find the first one. They dash onto the site here, now to the back. They've got full control courtesy of these smokes, so it is going to be a 4-player retake here for Burlington, but Prairie able to lock it down early.
I mean, that's what that Waylay does, right? The instant mobility we saw, and now Splattercraft takes to the skies, tries to drop down some covering smoke for the rest of the team. Noisy, unfortunately, not quite on top with it, but the grenades don't matter if the shots are on point. Double kill instantly there for Dom. Unfortunately, you're going to lose one right after. Complete wipe away. Killjoy, the only one remaining with one last curveball. She's burnt away too. Prairie takes the first.
Yeah, I mean, kind of in dominating fashion as well. Pickle Ree on that sheriff. Call him the Deagle Demon because he's popping heads and getting bread early. Going to be able to force in toward a Vandor. It was at least considering it, but that's the nice thing when you take round number 1. You often win that second round. The economy, a very important aspect. So you have to make sure you eco together so that you can buy together in those following rounds. And we do see it looks like Uni's going to force in with his sheriff. So if they don't win this round, it could spell trouble for the following one as well.
I'm a bit concerned here. It's, again, the fact that you're going to be looking to streak together those wins, right? So if you're Burlington Edison, you really want to try to quickly get a stutter in their step, find that speed bump. There's the breach already, getting them concussed, but Splattercraft going to stand their ground, has the smoke to try to cover them through, but last time we saw Burlington Edison didn't do too quite well on the Vanguard. Here comes the burning wall. Comes down, but no bloodshed just yet. Spike planted.
Spike does go down with ease. It's going to be a 5-player retake as all 10 players still standing tall on the battlefield. Zord into the background. We see ISO making him vulnerable against the pressure. The paint shells rain down, and they're going to find the first as Zord falls. Uni and back and forth. The plaid stripes in the kill feed for a split second as Uni finds the triple and Burlington battling back.
Oh, Slime through the wall. Can't quite find it. It was a dark omen for Prairie. Is Burlington Edison able to retake that one quite efficiently? You know, these 3-site maps can be really difficult, like we said on the defensive end, but able to start things off with a bang like that feels great. So already able to put Prairie down in what seemed to be their hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, that's an insane round for Burlington. They're going up against rifles. So now, not only did they not spend money in that round other than the sheriff, but they come away winning it when they shouldn't. We talked about often when you win the first one, you at least get that second one as well. Well, I mean, Burlington gets a couple rifles for free. They're not going to have to expend or buy into it. Hopefully Gecko remembers to buy armor here, but now all of a sudden we see Prairie kind of on a bit of an eco here.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, Uni, come on, man. I know you got little buddies to eat the bullets, but doesn't quite mean you shouldn't go in without any protection yourself. Gecko really did pop off there. Died immediately in that first round, so that might just be the only difference maker. Just a bit more careful positioning, making sure to value your own life. But it's the same place for Uni. You can see they're always the one leading their foot, but only going to be able to find damage on top of them instead. This time, though, they do survive.
Able to stay up for the time being. Paint shells rain once more, and Waylay will have to back off just a bit to a safer position. The flash comes in, and he breaks the first one. Senator Slime answers back onto Dom. They got 2 combined, and with that, looking to answer back is Prairie.
Kraft gets splattered across the wall. Pickle Ree will die right afterwards, but they do got the comeback, so we're just going to run that one right back real quick. Spike's already planted in low health bars here for Burlington. Not quite looking like their day in the third round.
I mean, both of these teams about to win a thrifty eco round is absolutely insane. And what a way to start off the 2025 Spring Championships here for WSSEA. Already tied up 1-1, and a Killjoy just doesn't have any health remaining. It's an easy one for James and a flawless round for Prairie.
I mean, yeah, what else could you expect? You did get, at the very least, our friend the Phoenix Pickle Ree had to use that ultimate, but it was well used. It doesn't buy them any extra credit. You do still have some rifles coming in on the side of of Edison. They want to still try to put up a fight here. They're not going to let Prairie just continue to dominate. And it's, again, they're recognizing the exact thing that we mentioned, the fact that you cannot let anyone string together multiple wins. And we haven't seen it quite yet. 3 rounds in, it's just been a back and forth.
Yeah, the fact that we've already had an ult from Pickle is insane as well. We might see 4 or 5 come out. That run it back so viable for finding those early picks or trades, getting that second life opportunity. And right now, that Stampede once more heading toward the A site.
Let's see if it works out the same way. Now you can see Burlington Edison, they're scrambling, trying to all make a hurried motion back to A to ensure the safety, ensure those health bars remain up high. Footcheese trades out with Slime, but they're going to get dropped right after. Uni as well will fall. The Gecko's head been cut off.
Back to a 4v3. We saw Waylay back it off a bit. Astra up in toward heaven here as the plant does go down. The swarm grenade goes out, and that will buy some time, not allowing them to pressure forward. Pickle is on a tear. Sword and Pickle, they combine for 3, and all of a sudden, Prairie on fire.
I think just Prairie, the way that they're finding Burlington Edison a couple milliseconds before, obviously it's Twitch reaction sometimes. If you're able to find the head quicker, you're going to get dropped. And that's Burlington Edison not quite playing with as much conscientiousness around their spatial awareness. I think they just need to be on the lookout a bit more. It feels like they're always in the right position, but never looking at the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, crosshair placement is absolutely huge. I remember when I first started playing, I had a Post-it note just on the side of my monitor that said crosshair up as a friendly reminder. And so it makes the job a little bit easier here.
Yeah.
We do see Uni onto the Outlaw, which is a very strong sniper. Splatter says, peekaboo. Okay, I got to go ahead and dip back. We've only got the Classic to work with here, so they do have to be careful.
Yeah, not quite how I remember that game being played when I was a kid, but nonetheless, is able to stay alive at the very least for now. We talk about the fact that this Astra high skill ceiling and just haven't gotten to see the impact be made quite too much just yet, hoping that it's going to change. Uni looks for the first shot, can't find the second either. That is unfortunate for the Gecko, all that value. Waylay dives into the back line, looks for Killjoy, and we'll go right back to do it again.
Shots ring out. Pickle Ree's going to find one through the smoke here as well. And Prairie again working with a 2-player advantage, but Uni from heaven raining down some bullets. He finds James, the blast pack from Dom, but the blind comes in and it's Uni for a triple.
Oh my god, but so low health. It's going to be the last man standing, and that fault line might finish the job. No, not quite. Instead, going to be sending in our pals, and going to be sending in Footcheese, unfortunately, knocked off their feet by Pickle. It's only the Gecko left.
Yeah, Uni has no health either. At this point, I might try to just keep them in the spawn or in below hell here, just so that they hopefully die to the spike as well, because you're most likely not going to find a 2v1 clutch situation here.
Yeah.
Just look for an exit frag or look to hold to the spike. He finds 4K, and he gets the ace. Uni, they don't get the round win, but that could be that single spark to ignite the spectral fire here for Burlington.
We can call it a consolation prize, but it's an awfully good one, Hot Sauce. My God, Uni. Okay, we asked the question, who's that shining star? I think I've got a pin for someone. I think I maybe have a player in mind. That was a beautiful performance. They played with patience. They played with grace. They recognized that we can't take this round, but I can take a couple more lives down with me.
Uni's 9-3. Pickle Ree on the other side,
Yuck.
9-2 as well, but has the run it back again already. The blind comes out, and that's going to force them back just a bit. They look to pressure forward. Shots ring out, and it's a trade 1-for-1.
I'm honestly okay with that as long as we're able to keep Uni alive. Dom, unfortunately, stays dead. And now we have to run it back, ready to go back in. Pickle disassembles Abby as well. They're on a heater.
Pickle is absolutely looking unstoppable, much like Uni. The battle of the Juggernaut's about to go down here, but the plant goes down with ease. It's a 4v2 retake here, and Prairie certainly has the numbers to work with.
Oof. Done. Dropped from the other side. look one way, the other way gets you. Senator Slime going to be able to take them out with some precisely placed shots. Now it's just the Astra, but I don't know. Your chances are not really rising to the troposphere. Instead, you might be going down 6 feet under. They know your positioning at this point. Drops down the Molly just for a bit of extra health. Pickle's ready to finish the job.
Heal up here, back toward 100, has that wall to spray through as well, and Splatter, unfortunately, just in a very tough position. Don from behind, a quick 2-tap to the dome will send them home, and Prairie all of a sudden on a hot streak.
Yeah, they're chaining those wins together, right? Again, it's that distant memory. I mean, Burlington Edison are playing this well, but the fact that one of those losses was an ace, it confuses the mind. You're like, well, we played so well that round. Why is the scoreboard looking like that, right? Hopefully, Burlington Edison are still staying in there. Their mentals are in check and nice and rock steady, because we still got a whole heck of a lot of game left to play. If you're on the defending end of this map on Haven, how many rounds are you looking to take away to have a good chance when the sides switch?
You'd like to get 4 if you can. I've seen plenty of teams work with 3 on a map like Haven, so it's not the worst case scenario just yet, but you certainly want to begin to put some rounds on the board.
And I really love the way we've been using this Waylay on Prairie. Just the advanced guard goes in, and just as quickly after getting 1 kill or maybe 2, just runs right back out to rerun it back. Second Phoenix in a sense. Rising from the ashes, Burlington Edison have got to find a way to spread their wings and soar. Spike's already planted on that C. It's going to be a 5-man retake once again. Let's see if it goes any better.
Here comes the showstopper from Dom, the double blast pack, looking to bring him back one more time.
Pickle!
Pickle Ree from the side. They never saw it coming. Dom will find one. His foot cheese picks up one as well. And well, Burlington, they were close, but Pickle Ree continues to assert the dominance.
Yeah, that paint canister took at just the wrong time. That's okay, Abby. Right time there to blast Senator back into the past. But 2v1 against a Waylay as well. Very mobile character who can easily outmaneuver this Killjoy. Spike's going to tick on down, and unfortunately your chances to take it will as well. Burlington Edison drop one more round.
And I will say, I mean, the scoreline certainly doesn't do this game justice. It might be 6-1 at the moment, but 2, 3, maybe even 4 of these rounds could have gone either way. They've come down to the wire. They've been close, but it's been Prairie that has been able to solidify those dubs when it matters. So putting rounds on bunches, they've got 6. They've solidified a minimum of a tied half here.
Again, I implore you, I encourage you all to look at the scoreboards here and see the story that's unfolding beneath us. Pickle Ree is a demon. Uni is as well, but the issue sometimes becomes, are the rest of your supporting pillars as strong? Are they able to carry you, lift you up when you are down? Uni is always the front line, and that puts them in a lot of danger, puts a lot of pressure on them. Foot cheese going down puts even more on Burlington. Can they stay alive?
Now we see the pressure now mounting through sewer toward the A site, and with that, the ult popping out as well. Don pops the turret for a bit of intel, but the smokes are in place, and there's really nobody on site here, so it'll be another relatively easy plant for Prairie.
Okay, hold on. Maybe a bit of a speed bump there. Splatter does take down Senator Slime, but it always feels like there's a trade if it's not going Prairie's way. Snipes out from Uni, trying to look for the turret, but not going to really do too much there to help the bodies that are falling, as James going to be able to drop one more. It's only Gecko remaining. Can you get another ace, buddy? Let's find out.
Well, tries to find that flash. Shots continue to rain down, and Zord will find Uni this time. So Prairie, they continue this hot streak now, 7 on the board, and they don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon. Burlington, though, does have a couple ultimates to work with, but unfortunately the economy in a bit of a tough spot.
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like Prairie just adjusting to Burlington Edison, whereas we're not seeing that same level of adaptation from them. And you can see in the way that they keep getting these bloodless plants down, right? We keep seeing the spike go down where there's 5v5, or at the very least Prairie haven't dropped a single member, which goes to show that they're always taking the path of least resistance. Maybe we do need to split more. Maybe we just need to try to play these sightlines a bit better to ensure we can at least force Prairie to take a bit of a slower approach, because it always feels like they have all the time in the world getting to that point.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how tough it can be for these defending teams when you're just outnumbered here. We do see a couple ults rolling on. Out Zord, Splatter, now Senator. It's Plant Stripes in the kill feed. Pickle Ree, though, finding Dom through the Boomba. And just like that, it's another plan in a 4v2 situation.
No Gecko, only going to be 2 members left. This is not looking the best, but she's going to try their best to cheese him to death here with the Sheriff. Fortunately, the law's not on your side. They fought the law, and it seems like they're winning. Prairie are going to be able to keep up this perimeter around the point, and the time is ticking down.
Slowly ticking away. Time management, also an equally important aspect, is Foot Cheese will find it, call him a monster, but Senator Slime, the 3K all day Prairie, finding round after round.
There's just nothing they can do about that. They was outmanned, outgunned, and that's sometimes how it all is written. 8-1 here. Prairie, like you think about it here, Hot Sauce, the only round we've seen Burlington take was the second. It feels like eternity ago. It feels like ages have passed. But they're still staying strong. They're still keeping in it. We're seeing the fact that their best player in terms of the offensive capabilities, Uni, has not been able to find a similar performance that we saw on that ace. Was it a fluke, or can we see it be repeated? I want to see that become a pattern instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not for lack of trying. They've done a decent job here, but it's these early picks, the early player advantages here for Prairie that continue to set them up for success.
Every single time, Prairie just seemed to walk in like they own the place. Foot Cheese going to change that. Make sure to take down the center at the very least. Says, you don't represent me. Splatter, trying to look for a few shots through the wall. Have the dot down there from the get-go, but Uni's going to fall right after. It does not matter. It's only Waylay left to find a way to victory. And Asher's in the sky getting down some spokes. At the very least, James has to immediately retreat, recognizing the utility is about to pop out. And that forces Prairie into a pretty difficult situation there, and Abby's going to make it even worse. Taking down the last member and finally putting one on the board there for Burlington.
Yeah, I love to see it, and that's what I love about these young students. I mean, it can be tough being down by this much, the mental fortitude, all things that are important aspects, but fighting true, never, say never type attitude. We see them to continue to fight with grit and determination. They steal around the way here and begin to work back in. Hopefully they could find these final two, but at a minimum, we'd like to see them get at least one of these next two, maybe call upon the 9-3 curse.
But I'm looking at Picklery, and I'm seeing he's got to run it back. And every single time historically, history tends to repeat itself if you haven't heard Hot Sauce. And that means that we are in danger. But Splatter making no waste of their time and resources, but can't waste your life either. Pickle, round the corner's going to run it back active, but it's going to tick down. So that ultimate not going to find too much value.
Yeah, unfortunately, not getting the value they were hoping for. Uni finding this pick on Zord, and with that, Prairie's going to opt to rotate away from that A site and is spotted by Abby here at mid. So the intel will come out for Burlington. We'll see on the minimap they begin to shift as well.
I'm liking this. Flow like water. There might not be a harbor, but at the very least, we're still using some of those fluid techniques to ensure victory. Senator Slime steps up from the shadows, finds no targets, but does find a nice and open site to plant down on. It's a good retake attempt for Burlington. They got the man advantage.
Got the man advantage for now. They got 3 ults to work with here as well. I'd like to see him stagger them out a little bit. This lockdown from Killjoy will be popped along with the Thrasher here from Gecko, but Picklery sneaking in from behind, able to destroy the lockdown. The flush there as well, and Senator Slime Pickle combined for 2.
Okay, Dom's able to take down Senator Slime, but Pickle's still active, and that is dangerous work. But Uni's up there to try to step up and take them down. Abby will drop a Uni, finishes off Pickle, doesn't matter. Your final dawn is reckoned. Dom, though, will finish the job, get the defuse. Burlington finally string together a couple wins.
Absolutely love to see it. And
Massive.
Also, we do need to announce quickly, if the Rocket League coaches could please show up to the tournament admin desk, we would greatly appreciate it. Again, we need the Rocket League coaches to the tournament admin desk, please and thank you.
Positioning is important in Valorant. Positioning is important in real life, too. Please make sure, if you're a Rocket League coach, to position yourself over to that site, that tournament admin desk. Don't plant any spikes down on it, please. We want to make sure no property damage involved. Nonetheless, so maybe some damage done there to Prairie's hot streak. The momentum out from their sails. Now we can start to see Burlington on autopilot try to cruise. And what I liked from their play that time was, one, we got the easy pick to start things off. Instantly, the entire dynamic shifts because it's always been Prairie with that man advantage. But also, the way they flowed between points, a bit more reactive, a bit more adaptive. Here comes the big boom. Instantly, Dom drops 2.
Able to find 2. We see Picklery with a return fire, though. They're able to gather one of their own, but all of a sudden, Burlington now getting a little bit of a hot streak themselves. But we see Prairie shifting back toward the B site now, looking to get this plant.
always seem to get these plants off nonetheless. I mean, that's just what a 3-site map offers you. That's okay, though. We got man advantage once again. We got Asher in the sky, able to drop down some more utility. But it's James Herb, been a bit quiet lately. Let's see if they're able to find some shots here as Abby starts to wind around that corner. Bit danger.
Yep, just trying to slowly work their way in here. A lot of angles to check. You got to check the corners.
Nice!
And it's Pickle to find one, but he was in the run it back. They get the trade. The numbers are now in their favor. The flash comes in. The pincer play, and you need to take down Pickle.
Not enough, though. Aim up, aim up. Senator Slime going to make sure they fall down. And Splattercraft able to take down, the very least, James Herbo, but the spike indeed will blow up. They do manage to finish the job before they fall on their own sword. Prairie take another round.
Well, they got to at least one of those next two that we were talking about. They have an opportunity to call upon the 9-3 curse, and the simple fact is that Haven can be a very one-sided map. It does favor the offense, so I mean, Burlington, you know, you got to tell yourself, if they can do it, certainly we can do it too. But I do feel like this pistol round is kind of going to be pretty big for them to kind of get that ball rolling.
The fact that Pickle Ree is able to build up these ultis so quickly has been a godsend for Prairie. I mean, you see the slots, right? It's an ultimate that builds up much quicker, but in the hands of a high-skill, high-executing player, it is incredibly lethal. It is very dangerous. The fact that we so shortly ago saw them use it to not much avail and then instantly runs it back, quite literally, and finds some extra kills off of it, it's really a saving grace for Prairie. So the fact that now they're empty on it, it's all going to come down to your aim and carefully place shots. Hopefully we see something better come. Here comes the breach. It's going to try to find some fault lines, but there's been a fault in their aim, so Uni's able to keep on pushing.
Yeah, double blast pack in from Rays, but it's James to find the pick on to Dom, and now getting up in toward the heaven side. Zord, foot cheese, finding picks. Pickle through the box, the headshot, it doesn't stop, and Senator Slime popping him on a dime, and it's a big 4v1 situation.
Oh, no! Well, that's not good. I gotta say, Prairie gonna be able to easily take that defuse down after a very simple and efficacious site retake. And you just gotta hope that's not an omen for the future. We gotta hope that that one is merely just, beginner's luck on the defending end. After all, Burlington were able to find a pretty early win themselves. But now we gotta do what we did before. They're gonna be getting the big buys off on Prairie's side, and Burlington have gotta be the big spoilers to rain on their parade.
Yeah, because we do see a couple of them forcing into those sheriffs, which means that they're not going to be able to buy a full buy in that following round. They don't get success here. So it's one of those no risk, no reward type situations. Burlington going to take a bit of a gamble here. We'll see if it pays off.
All right, well, like we said, you're betting against the house. What do you got? Hopefully it's blackjack. We'll find out in a moment. We're all moving down towards A side. Paint shells come out, not too much avail. Great smoke there from the Omen. Forces them to wander into the unknown. The night is dark and full of terror. Zord sees nothing but black.
Foot cheese also has been on a tear here. They find a way to pressure on towards site. The spike not down quite yet. Gecko maybe looking to help a little bit, but Pickle Ree on this sheriff is going nutty.
Oh, they can just keep this pressure up potentially. It might be curtains for Burlington. They drop Uni. Foot cheese goes down right after. Senator Slime cut down. Splattercraft is once again atomized. It's going to be an easy retake and one more defuse in the pockets of Prairie.
That was a 4K for Pickle Ree as well. From triples to quadras, you name it, absolutely popping off here today. Looking unstoppable. Pickle Ree, 26-5 with 8 assists here. I mean, not much more to say than that.
No, man, the stats do not lie. The numbers speak for themselves. You speak softly and carry a big gun. Pickle's certainly obliging by that mantra. And unfortunately, just as you said, the fact that we invested in those shares means Burlington are going to be coming in with a bit less firepower. But just looking at the strategies here as we start to approach what very well might be the end, Burlington, what is the strategy we need to bump up on to ensure some success?
And honestly, Burlington's been playing well. Again, I would say there's probably 4 or 5 rounds, maybe even a little more, that could have gone either way. As we do see Abby starting off with an early pick here, and maybe that could be the momentum shift they need.
That's a good start. Keep that going. Asher drops down the smoke. Lots come in there from Dom as the plant comes in from Uni. success in that regard, and also able to take a pick to their number. But Senator Slime lays down the fire, and Abby Pink gonna go down. Dom eliminates Pickle, but only for a moment. They're running it back and looking for more. Splattercraft goes down too. Senator Slime sprays through their own smoke, but can't quite find the kill.
Foot cheese, a nice little two-piece as Senators on a triple themselves, and now looking to tap the device here and maybe fake the plant, but he barely gets out of it. The ISO ult comes in. Did he capture someone in the background, though? That's the question. He did.
Nice.
They find the two together. Burlington beginning to trudge through the trenches and work their way back into this one.
Okay. That was good. We'll take that for sure. And I think that all comes down, it really does seem to be decided oftentimes, Hot, by that first pick. And it's usually Prairie getting it. So usually they're winning. But the moments where Burlington gets that first pick, and I feel like it's sometimes been Zord who's been eating the bullet on that one, you immediately feel so much better. That's because the Breach, obviously, in comparison to a Whale, in comparison to an Omen, or even this Phoenix, has a lot less get-out-of-jail-free cards to get out. So if you're able to take down Zord, honestly, maybe this might be a case where you don't look for their best player first because they can just come back to life. So instead, maybe try to find the Breach, knock out the supporting pillars, and the rest of the structure might crumble.
One kill at a time, one round at a time here for Burlington. As they look to work back into it yet again. One ult on the side of Prairie here for the Omen as now James steps in and pops the head of Abby.
Okay, that's definitely an unfortunate start here. Let's see if we can reverse the pattern. Burlington's still got 4 very capable players left on the back end. Dom, unfortunately, does not have that showstopper, though, to bring a stop to Prairie's fast roll of momentum here. Senator Slime through the window. Dom's going to be able to find them. Nice, precise aim.
Well, brings it back to a 4v4 here and a much more feasible round for Burlington Edison as we see the blast pack here from Dom begins to pressure in, trying to clear and check all these corners can be tough. The paint shells go out toward garage window, and with that, they pressure onto the C site.
All right, so far, not too big of an issue there. Breach does try to suss out any movement from Dawn, but they're going to be dropped instantly by Dawn. Pickle Reed does find the return kill. Uni answers back one of their own, maintaining this advantage. Zora's going to fall as well. Only Waylay left, and they're done too.
I mean, this is great from Burlington. We talked about how you can't be discouraged by a 9-3 scoreline because this map is so favored on the offensive side. And that's what we've seen here from Burlington. They've got a couple rounds in a row, now finding their stride. And if you take a look at the other side for Prairie, they're going to opt to force in a bit here. It is kind of a scrappy buy, and the weaponry certainly favoring Burlington at the moment.
Okay. I love that. We just need to see them get another. Get another. You just got to string them together, start seeing those inches become yards, become miles. But really, it's been Prairie trying to rely on that retake and doing a pretty good job of it. Now James with the sniper gives Uni a taste of his own medicine.
James sniping down long C here, does find the shot on the ISO, but the paint chills will collect him, and now the showstopper rains out.
Dom!
Finds the 2K, and Dom looking to dominate.
Unfortunately, Dawn is looking to dominate as they take down Dom shortly after. Gonna be able to find the plant. It's still a 3v2 man advantage, but that Uni's looking awfully low. Splattercraft brought down to 0. Senator Slime with the good shots.
Now working up long C and garage. It's a little bit of a split push here out of Prairie, and we see Senator Slime tucking in toward Cubby with this teleport. Don from garage finds the snipe onto Abby.
This is a rough look as Dawn's able to put it all on their back. Killjoy, quite literally, is a buzz kill. Party Pooper shuts it all down and defuses that spike with efficiency, and now it all comes down to next round.
Yeah, already up to match point here now with 7 additional opportunities to close it out should they need it. But Uni will find enough funds to buy in toward this up. Has the ult and Thrasher on deck and ready to flex here. So an opportunity here for Burlington to work back in it. Unfortunately, they don't have much room for any minor mistakes.
No, at this point, it's all go big or go home. Not a step backwards, full foot forward. Onto the front, once more into the breach, my friend, once more into the breach, and I'm not just talking about the agent.
Pickle Reed trying to thread the needle here through garage doors. The paint shells come in, the blast pack as well, and Pickle Reed finding these picks. Does he know there's another here, though?
Splattercraft is too frozen in place, too afraid to even step up, knowing the power of Pickle Reed, but now's a good chance. They managed to take them down, no run it back even required. But can you find the second shot? Splatter puts up a defense. Unfortunately, they can't stay standing for long.
Yeah, Don has been on a tear these last couple rounds, continues to exuberate the confidence out here on the battlefield. They've got a couple ults on the side of Burlington. We are going to see this Thrasher go out as well. Immediately destroyed, though. We do see ISO has the ult and could potentially pull them off of the spike.
There's the ult trying to make it the death duel to the finish as Uni puts him back on the heater with the sniper, but Flachee's lost the duel, and now in the pocket dimension, they're going to be sent right back out. It's a 2v1.
Uni needed to hit that snipe. It was Zord with a shot. They hang on by a thread, and Prairie High School would advance in the playoff bracket.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I thought that ISO play was going to be it. The kill contract, unfortunately, gets reversed on your head, and that's going to be a nice, solid victory there by Prairie. It's what we said. They were the expected favorite going in, and they made sure to make good on the name.
Love to see the GGs and the handshakes, the great sportsmanship from two wonderful schools here. And if you're Burlington Edison, hold your heads high. You guys had a phenomenal regular season at that number 5 seed. You had a tough game today, but you played well, and you put on a nice little show from us as well. We saw Uni with that ace. We saw a lot of close rounds that just didn't go their way. So we certainly tip our hats to Burlington Edison as they did a great job here today. But we congratulate Prairie as they move on into this playoff bracket. And Pickle Reed, 28, 9, and 9 with an average combat score of 453 is just insane.
So what can you do to extinguish those flames, right? The question becomes, if you have that shining star, how do we put out its light? Unfortunately, an answer that our friends on Burlington is not able to find, and you got to hope that as we move into the bracket, someone is. But it's, again, there are these players that just rise above. And there's also some great support coming in from Senator Slime. Had several kills just basis of their own shots alone. You had Zord, who, yeah, took the fall a couple times, but honestly sometimes was necessary to have a member sacrifice themselves for the good of the team. And it was really good to see some good waylay play from James. Overall, fantastic performance on both sides of the pitch, but Prairie will prevail, and that means you got someone else who's got to figure out, man, how do we stop that pickle? How do we eat it?
Honestly, I don't envy any of these teams because there is so much talent littered across every single one of these teams. The competition absolutely packed with skill. And so, I mean, the further you get in the bracket, the tougher it gets. So I'm glad that we get to just stay up here and cast and showcase all the wonderful young talent that we have out here.
Absolutely, man. It's good to get them all in person so like we can see those amazing displays of sportsmanship. We're seeing that on the pitch, off the pitch. These players are fantastic, and it's only going to get better from here as we continue forward in the bracket, continue forward with more games coming up as well. And I just got to hope that we see similar performances because, like you said, I don't think the scoreboard quite reflects how close that was. I mean, you think about the ace we saw from Uni, not rewarded with the round win, but at the very least, they're a winner in our hearts for that one. That was an awesome play, and that's what Valorant can sometimes be. I think it sometimes not always is reflective of the effort and the skill level and how it was matched. That's just the nature of the game, so you got to come in with your head held high and say, hey, didn't get it this time, there's always next season.
Always next season. And it's great to see the development of these students. They continuously grow. They put in the work. And they're at the bare minimum, we're just here to have a good time and have some fun. So certainly with the smiles on their faces, it looked like they were having a great time today. And honestly, the day is going to be great. We have a day full of action, many different titles from Valorant to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate to some Rocket League. I know we're going to be bouncing around from title to title today because we have so many wonderful students to showcase out here.
My gosh, and look at that bracket. Look how beautiful that gosh darn bracket is. I do believe we might have a bit of a reversal there from Prairie. Okay, I was about to say, Prairie is the one moving on to semifinals. Don't get it twisted. Unfortunately, Burlington were left behind in that 13-5 loss. They will be leaving Lake Stevens, our friend Prairie, for the chance to step up against Camas if they are able to take down Southbridge, a very good school of their own right, for what very well might be the grudge match of the century.
You know, and I'm a little bit shocked as well. Camas is another one of these teams that does very, very well. A lot of these top teams really only had only one loss on the season. Lake Stevens is a very, very great team as well, Camas. But Kennedy Catholic High School is a phenomenal squad. They were last year's champions as well. They got knocked out by Southridge, so we might have a Cinderella story in the making here from Southridge High School.
Can you put the moneymakers to shame? We're going to find out as we hop into further games of that bracket. But that being said, in terms of coming from us, it's going to be all for a little bit. We got Smash Bros, though, some SSBU action coming at you in just a moment. So make sure to not dare go anywhere. More WSSEA fun right after the break.
We are getting ready for some SSBU action next on our docket after we just played our Valorant match. Prairie High School taking down Burlington Edison. So now we'll be switching our brackets over to SSBU. But first, we've got some stuff to go over. Number one, if you like our events and tournaments and want to support us, be sure to scan the QR code for some donations. That will be up on screen behind us. So be sure to do that if you want to support our future endeavors in the esports world. Also, for the bingo cards, I believe it's one screen is a free space on the bingo cards if you are keeping track of that. So be sure to mark that down if you are partaking in that portion of the event. But now it's time to jump in to SSBU, which means it's time to bring in our next casters. Kaizo and Spicy, welcome to the WSSEA State Championship 2025 edition. This is going to be a fun one, and this sport, this particular contest, a little bit different than everyone else.
So as you said, and Smash Bros is going to be a bit of a different game. So up until this point, we've been seeing a lot of the Valorant, which obviously a very big team-based format, 5v5 format, everybody on stage at the same time. This is a team sport, Smash Bros is, in the same way that golf or bowling would be. You don't have everybody on the stage at the same time. You've only got one player per team that's going to be responsible for playing at a time, but everybody playing toward the same goal, everybody working together as a team and kind of rolling that momentum together one after the other to support their squad.
Yeah, for sure. With Smash Brothers, it's 5 best of 3 matches. Very similar to high school tennis in a way, where you have your players all in different ranks, able to then use that to calculate points up to the overall total here. You want to get to that 9 point total. Each game is going to be slightly different in points. The first 2 are going to be 2 points each. The third one will be 3. And then the last 2 are 4. You typically will see all of the teams have their strongest players put towards the as well, knowing that how important each game is, especially towards the end. But the beautiful thing about this format, yes, it's all 1v1s, but each player is going to matter, and it's so awesome to see this, especially here in WSSEA. We talk about this a lot, but like when you think about competitive Smash, it goes through the state of Washington, and you're going to see so much great talent here today.
Yeah, Smash Bros in the Washington State area has been a big factor in the esports scene. These guys have been involved for a very long time, and actually quite a bit of talent in this area, Spicy. This is one of the better high school and collegiate scenes that the country has to offer. These players incredibly talented and so well rehearsed as well. I mean, you talk about we'll try to keep the vernacular down to a minimum here, but a lot of the technical skill that these players have is really demonstrative rather of just how much effort, just how much time that they've put into refining their craft. Smash Bros is a game that is very easy on the surface, Spicy. You got to stay on the stage and that's it. But things get so much more complicated the time that ticks on throughout the game. You've got 3 stocks to hang on to, Spicy, and every single one of them going to matter.
Definitely, yeah. We got Southridge, we got Linden coming here today. We're going to have a chance to talk about these teams. We were having a bit of a discussion about the Southridge. They're in quarterfinals for a reason. They've been dominant this entire spring. Multiple 15-0s, meaning they have won pretty much every single game within those matchups, and they've come into this playoff performance here not losing a single overall matchup. Week after week, it's win after win, and that's great here. Linden also, a team that's been pretty strong. The only teams they've lost to have been some of the top teams within WSSEA, and you love to see this. It should be another great matchup here. A lot of talent on the board. It's gonna come down to each of this, and like you get to see it on the camera here. It's very different in the in-person LAN scene compared to the online. The players are right next to each other. You get to see a lot of different things. It's just a very different environment, but it's absolutely electric. I'm so excited to see how these players go about it.
And I do want to talk a little bit more, Spicy, while we've got a second before we get into game. Looks like the players are getting ready at the setup, just testing the buttons, making sure the controllers are working, all that good, happy stuff. These are two teams that I have had my eye on as we've gotten the bracket initially. This was a matchup that I was really looking forward to because, like you said, Southridge has been on quite the tear. I mean, this is a squad that went undefeated throughout the regular season, and all 5 of their last games, you mentioned this already, but I really want to underline this, they didn't drop a single point. That's the equivalent of you play a game of baseball and you don't give up any runs for 5 games in a row. That's difficult to do in one game, much less 5 in a row. So they are absolutely poised and ready to demonstrate what they've got here at the land stage. Southridge, of course, potentially your favorites to run to run amok on this stage. But Linden across the way, they also were on quite the hot streak just until they ran into Central Kitsap, which was a team that actually in this side of the bracket, so across the way on this side of the playoff bracket, they were the number 6 seed, Central Kitsap, and they lost quite the heartbreaker, Spicy. I mean, it was 7-8, 1 point separating these two teams, the difference between being able to take that regular season victory and not. So both squads definitely on the up and up, but Linden, a bit of a stumbling block in their way. They do have one thing to overcome, at least psychologically, before they get completely ready here on the stage.
Hey, to make it to if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. If you're going into this as Linden, it's all about each and every single one of these games. I think this first player here, there's a lot to win here. If you get this first game even, like, that's going to be so much momentum, especially against a team like Southridge. There are 3 undefeated programs this season in Smash, and they're looking to be like the heavy favorites. But favorites are only favorites for a reason. We see it all the time in Smash Bros. Especially. There are upsets that can and will happen. It all starts with one. I'm excited to see what we got here. We've been able to see kind of like the evolution of like the own like WSSEA Smash meta, whether it be in the different stages which you pick, because of like certain characters are better on certain stages, certain play styles are really good there too. And the characters themselves, I think I see a Sephiroth already locked in on the screen. I'm excited to see what we got here. You get a lot of Vicks, a lot of variety. There are so many characters here in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so you have just so much variety to pick from.
Yeah, and these are 2 squads in particular. I know a lot of work has gone into getting them where they're at right now. Captain Poyo for Southridge and Captain XL for Linden, responsible for really cultivating the talent within their squad, because obviously you can walk in and say that, you know, I'm pretty good at video games, I really like to play them, I'm just going to try to play competitively. That'll only take you so far. You can only get so far with just the natural talent, and then just like any other skill, you have to refine it, you have to work together, you have to find somebody that knows more than you, that can help you practice, that can help refine those skills that you have. And these are 2 squads, Southridge and Linden, that have definitely been doing that throughout the regular season. As mentioned before, we've been keeping an eye on them, especially Southridge, who still yet to drop a game. Would be quite the story here for this Southridge team if they ended up making it through. We'll take a look here at these rosters while we get a second. There is once again Captain Poyo on the Southridge team, and also Llama is responsible for being on that captain role as well. And across the way, X Factor, this is a player who people have been saying, in particular their coach Spicy, that X Factor might just be the #1 player in the state of Washington.
Yeah, I remember watching X Factor earlier, and I believe they were a Sonic main, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember seeing them for the first time and just being wowed. And that is some of the things that you love to see at the Scholastic level. There's so many players here that are just really talented, because not only do a lot of them play within the Scholastic scene against their own like classmates, Washington has a lot of tournaments outside of the Scholastic level, and you see players go off into those, get some more outside practice. They bring that back to their school, and they're able to help develop all of their friends there, and it makes these teams really formidable. These teams are in quarters for a reason. You saw the strong roster that Southridge had, you saw the strong talent on Linden's end. It's both great squads here, and the beauty of this is, because of the format, each match matters. So you're gonna see, like, we talk about as like all the top players. We talked about X Factor, but we're also gonna have to talk about all those other players. And you saw Southridge with a ton of alternates, a lot of people who are able to help practice with the rest of the roster. So it's just, you get so much knowledge here, whether it be the matchups checks, just how every character interacts with the others, or just even just different ways to play and practice. And it's such a beautiful thing here, and it's so exciting to see when we eventually get into this.
Yeah, and we do have just another couple of minutes before we do get live, but because, Spicy, we've got such a diverse group here in the audience. Of course, LANs tend to bring people together, tend to bring everybody out to represent, and it does look like we are going to go ahead and get into our first game here, so I'll hold that thought, at least for the time being, as we get underway between Southridge and Linden High School. And it is, of course, 3 stocks per player, the best of 3 for each of these player matchups that we'll have. So plenty of action on the docket for us here as we get underway between this Violet on the left side of your screen and the Kirby.
Yep, it's Waffles here from Southridge on the Violet, but it's Skelly from Linden taking the first stock. The beauty of this matchup is this. Violet is a character with a lot of range. You see how long those swords are. They have other projectiles and combos that can really make something happen. While Kirby here from Skelly, you saw the multiple jumps that they have, a decent air mobility, but also a character that kind of wants to play up in front of you with a lot of great range options. It's up close. Wow. But in that mid-range, just like that, it's so good here. As Waffles finds the stock, it's now equal to a 2.
Yeah, because Kirby, one of the lighter characters in the Smash Bros. Roster, you don't have to rack up as high of a percentage on them. You can really only get that number just around the 3 digits, and you should be able to knock them off the stage in lethal fashion. So despite the fact that Waffles did lose that first of 3 stocks early on, did answer back pretty quickly, but Skelly looking very comfortable in this matchup. Kirby is not a character that you likely see a whole ton of, because this is not considered to be one of the quote-unquote best characters that people tend to work with, but plenty of tools in their arsenal. As you can see, they are off the stage and do get caught by that back air from Violet. So Waffles now back up in the stock count despite being down early. A great comeback already underway.
Yeah, I love the options that Waffle is throwing out right here. Using the range to their maximum potential here. You're kind of just playing around the Kirby. But Skelly does a great job with the reversal there, with that back aerial, with that kick in the air. And that's able to tie us up here. 1 stock left from both these players. And the Kirby opening up here with these combos. Love to see it. And it's basically an equal percentage now here on last stock.
Yeah, completely dead even just about between these 2 players. Wow, that F smash would have been dangerous, but Skelly manages to avoid that one. And now Waffles is going to be tasked with getting back into the center of the stage where they're most safe. F smashes, you can see these dangerous moves starting to come out from both sides. Can't afford to be caught by either. Oh my goodness! Going all the way off the stage, this Violet, the sour spot on the down air, doesn't send him down, sends him straight up, Spicy, but with plenty of power to get the job done.
Yeah, you talked about how light Kirby is, and that comes into play. Violet, on the other hand, slow but powerful. A lot of hard-hitting moves. That down air attack where you threw that, basically that club downwards. Normally that does send directly down if it connects on that sweet spot, but you mentioned the sour spot that ended up sending the Kirby upwards and to the side, but because just how strong that move is, it was able to take that stock. But what a game. That was just game 1 here in quarterfinals, and that was really close. You saw it go to that last stock percent, and you know that Skelly, that Kirby, you saw a lot of the game plan being formulated. You saw like the attempts at like some of those like down air drill kick into like those down smash combinations. So I love to see that there's a lot of knowledge here from both of these players. It's really just going to come down to the execution side of things.
Yeah, definitely a well-matched competition between these 2. Of course, the skill level goes up and up and up, Spicy, as you go throughout this playoff bracket. Only going to get more difficult to win these games as we do tick onward. But of course, game number 1 does go to Waffles. And Southridge will be responsible for gaining point number 1 of 3 in this initial matchup. If Waffles can win one more, then they'll begin to attract some points to their team's side. And across the way, Skelly now has to win 2 of these games in a row in order to stop Waffles from accumulating any points and get some for Linden of their own. So we do get underway here in game number 2, and again, off to a near dead set, but just like game number 1, Skelly seems to be getting the better end of a lot of these initial engagements, and actually a forward smash will send this Byleth very far off stage, but they do manage to make it back with that tether recovery.
You notice that Skelly did pick Final Destination. The thing about this format is that the loser of the first match ends up picking the stage for the next one here. So here we are in Final Destination. The thing is about this, there are no platforms that you can see on your screen, which means a player like Skelly, they're able to kind of attack from the air multiple times and get conversions like that. Final Destination also has those smaller blast zones off to the side, and you saw the attempts to get that Byleth Waffles over onto the left, and it's doing a great job, but it's now tied to a piece as Waffles finds the forward smash, able to use that spear to steal it now and tie it up.
Waffles doing a great job of utilizing the range advantage that Byleth has in this matchup, and across the way, Skelly is really tasked with getting in on top of this Byleth. Kirby, a very close range fighter, likes to play around, stringing one hit into a long combo, doing a bunch of damage directly on top of the opponent. Byleth really needs some breathing room, some space to operate. So we'll see how Waffles can do in producing that space and making good use of it. Another powerful attack whiffed out there by Waffles. This one connects, but it doesn't get that sweet spot we were talking about earlier. So Skelly will live to see another day, at least for the time being.
Yep, it's really close here. Both these players kind of dancing around on the stage, trying to play within each other's ranges here. But they're down there, and that's going to connect with the sweet spot. We call that a spike here in Smash, and that's going to do such big damage, able to take the stock here and set a statement as well as Waffles is up briefly, but we're now tied as Skelly finds the response.
Lead does not last long here on the playoff stages. Wow, what a great read there from Waffles. Knew right where Skelly was going to be going, and another down air. That one almost got the kill, but couldn't quite do it. Maybe 1 or 2 more of those would get the job done, and that one's gonna do it. What a great option from Waffles once again. Catches him with that forward smash all the way at the maximum distance and sends the Kirby off to the left side blast zone. Southridge Spicy with the 1-0 lead here in the games. That'll start to accumulate some points for their team and put them up in the lead over Linden.
Yup, they're up 2 points now here after that first matchup. Waffles doing a great job, and I really loved what they were doing on that last stock. Seeing the adaptations being made from Skelly, you notice that the down special, the stone where it just sends you straight down as Kirby, started to be used. It's a great move at times in the right situation, but it does leave you pretty vulnerable because of the linearity. And you do notice that Waffles, the punish game, the ability to just know what the option was going to be and then react appropriately with the amount of damage that Byleth was able to put out, that was able to take that stock, take that game, take the set, and now 2 points for Southridge here to kick us off.
Yeah, another good topic for us to go over as we take another look at the rosters here on the right side of your screen. When you play a heavier, a slower, a harder hitting character like Byleth, you're really playing around what we call whiff punishes, which is where the opponent throws out a move, they don't make contact with it, and there's like a little bit of a fraction of a second, sometimes up to a second, where you get to throw out something that the opponent can't react to. That's what Byleth does really, really well. That's what you saw happen when Kirby came down with that stone. They got caught with the move on the follow-up. Whereas faster pace, quicker, lighter characters like Kirby usually enjoy throwing out more options, playing a little bit more aggressively, playing more quickly, trying to pepper your shield with as many moves as possible, and try to catch you with a hole in your defenses. So it was Skelly that was responsible for really getting in on top of that Byleth and making some magic happen, but the defense from Waffles so good in the punish game, very strong as well. And that's going to be responsible for bringing Southridge up to this 2-0 lead. But remember, Spicy, does not end here. You said yourself, every single one of these games is going to matter, and the point values only go up as we tick further into this matchup.
Correct. So this next matchup will also be worth 2 points. And if you're Linden, that's a good idea here just to tie it up going into the next few matches, which will be at a higher point value. At this time, the beauty of this is that the order is just pretty much normally skill based, so you do see a lot of players. Well, this will typically be like the number 4 player now from both these sides starting to come in, and that's going to mean another pretty even matchup here. And you saw it at that level already, like at the number 5 match, there was a lot of great talent. At a beautiful number of confirms, with some different ways to navigate like the neutral state of the game as well. Just amazing stuff really here. This next match is going to be pivotal. Southridge, they haven't dropped a lot of old games. Remember, we talked about 15-0 multiple times and had a hot streak coming into this matchup. Meanwhile, Linden is a team that has had those close matchups before, but also some shares of dominance. So it's a matter of just seeing who's going to come out here and just be the better team on this day. This next matchup will tell a lot here for the overall set.
Yeah, Southridge, of course, we mentioned earlier that this is a team that hasn't really given up a whole ton of points. So if Linden can even get 1 point on the board, win one of these games, get a foothold, that could shake the confidence of Southridge. You mentioned Linden, a team that is accustomed to these closer battles where point value's a lot more even throughout the course of the set, and they really have to fight tooth and nail at every turn. Southridge really hasn't had to come back from a whole ton of adversity. They have played phenomenally well. I mean, this is a squad that has had probably one of the best performances we've seen at the high school level. But Linden, if they can get this down to a knockdown, drag-out, really long duration, gritty kind of fight, that's what they've been practicing the entire season. This is a team that really wants to get you down in the dirt, get dirty, and make sure that you have to fight for every single point that is possible on the board. So all they have to do is get that one foothold and potentially start to work their way back into this set. As we as we prepare to work our way toward this next matchup, Spicy. And of course, as we mentioned, the point values will be going up, but not just yet. This one's going to be the same value.
Yep, same value here, same game plans, at least for now, but we're going to see probably a more variety when it comes to the characters as well as the stages. And one of the beautiful things here as well is that you get to actually notice on the bottom left corner of that screen that you see that the players are adjusting their own controls. One of my favorite things about Smash is that you can kind of like adjust your controller to kind of fit how you want to play here. Certain buttons can be remapped, certain ways just to fit your character, fit the way you want to play. There's a lot of expression here, and it's just one of the beautiful things here. It looks like we're even seeing like single Joy-Con being used here at this level, and that's awesome to see. Like you don't see that too often. You tend to see a lot of GameCube controllers, see a lot of Pro controllers. Those are just tend to have like the more buttons pretty much, as well as the very rewarding second stick, the right stick, which is able to be mapped to like things like attacking, your special moves, or even just pretty much anything you would like for it to do. Okay, and you see what we got here and just see an overall great matchup so far. I wouldn't be surprised if this one is just as close as it was in the last one, because even though Southridge won that in a 2-0, the actual eye test didn't really make it seem like that.
Yep. Yeah, Hot Sauce was talking about that with D-Lo on the desk during the Valorant section. That really does seem to be the case with a lot of these esports matchups, is that if you only look at the scoreboard, does not sufficiently tell you the story of the set. That last one between those two players still very close, even though Southridge going to be the only ones responsible for getting the points. Now Linden with a chance to come back here as we get underway game number 2. Pyramithra gonna be the sword character on your screen. Across the way, King K. Rool, Mr. Big Crocodile himself. Big heavy boy brought out by Linden here. A very interesting matchup to say the least, Spicy, because this is not one that you've likely had a whole ton of practice with if you're Pika.
Yeah, it's Pika here being from Linden is with the Pyramithra is actually going to lose this first stock here. Pyramithra, one of those characters where it's very popular in this game for multiple reasons. One of the things you're seeing Mithra on screen right now. Mithra is very fast. There's a lot of different ways you can combo the other character. And against a character like K-Rool here, who's very big, you see how big that hitbox is, very heavy. They fall nicely into those combos. But we talked about the power of these heavies before. Might be slower, but you get so much damage so soon. And Lawa is doing such a great job here, going to be able to stay alive up until that point, not able to make it back there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the other thing about K-Rool you really got to watch out for is these projectiles. He's got multiple options. He can take the crown off his head, he can throw it at you, he has a giant cannonball he can shoot at you. He'll even bury you in the ground and hit you with a boxing glove if you're not careful. He does have a pretty substantial lead here, Spicy. Manages to get him inside that blunderbuss cannon, and wow! Just kick him in the chest on the way off stage. That's going to be a full stock lead, give or take, now for Southridge, who you mentioned is going to be on the K-Rool. Will correct myself there. Linden now responsible with finding their way back from a bit of a deficit. They do swap over to the Pyra off of the Mithra, so now with that heavier hitting character, but maybe going to have a little bit more flexibility, go back and forth a bit, and keep Lawa guessing as much as possible.
I like that last swap there that Pika did. You're actually kind of using the slight intangibility that the swap has from Pyra and Mithra to actually kind of dodge these attacks. It's not something you always see, but when you do, it's pretty powerful. But what an option here from Lawa, going for the up special, little helicopter ride to try and take that last stock statement. Wasn't going to connect this time, but this looks like to be a back throw situation that will take that stock here as Southridge once again up early in this next set.
Yeah, Smash Bros. Is all about give and take, Spicy, and if you throw out these big, flashy hitboxes that do a bunch of damage, have a bunch of knockback, then unfortunately you do leave yourself open to getting punished for it if that one doesn't land. So you can see Pyra does get grabbed there, thrown off the back of the stage by King K-Rool. That will be a 1-0 advantage now in favor of the K-Rool player. And Spicy, now that we've got a bit of time between games, I want you to tell me what needs to change here from the Pyra Mithra, because you have a little bit of time to make your mental adjustments, to decide how your game plan is going to shift. You're not just going in blind, you got to make some changes, and it looks like they're already going to be considering what those changes might be.
I think the one thing I want to see here, first of all, character swap. We don't see that every day here, but one thing I want to see from Pika especially is the punish game. We talked about how with heavier characters, you have that kind of whiff punish option, but here, when you're playing a character like Mithra especially, it's about extending your punishes, extending your combos. You have to put in more effort with this character to get that kind of percentage lead, and sometimes that's going to be a bit harder here, but it'll be different. But now you have to also navigate a counterpick in a sense here. You see that Lawa has now switched to Pichu. Very small character, very light, very fast. This combo game is so different and it's a big jump compared to King K-Rool, but you got to know the percentage of Pichu's building. The thing about Pichu, a lot of the electrical attacks actually damage yourself. It's a glass cannon in the perfect sense here, as they're still alive here at 105, but going to be able to make it back at least for now.
Pika this Pichu is going to be very good at making it back onto the stage if they get thrown off, but that's kind of the double-edged sword with this guy. You also get thrown off very, very far. The lightest character the game has to offer. It does have very high power to be able to fight with, but you have to be very careful, very evasive, because he can't get caught with something like that. And it's Pika takes the first stock here, and Southridge trying to stem the bleeding a bit. Lawa, like you said, a very big shift in the characters, and oh no, an unforced error here from It's Pika. That'll even things back out and get us back to equality.
Yup, it's tied up so far at 2 stocks apiece, 2 lives here left from both of these players. I love the use of that grab there. It's the rock, paper, scissors. Attack loses the shield, shield loses to grab, and that's just a great way to just get the extra percentage. And with Pichu now, Pawa being at 75% with this Mithra. It can be kind of scary here to stay alive. The up smash going to connect with that Sword and Pyra. The heavy hitter between this two sides of a coin character. Kind of come out briefly, but swap once again. Multiple swaps coming out. Beautiful way to find that stock. And Linden looks to be responding nicely here.
Yeah, Pika doing a great job here of using every tool in the arsenal that Pyra Mithra has available. Will get caught by an option off the stage there, does manage to find their way back on, but not for long. Wawa with full control of this stage here, trying to keep its Pika on the ledge and away from them, and even in the left side blast zone. So now 2 stocks taken from both of our fighters, only 1 stock remaining to see who's going to be taking this game, and Linden need to be able to win this one if they want to prevent Southridge from getting any further ahead.
Yeah, and it's so close right now. This Pichulawa is doing such a great job of bringing it back, but every time they're throwing out an attack, they're often taking damage in the process here. Forward smash going to connect. Sends it off to on the left side. I don't think the Mithra has a jump here, and but they are going to make it back. Insane recovery, and now we're set basically into a last hit situation.
Oh. Wow, what a flashy end to that one. Throws him up into the thundercloud, and the lightning strikes him directly back down. Linden, unfortunately, can't clutch that one out. Southridge, 2 different characters in 2 different games, Spicy, and they get the job done in phenomenal fashion. A very spectacular, very cinematic end to that game. It was a very close set despite what the game might have indicated on the final score screen. Now, every single one of these really seems to be well balanced, like it could go either way on a different day. Love to see the level of competition here between these 2 squads. Southridge holding on to their reputation so far, being a team that does not give up points easily as they tack on another 2 to their score total.
Yeah, and that's so big here for Southridge, because not only are you up 4-0, but going into these next few games, you have your best players starting to come out here. Just like you saw a lot of great things here, and like one of the first things I'm really impressed by from Baba there is that you actually saw like their first real taste of adversity in a sense. They were kind of down for a lot of that second game, but they brought it back, and that's the kind of mentality you want to be seeing, especially from players and teams that consider themselves to be contenders. And that's going to be so pivotal to really consider, especially as we go into the later rounds of not just this match, but the later rounds of this tournament. Southridge looking poised here to potentially make a deep run, but they still could have something bit difficult here. Linden very much still in this with the increased point total of these next few matches. It's actually at a situation where we've alluded to this multiple times before throughout this season, but you could win the first 3 games and still lose the overall match if the other team wins the last 2. So it's not over until it's over, until a team is mathematically clinched. You can really see anything happen.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned throughout the regular season matchup, Southridge with a lot of 15-0, and that is the maximum points that you can earn for yourself in this competition. You got to make sure that you're sticking around at around that mark if you at all can, and of course the other team's going to make it as challenging as possible for you. But once you get the better end of that 15, so you can check my math on this one, Spicy, but I think what if Southridge can make it to 8 points, that's that mathematical clinch that you were talking about. As we take another look at some of the highlights from that last matchup. Southridge with 4 points already. If they can get 5, then they are well over the mark, but they only need 4 more to be able to get over halfway and make it so that that mathematical clinch has happened and it is impossible for Linden to come back.
Correct. So that means they don't have to win this next game necessarily, but if they win any of the last 2, that is going to clinch it for Southridge. Linden, on the other hand, it's one of those spots. Again, you don't have to win this next game technically, but a win here would do a lot for your momentum as a team. We talked about how different it is playing in the LAN environment compared to like the online. It's especially different in Smash because you also have like that 1v1 thing. You're right next to the person you're playing against, so there's a lot of energy to really feed off on, and that's kind of the beautiful and also kind of like intimidating way here. But the best players are those who elevate themselves in this environment, so it's got to be awesome to see this, because you might see like crazy pop-offs happen, which is just a beautiful celebrations, but you also see like just the energy really in that room, and I'm excited to see what we got coming up, because you saw that up throw thunder coming in already, and that's only the taste of what we got as we go into this next matchup here.
We are going to get underway. Game number 3 between these two teams. It's going to be the Terry. It's going to be the Pyramithra once more. If I'm not mistaken, Spicy, I think I saw somebody in the crowd dressed up as Terry Bogard himself. So you can only imagine that that's going to be the player that we will be seeing here piloting this Terry across the way. I don't think I saw any Pyramithra costumes, but definitely an elite player nonetheless for Kosuma on this map.
Yeah, Kosuma is going to be representing Southridge here. We did see the Pyramithra. Oh, that's unfortunate that the controller disconnecting there. You don't see that happen too often. Able to get that right back in. Rennick here, though, is the Terry Bogard, is the player representing Linden on this case. Interesting matchup once again here, but it's going to be Kosuma taking that first stock here at Final Destination.
And you saw there at the bottom of your screen, beside the number for Terry, where it shows how high his percentage is, how much damage he's taken. If he crosses that 100% threshold, wow! What a great nair into down air combo. That'll get the job done on this Pyramithra, as another unfortunate disconnect will get right back into the game more than likely. But Terry, once he crosses that 100 threshold, Spicy, he gets access to a whole host of new, very powerful moves. So if you can keep yourself alive when you are very high percent, when you're already at your weakest point, you do have even more aggressive options to throw out. We didn't get to see any of them in the previous stock because of how quickly Kosuma dealt with them. But if Renick can keep themselves alive past that 100 mark a little bit longer, we might see some flashy stuff come out.
For sure, and Renick piloting this Terry is definitely very aware of all the options that you have. One thing about Terry is that you have access to motion inputs. If you ever played a game like Street Fighter, you're able to use certain attacks with the actual motions as well as button combination. Unfortunately, they were going to lose that next stock again. Now they're on their final life here, as Kosuma is displaying the combo game that Mithra is notoriously known for, and is able to not take the stock just yet, but put themselves in a situation where Renick has a difficult way of getting back.
Yeah, they've been sharking on that left side of the stage, not letting this Terry get back on. He finally gets some solid footing underneath him, though. And that does allow him to fight back a little bit better. Wow, that was a big lightning buster. Didn't find the mark for Kosuma. Rennick once more on this left side of the stage, trying to fight their way back in. Rising tackle from the center of the stage. Not enough damage to get it done just yet. Beginning to rack up that percentage. A full stock lead in favor of this Pyra, and that would have sent him to Kingdom Come, but fortunately manages to avoid not one, but two of those in a row, and sends this Pyramithra off to the right-hand side, trying to get their way back on, gets clipped by the recovery, and unfortunately Renick not able to find game number 1. Kosuma will take game 1 for his squad.
Yeah, it looks like Kosuma was able to hit out the jump that Renick had. I wasn't sure if Renick noticed that. I didn't notice it until later on. But the thing is, like in Smash, you get one jump in the air, the mid-air jump. It's very much good to aid your recovery, but when you lose it, it makes it a lot harder. And Terry is a character with some options to recover a lot of horizontal mobility, but vertically kind of challenged in that aspect. If you lose your jump, there's a lot less options there. So that's unfortunate at this point, but hey, if you're dressed up as Terry Bogard, you definitely know exactly what this character is going to be able to utilize here. It looks like they're going to be setting some stuff up with the controller, probably the adapter for the GameCube controller as well. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that again going into this next game. But overall, there were some pretty good moments I was seeing from both of these players. Yes, Kosuma from Southridge was able to take that game, put them up in the stock and the set again, but Renick has been pretty solid overall in this set.
Yeah, Renick on the stage has been very, very good. I think that every time that they've gotten their feet underneath them, it's been quite the battle to really determine who's going to be getting the better end of these interactions. But look at this. This is a great example of how good of a job Kosuna has done on this side of the stage, not letting this Terry get their feet back underneath them. Every single time that they're off on the ledge, it's just so challenging for them to come back. A lot of what Pyramithra has available lends itself to a lot of those more dangerous options. So it seems like this could be a button check between these two players. We'll keep you guys updated on whether or not this is the game. Can't imagine, with the way that they're just jumping off the stage, that this is going to be the real competition. So just making sure that those controllers are working correctly now does seem to be the case, that everybody's satisfied with what they've got. So we will get underway here in just a moment for game number 2 in this matchup number 3. Best of 5 between Southridge and Linden. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, if you're just now joining us, Southridge off to a 4-0 lead here over Linden. Probably the favorite to take this matchup, but Linden making every single match as close as humanly possible. And it feels like they're just moments away from taking that final fatal strike in these sets.
I noticed that it looks like we're going to small battlefield for, and maybe a character swap as well.
Did he
so,
change
yeah,
costume as well, do you think?
Could you imagine, like, you just have a change of clothes on hand to go into Joker now? Amazing. We're going from the Terry Bogard to Joker from the Persona series. Joker is a character very fast, very good with the combos, very similar to Mithra in that sense. One of the best characters in this game's lifespan, pretty much. And you think of Smash Ultimate, you often think of Joker, the greatest player in this game's history, was a Joker main for a long time here. And now you see the beautiful options, the knife skills in the air. You see the gun also able to help your movement and for the projectile. Different ways to play this matchup, and I'd love to see what adjustments are made, especially with Arsene now on the board.
Yeah, similar situation to the Terry. Once that meter fills up for Joker, he gets a lot more powerful and unfortunately lands in the center of that Flame Nova that Pyra threw out. So we didn't get to see a whole ton of Big Brother Arsene, but if that meter fills back up once more and the big scary blue guy comes out to play, you better watch carefully to see what Renick is capable of putting out. Across the way, Kosuna only 22% dealt to them so far in this game number 2. Now finally takes an additional hit, but playing very well around the evasion and around preventing the opponent from dealing damage and just keeping control of the stage. Now Arsene comes out to play once more, Spicy. The damage is going to be hiking up.
Yup, the damage is going to be increased. The knockback is also really going to be up here with this Arsene and this Joker now. You are going to see that Arsene is going to go away soon. The more hits you take, the faster that the meter burns. But here we are now, 97%. Nice. You're going to notice that this Joker is at least going to be hitting a little harder. This game does have a mechanic known as Rage, so you are able to hit harder when you have higher percents. But now the matter of seeing what are they going to do with this. Both equal percents, but a stock difference. Up air coming out now from this Pyra. Kosuma trying to find this next stock. Meanwhile, Renick trying to get it back. The 2 stocks apiece here.
Very high percent on both fighters, at or near kill percent for both players. Renick now trying to prevent Kosuna from getting back to the stage, but there's a flashy option. They use the Prominence Revolt, jump right back on the stage, and steal away another stock from this Joker. So that kind of against the wall here for Renick. Hasn't managed to take away a full stock from Kosuma. A lot of damage on this Pyramithra, but they're going to have to find that big finishing blow. Back air won't yet do it, so they will get another chance here on the ledge. Uses that Rebels guard and finally connects with an up air, but still Spicy. Not enough damage, not enough knockback to get the job done.
That's insane here. Joker is a character that typically has an easier time of finding these stocks, but at this moment, Kosuma is doing such a great job just extending this lead, and that's so pivotal for them here. And now the mid Pyra comes out to play one more time, and that forward smash is going to be the dagger, and that is a 3 stock, not losing a single stock in that game. And South Ridge, that's 6 games in a row now individually, and they're now up 7-0 in the overall match.
Yeah, shoutouts to Renick, though, for the character swap. Still looked pretty comfortable on the Joker, despite that beautiful Terry Bogard cosplay that we got to see there. So another close matchup will go in favor of Southridge here as we tick them over almost at that halfway point. Spicy 7 points now in favor of Southridge, which does mean that they cannot afford to give away any more points to Southridge. If you're a Linden fan, every single one of these sets needs to be a Linden victory if they want to mount a comeback in this one. Southridge has been notorious for these 15-0 sweeps throughout the regular season, and Linden have to put a pin in it right here and stop the bleeding as soon as possible.
If you are Linden, though, you are excited to see that your best 2 players are coming out here. And like we've talked about X Factor already, but Linden's also has some deep talents here. They're in quarters for a reason. I wouldn't be surprised to see this potentially go to a deciding match 5. You saw the beautiful stuff here that Kosuma was able to put out with that Pyra Mithra. I love the movement especially. One of the big things we often talk about when we cast Smash is that as the player level goes up, you start to see the movement get real clean, and you start to see what moving with a lot of intention, whether it be the little like micro spacing with the individual dashes, as well as the ability to just navigate like close distances really quickly. And that's just kind of the beauty of this game. Smash, a fighting game for sure, but being a platform fighter, you get a lot more movement, a lot more freedom of expression. You love to see that kind of talent even being showcased here at this level.
Yeah, and because it is we'll call it an untraditional platform fighter. I mean, it's technically a party game at the end of the day. Don't tell that to these players, because I don't know how well that will go over, but it does give you so much more means of expression when you increase the amount of directions you can move in. In traditional platform fighters, I'm thinking things like the Tekken, like the Street Fighter, like Fatal Fury, you don't get a lot of the verticality that Smash has to offer. It gives you so much more freedom of choice and opportunities to do flashy things like throw somebody into the air and strike them with a lightning bolt, or jump off the side of the stage and send them into the left side blast zone. Smash is such a flashy, such an exciting game to watch, and that is only made even more clear by this LAN environment. As you can see, not only here on the Smash Bros stage, but also all throughout the venue, we've got esports action. We mentioned previously that Valorant was the previous one that we got to watch. We'll see a little bit of Rocket League later on, and we'll come right back here for the grand finals of Valorant, Rocket League, and also that Smash Bros Ultimate. But Spicy, I heard a noise of excitement from you. I've got to find out what this was about.
If you notice over in like the crowd camera, there was a little pop-off actually happening. You saw the celebration like after winning a game, and that's such one of the best things I think about this kind of environment. When you get to like especially celebrate with players, like not with like your own teammates, especially this is a culmination of everything that happened this season, and I am so excited to see like that kind of like energy being brought up pretty much everywhere. It was not even a streamed matchup. It was off stream on Pod 1, and you see like how intense all of these matchups are, especially as you get into like the later rounds. I'm excited just thinking about this. Like when we eventually get to cast finals later today for Smash Ultimate, just the kind of celebration you're gonna see after that team eventually clinches it out. But we still got quarterfinals to go through here. Southridge hasn't even sealed the deal yet. I'm very much curious about what is going to be the options from both of these players here, whether it be from the characters or whether it be what stage. Looks like Hero is getting locked in, and we're also going to be seeing King Dedede come through here from these players as we go into this next matchup.
Yeah, we do have just a moment before we get started though, so I do want to take a look at the bracket to see how things have been shaking down all throughout the stage on the Smash Bros side of things. You can see Nooksack Valley up there on the top. They were playing against a wild card Burlington, and they managed to make it into an advance from that quarterfinals. Hanford High School also taking down Lake Stevens to bring themselves into that semifinal matchup up against Nooksack. And then Southridge versus Linden, of course, the one that we are taking on right now. That's the one that is at game point here for Southridge. And Centralia down there in the bottom part of the bracket would be your other semifinalist. They took down Central Kitsap, who have been a bit of a king killer throughout this bracket. A lot of these top teams have been losing to Central Kitsap, so the higher seeds probably breathing a sigh of relief there that they are no longer there. And it's Centralia instead that is waiting the result of this matchup between Southridge and Linden High School, and seeing who is going to be advancing into that semifinal matchup in anticipation of our grand final. It's been quite the grueling day of competition. It's only just getting started here, Spicy, and it seems like we are also just getting started between these two teams. Game number 4. Point values no longer in the contention. All you need to know is Linden needs to win every single set if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yep, Puyo coming here from Southridge on the hero. Getting the snooze into the forward smash. Forget the analysis. What a sequence of events we just saw. Getting the spell, the proper spell for the situation, and the beautiful punish after. They haven't gotten hit yet.
Yeah, they're still immortal for the time being. Now, see if gods can bleed as this set ticks onward, but for the time being, Puyo is flawless here. Goes for another snooze. Finally takes some damage there, Spicy, so we know that they at least are capable of it. And that bang gets inhaled by the King, by the King DDD. A lot of back and forth between these projectiles in this matchup. And DDD just needs to get one good hit, throws out the rocket hammer, can't find a home for it yet, and a great parry there will keep their stock alive. That might have just been enough to get the job done. This hero is very low on that mana bar, Spice. You can see 8 MP, and all of those special moves that they like to throw out are going to need some of that MP, including if they get thrown off the stage, they need some just to get back on. So we'll keep an eye on that resource as the game goes on. Home Slice needs to take away this stock. They can't afford to get laughed here.
Yeah, it's a pivotal moment here for Home Slice and Linden's overall tournament prospects here. 135 on their second stock, not the position we want to be in, and that's even worse here for them as they are now down to their last stock. Puyo is doing such a great job here with this hero, piloting this character to near perfection so far, and the resource management has been pivotal for them as well. Only on 8 mana for now, but able to still recover here, and you get that mana back from these normal melee attacks as well as the grabs. Just using your sword, you're already back at 40. Access to some spells, has Hatchet Man locked and loaded, not able to pull it out at that time though, as Home Slice still trying to find this first stop.
164 on Puyo means that just about anything that this King DDD will throw out will get the job done, but they gotta avoid some of these more deadly options like that one. They finally get the forward aerial to send this hero to the left-hand side. But if you see here on the left side of your screen, Spicy, hero respawns with that whole mana bar up and clips them with the Kamikaze and gets it done somehow. Pokes them through the shield, takes away the stock, highway robbery, and gets game 1 for their team.
That is a bold option to say the least here. Kamikaze, as the name intends, you lose your stock, but in the process, this giant explosion that covers a lot of the stage comes out, and it's so strong it often erases stocks. Home Slice could not do anything about that, and I thought the shield would have been enough, but no, it pokes through, and that was just pivotal here. It's a statement at this time, and it's a bold one too. If you miss Kamikaze, that would have been an equal stock situation on the end of that first game. And you don't know, with Home Slice on that King DDD, yes, it's another heavier character, a little more slower, but they deal so much damage. It only takes a one-stock situation for anything to have changed. So to see Puyo, the captain, come out here from Southridge and put out with a statement, they are feeling confident, they are feeling good as we go into this next one.
And a very interesting matchup between these two characters, because King DDD, if you can see him sucking in air throughout the course of that set, that allows him to eat a lot of projectiles and throw them back. A lot of what this hero likes to do is throw out those projectiles. So that does mean things were very volatile between the two of them. But Spicy, we got a completely different matchup here. Both teams are swapping out characters. Poyo going for the signature Kirby, and Home Slice is bringing out the one-winged angel Sephiroth in all of his shirtless glory.
Yeah, they even have the music counter pick coming in through. We have the One-Winged Angel remix from Advent Children here. This Final Fantasy VII boss character coming in through. The final boss, basically. Sephiroth, a character relatively light, but deals so much damage. And when we get to that One-Winged Angel form, they get even stronger here. But at this time, Poyo, the Kirby, with the namesake, able to use the stone and is able to intercept that recovery. Beautiful option. And I love how the Kirby, Poyo is just using the low profile and just crouching under every option that Home Slice is trying to throw out there.
Yeah, we call it pancaking in the Smash Bros scene, and it's just going underneath a lot of the options that the opponent throws out. You can see Sephiroth, he's a tall boy, so you gotta be careful how high up you're putting out those sword swings, especially when Kirby can crouch underneath. And that flame hammer is so intimidating that Poyo just keeps pulling out. That would completely destroy any stocks that Sephiroth has, but so too will just the normal F smash and a brief breath of relief here from Home Slice as they realize quite the comeback ahead of them. Their team's hopes of the playoff contention on their hands and in their corner. They got to take 3 stocks in a row here to keep Linden alive.
Yeah, Kirby and Poyo looking like the final boss here, going for that hammer, not able to connect, and throwing out the stone. That will, it has the hammer loaded once again, waiting for the roll. Gets intercepted though. I like that option here from Home Slice. Able to just take the stock effectively. Now has to take 2 more, but he has the wing, but there's a hammer, and Poyo with authority is going to be the clincher here for Southridge as they punch their ticket to semis.
And who else would you want it to be but Team Captain Poyo on their team's mascot, the Kirby, getting the job done, chasing them down, frankly, with that fire hammer. That's one of the scarier looking Kirbys that I have ever seen. And that will be 4 more points, like you said, for Southridge. Now Linden officially out of the playoff contention. They have been eliminated formally by Southridge with crossing that 8-point mark. But we will, Spicy, still get to see these last 2 players. Linden will demonstrate what they've got left at the end of the tank, and so too will Southridge be demonstrating exactly the caliber of competition that they've got for later on in this playoff bracket. Got to make sure that all of these teams give all of their players an opportunity to demonstrate what they've got on this stage and show all of the work that they've put in. So congratulations to South Park and commiserations for Linden, but we've still got one more matchup between these 2 teams.
And I'm so excited that we're getting to this next matchup here. Both of these teams we've seen prior in the regular season before. And because of that, we've been pretty familiar with how these players play. These are some of the best players, I think, within the entirety of WSSEA, which is some of the most exciting matchups you're going to be seeing here. If you're Southridge, this is actually one of the best tests you can have here. Knowing that you got X Factor across this other side from you, from Linden. There's a good chance that they are going against Centralia in the next round. So because of that, there are 2 undefeated Titans here in semifinals. You need any warm-up you can get. You need any practice here. You are not going into this knowing, okay, yeah, we already clinched. We can kind of just rest easy here. No, you're going into this knowing that you are warming up. You are practicing for what's going to be an even harder matchup coming up.
While we got a second, I mean, just take another look at some of these sequences from Poyo, not only on the Kirby, but also on this hero, looking so deadly with most of those magical menu options and just buffing themselves up. And I loved this right here, just anticipating the roll and then grabbing them, going for this down throw combo. That was responsible for taking that first stock and really getting a lot of the momentum that they had going. And of course, that snooze putting DDD to sleep, and then the crit there. But I mean, all throughout that game, they were playing so well, so intelligently, and that's really what you need to do once you get to this caliber of competition. It's not enough to be good mechanically. You gotta be smart. You gotta anticipate the roll, turn around, grab them, throw them to the sky. And I love that Poyo willing to do that, demonstrating just how well practiced they are, not only on the Kirby, but also on this hero. And Linden, now with their chief player up on the bat, ready to demonstrate what they've got as well. We mentioned X Factor, a player who their coach thinks that potentially one of the best, if not the best competitive Smash Bros. Players in the state of Washington. And we'll get to see why in just a matter of moments here, Spicy. What a great day of Smash Bros. It's been. I can only imagine the rest of the competition is going to be just as good as it gets underway. But we are underway here in game number 5. Call it a for fun matchup, call it a grudge match. It's X Factor, it's Mimikyu, and it's going to be Linden versus Southridge sending us off.
Yep, once again, we've mentioned X Factor, the X Factor themselves here from Linden, Mimikyu here from Southridge. We've seen Pyramithra quite often in this set, but this is our first time seeing Sonic. Everyone knows you go really fast with Sonic, fastest character in the game, but there's so many ways you can play as Sonic here. You can play very aggressive, you can play very defensive, and here we are. What's X Factor going to be doing here? Because now you have to fight through this sword that Mimikyu has with Pyramithra. It's a matter of just dealing that extra percentage, and so far here on Town and City, Mimikyu is pretty holding on strong so far, almost 100% lead in terms of the damage.
And you're talking about playing smart. I think that Mimikyu is doing a good job of that here. Against Sonic, you really have to hold down the middle of the stage and wait for them to come to you. You're not fast enough to catch the fastest character in the game. They're going to go side to side. You got to be ready for every time that they get close. Mimikyu has already gotten this Sonic well above 170 and taken that first stock before they get into triple digits themselves. X Factor having a difficult time approaching this Pyramithra without trading out and taking a lot of damage as we're seeing right here.
Yep, the nice thing about Sonic is you can close in these distances pretty much at will here, but sometimes you are getting punished in the process. Oh, not able to punish that side B there, but is now able to punish the get up option up, coming up from the floor. Love using that forward smash, just that quick punch, gets the job done, and also dividing or getting away from that next option here. It's tied 2 stocks apiece, and X Factor looking to kind of come into their elements so far, able to keep it relatively even so far on the second stock.
Keeping things at least within striking distance for themselves. Mimikyu only about 25% on them, still holding down that center of the stage, not letting the Sonic come back for free. And just waiting for them to come in. Gets a good downer, can't find the follow-up, but here should be the follow-up, but you couldn't quite find it once again. This Sonic, well, I was going to say should live to see another day, but unfortunately for them, they will be taking a very powerful Mithra Pyra attack there. Gets sent off to the left-hand side of the stage. Mimikyu doing an excellent job here against probably our favorite player to watch, our favorite contender, at least in terms of skill level. Unfortunately, Spicy jumps off the left side of the stage, couldn't quite make it back. They will be losing out on game number 1.
Yeah, Mimikyu putting out a statement there. Like, they were able to kind of control the game, like, pretty early on there. And Sonic is a character that kind of dictates the control of, like, the entire pacing of the match. But if you're Mimikyu doing that with Pyramithra, that goes to show how talented that player is here. Like, we've mentioned it multiple times, like, the best players in WSSEA are pretty much at this time now, like, at that position here, especially at this point in the bracket. So to see a player like that come through, just doing such a phenomenal job. We're gonna get a chance to look at these replays. A ton of percentage here on X Factor, but Mimikyu just able to keep chipping away, keep finding the percentages, and really just able to just find the right opening there. It doesn't matter what percentage, they just kept that game plan. And against a character like Sonic, just being able to stay consistent, that's so powerful on your own end.
Yeah, and using the verticality really well as well. You can see them jumping up and avoiding some of these horizontal attacks by introducing an element of the verticality, going over or under a lot of what this Sonic is throwing out. Is very impressive stuff from them. A lot of adaptation going to need to come through here from X Factor. Of course, a player that we know has a lot of experience, has a lot of training underneath them. So accustomed to making these kinds of comebacks, no stranger to having to change things up on the spot. Let's see what X Factor and their coach have cooked up as we get here in game number 2. Is Southridge, who already clinched mathematically, but we gotta find out how Seed 1 versus Seed 1 goes.
Oh yeah, we already have a couple adjustments going to Final Destination with the music counter pick, the Sonic Heroes. So here on FD, a lot of room to just kind of run around here. No platforms to get in your way either. So it's going to set up really nicely with these like spin dashes and the kind of all these confirmations here. You see that X Factor is going for a lot of these options of following up with that aerial kick, that back air, as well after that kind of spin dash or the homing attack. And it's just options upon options here. Meanwhile, Mimic doing a great job so far of being able to kind of keep things neutral. They have the percentage lead as well, going for that side B to intercept, and that's a beautiful way to do so here, especially with X Factor now being almost at kill percentage.
It's kind of interesting. The fastest character in the game, one known for slowing the game down. You can see the pace of this one has really slowed down. Want to make sure that every one of these approaches X Factor goes for are at the exact perfect moment. Caught with a couple of different approaches in the previous one, lost a couple of stocks that way, trying to calculate a little bit better here in game number 2. Playing a bit of a game of chess, but check has certainly been delivered now by Mimikyu. Erases the percentage and takes away one stock from the Sonic, but does cross triple digits themselves, which means they do have to be a little bit more careful, especially if they're going to be by the sides of the stage where they could get thrown into those side blast zones.
Yeah, you were talking about the pace, and like this game is much slower than what we saw on Town and City in Game 1. While X Factor has slowed things down, Mimikyu is doing a great job of responding, kind of not falling into the speed trap that Sonic generally wants to put out there here, and kind of just make the player feel antsy. Mimikyu, once again, kind of matching speed, whether it be from the mid throw with the aggressive out there speed, or Pyra with just being able to intercept different options here, and they're just tacking on this extra percentages. Mimikyu still at 140, with X Factor on the second stock almost at 80% at this point, and Pyra's going to deal a ton of knockback, and you just see X Factor gets set off to the right side, but finds the response off the top with the up air.
That will be the second stock now introduced here for the Pyra Mithra player as they get the first one taken away. I've got quite a decent bit of extra credit though already on this Sonic, 109% dealt to this Aegis as they get underway, and they can afford to kind of play things slow. Once you're in the lead, you don't have to approach, you don't have to force the interactions. So I like the patience, waiting for the moment, and striking right there with another Prominence Revolt, and putting X Factor on their final stock in this one.
Yeah, Mimikyu knowing that the punish right there was just to use up and B, the Prominence Revolt does so much damage, so much knockback. X Factor has something to say about all this though, already 72% built onto Mimikyu, who responds with a combo of their own. I love these like options, throwing out those fast attacks, knowing that they can string together nicely to help build that extra percentage, and the side B coming out once again to intercept the spin dash attempt, and X Factor kind of struggling here, trying to find their footing as Mimikyu, already with the percentage lead and the stock, is trying to end things once and for all.
A lot of good pressure here from Mimikyu, not allowing this Sonic to just dash back and forth willy-nilly. Every single approach needs to be perfectly calculated, or else you're going to get caught with something like that down air in the air, and Southridge High School will be advancing first and foremost into that semifinals with another emphatic 15-0 sweep. And you can hold that crown high, Mr. Poyo. Your team has absolutely earned it here, taking down one of the foremost players in the WSSEA scene and the rest of this impressive Linden roster to solidify yourselves a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, it goes to show how talented Southridge is. Linden, by no stretch, is a easy team to beat. But Southridge, it was every single player. They just knew what they had to do. They got the job done, and it supported them the entire way through. It didn't matter if it was the rank 5 player, if it was the rank 1. They were always consistently able to just win neutral, those neutral exchanges, get the advantage, and when push comes to shove, they're able to execute when it mattered the most. South Ridge is looking to be in a really good spot, but they got Centralia coming up in semis, and then this run still isn't over yet. That's just a spot to even get into finals, which is such a hard task at this time.
Yeah, we were talking, I can't remember if it was on the broadcast or off the broadcast, about how crazy it is to see this many undefeated teams going into the playoff bracket. 3 undefeated teams have made it this far and made it into the competition, made it onto the land stage, and gotten themselves a very comfortable position with grand finals in their sights. We've got quite a bit more Smash Bros yet to play, though, as we will take another look at our bracket here, as we will be advancing Southridge with a 15-0 over Linden High School into that bottom bracket. We'll be facing up against Centralia, and they'll be awaiting the winner of Hanford High School versus Nooksack Valley High School to see which of those two teams will be finding their way into that grand finals. Still plenty of action before we can declare a winner yet, Spicy, but a lot of the hard work has gone into these teams' performances to get them to where they're at right now. They can hang their hat very high on the fact they even made it to the playoffs, but you know that everybody who's left wants one thing, and that's that grand final spot.
Exactly here. It's one of the most insane statistics I think you're going to see across this entire finals Sunday. There is one loss between the 4 teams in semifinals, which is insane. There are 3 undefeated teams. Hanford Falcons, they're playing Nooksack in the top half of semis. Hanford's only loss was to Southridge, which is just, it goes to show how insanely close these teams are. And I'm so excited to see what we got. This, you could argue that these matches could all be championships in any other season, which is the beautiful thing about this conference, about this format, and like every player is going to be playing up to points here, and I'm just so excited to see what we got later today.
Yeah, that's what you get when you have these larger brackets. Every single match feels like it could be a grand finals, but it does look like we do have our semifinals coming up a little bit later on. That is going to do it for quarterfinals, though, so we will wrap up here, and we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break, but we'll have more esports on the other side of that one. I believe it's Rocket League that we got coming up next, and then Spicy, you and I will see everybody back here in just a couple of hours for grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
No hesitation.
Joel, kind of explain what we're doing here on stage.
Yeah, so my name's Joel Harvey. I'm the head esports coach at Columbia Basin College. We are really excited to do four official letter of intent signings here at WSSEA. We have Ragu, and then say closer. It's not on. It's on.
Here, trade.
Does this work? Now it's not working.
We'll get there eventually.
My mic is still working.
Hello, this works. We'll do one mic. Great.
This is the strangest episode of Who's on First.
Oh, no, that's not good. Again, my name's Joel Harvey. I'm the head esports coach at Columbia Basin College. We're doing 2 live LOI, letter of intent signings for SELA, and then 2 for Southridge High School. We got Ragu and then Velcon. Those are their usernames, Daniel and Quinlan. We're super excited to have them come out, play for us for Overwatch 2, and sign on for an athletic scholarship for coming out for us. And SELA High School is coached right here.
Good.
I'm Lane Roberts from SELA High School. I've known Daniel and Quinlan for 4 years now, so I'm happy to see them go on and do something that they're passionate about.
I got a question for you real quick, if you want to pass the
mic back. All right.
So, I mean, this is kind of a unique process. So how do you, I guess, find players like this and be able to, come up with these scholarships for these kids?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the support from our college at CBC, when it comes to having athletic scholarship opportunities, it's definitely one of those more unique opportunities, and we're super, super glad and excited that we have that support and be able to give back to the students and those opportunities. And then really, I mean, recruiting opportunities just like this, reaching out to local high schools, going a little bit out of the way to SELA and even Southridge local, but coming to these events, reaching out to programs, high schools doing visits. It's just like that, just like any other traditional sport.
That's awesome to hear. All right. So
we'll go ahead and do the live signing and pick up pens, and then we'll have it right there. We'll get the date. Awesome. Great. And then we have 2 more as well.
we do. We got 2 more, so
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
we'll get them to come on the stage now. Do a bit of a stage shuffle here. Yeah, so welcome to the stage, and why don't you, I guess, explain your role in all this?
So I'm Jason Jinkola. I'm the esports coach over at Southridge High School. We got 2 kids signing, which I couldn't be more proud of these boys. A little history, they came to us about 8 months ago, straight from the Philippines, and they got asked if they wanted to join esports, and I'm like, we got a spot for you if you want to come play. And I couldn't be more proud that CBC is signing them on to help them carry on their education and their esports careers.
That's an awesome story. All right, I guess
That's good.
that's good.
It's good to pick up both brothers too, so it's kind of cool keeping them together, right? We can do the official sign right here. Yep, go ahead. Awesome. Great.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic to see. All right, so that's 4 players signed. I mean, that's awesome to see for an event like this, right? You did something similar to this last year too, right? And so just, I guess there's something to be said about these types of events and being able to find and recruits for, the future of collegiate esports.
Yeah, it's awesome to be able to see everyone, all the different high schools in here, all different talent, ranging from freshmen, I think even 8th grade, almost freshmen, and all the way to seniors, and be able to see this come alive and grow at the high school level and being able to offer opportunities to go to the collegiate level is just something that I think every one of us has dreamed about. And like, man, I wish this was around when I was a kid kind of scenario. So it's cool to see that it's around for them.
Yeah. And I guess I'm wondering, I guess, about like, can you tell us about your program specifically, right? What makes Columbia Basin so so unique and so special for these kids to join this program?
Yeah, I mean, we got some great teams, and just this past season, all three of our teams, Valorant, Rocket League, and Overwatch, finished at the national level. Rocket League and Overwatch made it to the national championship in the NJCAAE. And so being able to have a high caliber teams, a well-supported esports program, athletic scholarships, be considered an athletic team at CBC really can help us stand out, and being able to help foster students at the 2-year level and then get them to a university that they want to move on to is something that we also focus on.
That's awesome. Great to hear. All right, congratulations, and congratulations to the players as well. We're going to cut to a short break to get ready for our next match. Rocket League is next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the WSSEA 2025 State Championships brought to you by LandFest here today. And we're ready for some Rocket League action. Had a little Valorant earlier. We got to see some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And now in the booth with me, the legendary Tugboat. How we feeling, my brother?
Feeling fantastic. It is a great day for Scholastic Esports up there in Washington State. Bunch of young folks getting together and competing on the main stage. The lights, the sounds, the pressure, hot sauce. As we know, pressure creates diamonds.
It does indeed. Now, there is a bracket that's being played out where we're going to catch the one side of the semifinals. We'll have that grand final a little bit later, but the game we will be checking out here today to kick things off is this Lake Stevens game. We're going against the last year's champions of Kennedy Catholic High School.
Yes. And so Kennedy Catholic, a lot of success last year, finished the regular season as the 6th seed. Now, within that first round, as you can see right there, put down Lincoln Walla Walla right there. That is the number 3 seed. It's a little bit of upset action early. In fact, this is a very competitive front side of the bracket, right? The quarterfinals here, the only 3-0 being the number 1 seed taking the number 8 seed to 9-0, taking down Silas right there. Now, that is again, 1 seed, 8 seed on paper, hot sauce. That is what we come to expect, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tenino, Lake Stevens, I think the only 2 remaining undefeated teams throughout this here. But Lake Stevens and Kennedy Catholic met, I think, around week 2 of the regular season, where it did go all the way through that best of 5. Lake Stevens coming out on top just by 1 there in a 3-2 fashion. So they have met. They've had some time to kind of hone and craft those skills. So we'll see if there's a different outcome here today.
That we will. Getting into that in a second. Let's talk a little bit about who we'll be seeing taking our virtual Rocket League pitch on the day. First and foremost, I want to shout out the coach here, right? This Lake Stevens squad doesn't get here without the coach. That is, of course, Mr. Wood, captain here, Wild Viking, leading this Lake Stevens Viking squad. Agro Fusion, Lennon Mantis. We might see AST Gopher as well as Hogs here. Kennedy Catholic.
Yeah, we got Jeffy as the captain, of course. Neon will be that alternate, And then we've got Go and Ryrox here on the side of Kennedy Catholic High School. And, you know, I've, speaking more of along the Lake Stevens side, I've had a chance to catch a couple of streams. Mr. Wood streams some of these games himself. He's very passionate, and it's great to see that the students have such a guiding figure in their corner.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, there you go. They can tell that they're on broadcast. What's going on, fellas? What's going on? Hope that everybody has a fantastic match coming up. But yes, there you go. There you go. 2 big thumbs up. I love it. I love it. They're shouting out their squad. Love it. Again, love the support behind as well. The volunteers, chaperones, coaches, teachers, parents frequently, right, that dedicate their own free time to the weekends here and getting these young people in much more of a position to go forth and compete. Big shout out WSSEA, the WSSEA here for putting on competitions like this one as well.
Yeah, they often don't get enough credit, so certainly a big shout out to all the staff, the teachers, the parents, as you mentioned. But we're going to waste no more time getting into it. We've got game number 1 of a best of 5. Lake Stevens taking on Kennedy Catholic.
Oh, absolutely. And just in case there are a few parents out there who may not fully understand what exactly is going on, you just watched Rocket League, which I do not envy the job of anybody trying to explain that game, hot sauce. Heard y'all had a fantastic time, right?
Absolutely. This is basically soccer with cars. It's nice, simple, and sweet here. So already off to a decent start. We see both of the teams applying pressure here, but it is Kennedy Catholic now tucking down toward the Lake Stevens side as Mantis looks for a bit of a clear pass toward the teammate. Agro up over the sky, does beat a defender, and will begin to pressure toward Kennedy Catholic's goal.
Yeah, a little bit of slower offense here early. This just makes sense. These 2 teams have played each other before. Again, Lake Stevens, undefeated regular season, undefeated thus far. That is only 1 match, though. Kennedy Catholic dropped 2 during the regular season. Again, the 6th seed there. One of these was to Lake Stevens, and one of these was to Tenino.
Yeah, Tenino, again, the only other undefeated team. Lake Stevens has yet to go up against them during that regular season, but they might get an opportunity. They can find a way to win this series here. Right now, they find themselves in the defensive half, still searching for that clear. And Lennon Mantis off the back wall finds the touch. Goat looking to keep the drive alive and a bit of back and forth pong action.
Yeah, wise decision there from Go just to cut this and then cut it again, actually, to keep this in the corner. This 50 ball should go out and does get hit by Ryrox, excuse me. Agro Fusion to the skies as of right now. Tries to get this down low. Does slow down that ball a little bit, so doesn't quite get there as quickly as they wanted it to, but that is a bad hit there from Lennon Mantis. Almost sets that up for Kennedy Catholic.
Comes away unscathed for the time being. Still need to get that clear, though, as you do see the pass back. Goat tries to scoop it up off the sidewall. This one goes dangerously toward the front of the net here as it does go over the head of Wild Viking. Jeffy looking for a pass toward the midfield. The demo comes in, but the clear as well, and it's a double demo out here on the field.
Like, these young players are driving across a minefield as of right now. Do not take these lessons into driving school, folks.
Yeah, we try to keep that dangerous action out here on the pitch. We love to see the demos, the explosions, the aggressive play style, but aggro fusion off the demo, the assist, the shot, and it's Lake Stevens to go up by 1.
Can't spell aggression without aggro. Aggro fusion. Nice kickoff right here to the right side. Kennedy Catholic has nobody farther back, but it is a fast shot, kind of like almost like a pinching shot over to this right side. So would have really required some lightning fast reflexes and probably some boost to boot. As it is, 10 seconds outside of halftime, Lake Stevens, the Vikings, up 1-0.
Up by 1, as you mentioned, just about to crest past the halfway point, but it's a booming clear, and Goloshin finds that one all of a sudden. Just before we hit that halfway mark, we find ourselves tied up 1-1.
This is just a fantastic pass down bottom. If this is a little bit farther to the left, you get at least backboard. Now probably get a second chance at that one, but spend all of like 10 seconds in the actual lead like Stevens does back to that even scoreline.
Wild Viking, a big booming clear the other direction as Goat looks to scoop off the back wall, carry outward, will be met by Aggro over toward Viking, who is through the sky, but couldn't quite find the touch they needed just yet. They'll continue to duke it out around midfield.
Yeah, some fiery action here. This event put on, and another bouncing ball is going to go the way of Kennedy Catholic. And a lead taken here initially from Lake Stevens, the Vikings, Kennedy Catholic, these Knights. I'm absolutely galloping back right there as Jeffy gets nothing more than a front row seat to the second goal for Kennedy Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, we flash back to the last time these two teams met, back on March 11th, and it did go all the way to that best of 5, so I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm imagining a lot of back and forth here between these two squads. We had mentioned it earlier. Regardless of the seed, there's a ton of talent littered across all of these teams out here today.
Oh, there really is. There really is. Just when we talk about momentum so much, right? Coming off the sixth seed Kennedy Catholic beating number 3 seed Lincoln Walla. Well, now they just got to do it against the 2 seed. They did it in 5. Now it's just about recreating that success. Now they're not quite in that hey, just hold on to the lead situation quite yet. And the lead of 1 is no real lead indeed in the great game of Rocket League, as it is Jeffy and the rest of Kennedy Catholic. If they're able to maintain this offensive. Okay, I was gonna say I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to jinx it there. Hot sauce.
Yeah, it was close. It was coming down to the wire. And again, I was looking at some of the stats here from their March 11th game. It went to the game 5, but every single game in that series was only separated by 1 point. So we're seeing something similar here in game number 1. I love the aggression from both teams, the bumps, the demos right now that we're seeing.
60 seconds to go. Right down bottom. Wild Viking looked like they had a fantastic opportunity at this one, but going now the opposite way is Jeffy and Kennedy Catholic.
Aggro, a nice. Oh, he was trying to play it off the back wall. Unfortunately, it ends up in front of the net now, and Goat Lotion going to capitalize here. So there's that 2-point cushion we were talking about. This time for Kennedy Catholic, and with only 44 seconds left, there's still time for Lake Stevens, but it is dwindling away.
We have 45 seconds. We always talk about wanting at least, like, personally, I say about 15 seconds per goal, right? And that pretty much is tantamount upon you winning possession off of kickoff. So still possible, but it's going to be a rough ask right now for Lake Stevens for this number 2 seed. Kennedy Catholic has been eating favorited teams for breakfast.
We love those underdog Cinderella runs here, but they were also the last year's champions, so something to keep in mind. I think it just goes to show how much talent we have here across all divisions. It's a banger of a shot from a distance, an even better save, and with all these clears, they've begun to eat up so much time off the clock that you feel like Kennedy Catholic has now sealed the deal on game number 1.
Yeah, even if this goes in right here, can't get 2 and there's a couple of seconds. That's going to be a 3-1 victory again. A little bit of an underdog story being written as of right now at the WSSEA Spring Championship, presented, of course, by the Snohomish County Sports Commission. Taking a look at your players, coaches, support staff on stage here. Look like they're having a good time.
Absolutely, all smiles. I saw some high fives in there, and so everybody just, I mean, that's the bare minimum, right? We're coming out here to have a good time, to have some fun. So you love to see the students getting an opportunity to experience this land atmosphere and to just enjoy what they're doing. So, win-win.
Really was. And I know you and I are having a blast as well, so win all the way through. Flying car soccer, if you're unfamiliar with it, continues on in here. 10 seconds and possession initially won by Lake Stevens. That's a bouncing ball going the other way and forcing the hand of the defender.
Well, 20 seconds into this one, Lake Stevens, they find themselves down by 1 in this best of 5 as they look to fight back, and now an open goal.
Nice.
He's going to pick the pocket. That one was served up to Agro on a silver platter.
Yeah, it really was. Rocks definitely doesn't get the kickoff that they wanted. They tried to get under this one, tried to give this a little bit more air, so at least would have forced the offender there, the player coming in for an attempted shot, to take it skyward, and at least increase the difficulty of that shot tenfold, right? As it is, early lead for Lake Stevens, but hot sauce. We literally just watched that happen in a game one that would end at 3-1 score line. Rocks tries to get it down for Jeffy. I think this was actually a true attempt on the shot, but just couldn't quite finagle their car the way they wanted to. That's too high.
Well, Jeffy looking for something in transition. He gets over the head of one defender. Agro, no boost in the tank, finds the stop, collects the 100 into the corner, now off the back wall, looking to showcase some of that aerial and mechanical ability here. Wild Viking now pressing across midfield, the pass toward midfield, but Goat stepping up, reads this play nicely.
Well done, and a good decision on that side of the ball. Agro Fusion gets under kind of the undercarriage onto this one and foists it back out. An offensive attempt right there, but this is going to be easily the way. And Wild Viking was looking to actually kind of get that flip reset motion onto this one. Probably wouldn't even actually needed it because of how fast that ball was going, but again, couldn't quite get the car edited in the way they wanted it to. Go Lotion, the best offensive attempt of their game so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been down here peppering in shots toward the net, not able to find one just yet. Agro's going to steal this boost away from Kennedy here and look to starve him in toward that corner. Goat the stop. You see Mantis in the background a little bit out of control there. Will resettle, get back in time, looks to find the stop and does.
Nicely done. 2 minutes into this one, it's going to be a lower scoring affair so far. Jeffy has had several attempts. Lennon! Wow, stretching out for that defensive effort.
Beautiful save here by Lake Stevens to keep in the lead as Viking looks for the flick. He's maybe looking to channel his inner Lionel Messi out there as he was beginning to break some axles, but Kennedy does a good job of noticing the play developing here, stepping up, finding that stop, but still looking for the clear.
2.5 minutes as of right now. Only one score on the board, not for lack of trying. Agro Fusion on that one. Lennon Mantis, no shots attempted so far. We love to see that hat trick when it comes to saves, though, Hot Sauce.
Love to see the hat trick, the saves, even the playmaker medal is one of my favorites when you can get at least 3 assists there. As we do see a demo coming out near the front of the net, the chip shot over, but Agro again picks the pocket, looks to drop it as Jeffy finds the save, but it's only a matter of time. It's Lake Stevens looking like that relentless firing squad.
Look, Hot Sauce, we all knew this wasn't going to be a sweep, and only holding Lake Stevens, these Vikings, to one single goal in game number 1. This seems like a little bit of a return to normalcy. Now, not talking about the series overall, but again, nobody expected a 3-0 for Kennedy Catholic or Lake Stevens. We're definitely going the distance here.
Oh, yeah. We've seen these two teams duke it out before, and they are going to put an absolute cinema for us here today. It's Lake Stevens beginning to move the ball down the field nicely, though. The give and goes, the pass plays are on point, but it's a nice flick over the head from Jeffy Goat, pressuring into the corner, and a bit of back and forth as Rocks tries to tuck this one in toward the net off the crossbar.
There you go. Jeffy going to keep up the dream and all the way in for 1. 102 seconds left. This game just got a lot more manageable, Hot Sauce.
I mean, yeah, you're only 1 away from the equalizer. You've got 1 minute and 42 to work with, and I can assure you that anything more than 1.5 minutes in a game like Rocket League at times can seem like an eternity. So we'll see what they can muster up here. They've got about 97 seconds to make something happen.
Down by 1. What do you do? No real lead No real cushion here either. Oh, a solid little redirect attempt. I do like that. Just like chippy, maybe even little cheeky plays right there, right? Forcing defenders, putting it on over there. You lose nothing for kind of plays like that, right? Yeah, like, yes, they're still fighting over possession as of right now. That wasn't really off the back of that Wild Viking redirect attempt.
Yeah, I think any additional touch just helps you keep it away from your opponents. They're already kind of anticipating where that ball is going. So if you could throw a little wrench in the mix, I think it's always a great idea, and hope to maintain possession for Lake Stevens. Right now, they're fighting to get across midfield, but Ryrock's a booming clear. The second shot is saved as well.
I am speechless. My mouth hung open. My goodness, coming right down. Boosting to get to the ground. My goodness. Fantastic plays here for the defensive efforts of Lake Stevens. They want this game too, like they need their next breath.
Yeah, it just goes to show the great game awareness of these young, talented individuals out here on the pitch today. And we see them still fighting here around midfield. For Kennedy Catholic, they've only got about 25 seconds, and that might just be the nail in the coffin from Lennon Mantis.
Yeah, so Kennedy Catholic really pushes the issue aggressively, right? Rocks is the only defender back. They're trying to spread this field a little bit more and cheat up, buy space, right? In a relatively lower risk situation, right? Get that free space up in front of you and try and get in the aggressive stance because they were down. You see this all the time in Rocket League. It happens again at about 25 seconds.
Yeah, and again, now with just 15 seconds, even if Kennedy Catholic can find a way to secure a goal, it's most likely not enough time to find two in a row. And if the scoreline rests here, well, it'll be a case of Kennedy Catholic pulling up with a 3-1 to start. Lake Stevens able to answer back. They get a 3-1 themselves. Nice. They said, if you can do it, we can do it too. And you like to see the high fives, the clapping there from everybody up on stage.
Yeah, and for Lake Stevens, those Vikings, we got solid shots of them earlier. Again, got to feel like a return to normalcy there as we have a best-of-5 series essentially boiled on down to a best-of-3 series. Now, talk to me about these numbers and what exactly they mean, Hot Sauce.
I mean, it's tough. There's still some room for some minor errors to give a game or so, but you'll always want to be that team to go up to match point first, to get into that driver's seat, to give yourself a little extra breathing room. So, I mean, the player, or the team rather, to take this next game is going to be sitting very nicely, but I mean, anything is possible. As we love to say, any given Sunday, baby.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, speaking specifically about these numbers here for game number 2, 11 total shots for Kennedy Catholic. That is just absolutely dwarfed there by the 4 shots is dwarfed by the 11. Almost 3 times as many for the side of Kennedy Catholic, but really the difference comes in with the saves as well. 3 times as many, 6 total saves there for Lake Stevens. That really is the spelling out the difference of why they were just able to take down that map number 2.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't for lack of trying from Kennedy Catholic. They were shooting left and right, but Lake Stevens, those quality shots on target, will tie that series up 1-1. And nice thing about game number 3 is, well, you get 5 more minutes on the clock and the scores get reset to 0.
Indeed. And if whoever loses this game still, right, even series here, no one at an advantage, you still got to remember, have that memory of a goldfish. I'm not the first to say it. Go forth and just play the Rocket League game in front of you, and that's exactly what both of these teams are doing early. Wild Viking going to be forced to pick this one up since it's way skyward. That's a really, really good centering kind of shot, and we do have a sub coming on in here. Yes, Goat out. This is Koifish, I believe that is pronounced, in here. So subs for Kennedy Catholic.
Yeah, they got a deep roster, and it's great to see them, giving everybody an opportunity to get involved on a big stage, on a big competition like this. So big shout out to everybody getting an opportunity to have a little fun here and showcase that talent today as Kennedy Catholic fighting to get this one out of their territory just about a minute here into game 3.
A Wild Viking, easy defensive play, tries for the redirect aggro. Burns all their boost to try and get up to that one. Can't quite get the angle on it. Down low, man. Lennon Mantis picks up a big boost along the way. This is kind of just tried to, like a clear attempt, but at what point, in situations like that, do clear attempts just become, really just giving over possession, right? I'd rather maintain possession on my own side of the pitch than to just hit it back on over the other way and ultimately only buy myself a couple of seconds, right? Wow, okay.
Just like that, Aggro Fusion, you got to see the little disco music afterwards as well. He said it's a dance party when I score, baby. Lake Stevens strikes early in this one. They've got that 1-point lead, but it's no cushion indeed. Kennedy Catholic has the opportunity to battle back. Hopefully they can find a way to get a relatively quick response here.
Yeah, the roles kind of becoming more clear here as themes are established. Koi Fish, great defensive play right here. Kennedy Catholic won't get scored on twice so quickly. Wild Vikings definitely the shot caller, kind of IGL, middle position. Generally going to be feeding balls on over towards Aggro Fusion. Linden Mantis has been playing a great, just doing their best brick wall impersonation, right? I've only let one goal in the past 7 minutes of Rocket League Hot Sauce.
Yeah, phenomenal third-man rotations, always keeping that drive alive and filling the role nicely. But as we said, one caster's, could be a caster's curse or a caster's blessing, depending on what side you're on there. But Kennedy Catholic able to take this goal away. That's that relatively quick response that we're looking for. So we find ourselves tied up with so much time left here in Game 3.
Ball's a little bit slower. You have two different players on that defensive side that could probably make a play, but hey, ifs, ands, or buts, right?
Exactly as my man Tugboat says. And, well, Lake Stevens, they're in their defensive half at the moment. Kennedy Catholic has seemed to really pick up the pressure here in these last couple minutes.
Wild Viking, it's a foot race to that ball, and a couple of members of Kennedy actually collapse upon it. There's been a couple of, double, even triple commits in situations that call for it, and then there are offensive situations that never really call for a triple commit on there. Offensively, you never want to dedicate 3 members. Defense sometimes, rarely necessary, but usually the result of bad positioning at the end of the day anyway. That's really required.
Kind of goes back to those team comms communication, working on calling out those give and goes or who's going up for that ball, maybe who's going to kind of rotate toward the far post of that goal and begin to work out. So team communication, team synergy, all an equally important aspect here as Kennedy Catholic once more knocking at the net, but Wild Viking looking for the clear as Jeffy steals it away.
Sub 2 minutes right now, and off the back of it, Ryrox, 2 shots, 2 goals, throw an assist to boot. This is Ryrox's game here in Numero Tres. Linden Mantis, they've been doing a great defensive job saving, but the clears just really haven't been there as much.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a little out of position. I don't think they were expecting the ball to get taken away so close to their goal. Cheating a little bit far forward there, and so Lake Stevens, after an early lead, finds themselves down by 1 now here in game number 3.
Let's see how this one goes. They have also been trading these leads back and forth. It's getting hot. Aggro Fusion, just solid hit over the side. Koi Fish meets up with Wild Viking, and I believe that, it's definitely Koi Fish winning that one. Up for it. Aggro Fusion's done this before. Not going to happen this time.
Jeffy with that save. Koi Fish, the big booming clear the other direction as Jeffy scoops it up, collects the 100 in the corner, looks to starve Lake Stevens. Other boost. It's a nice pass to Koi Fish, but well read here from Lake Stevens to find the stop.
Yeah, fantastic defensive efforts here from Lake Stevens. See if they can try to just get this one out. It's a 50 ball over the right side. Wild Viking goes up to it, but Ryrox is there first. Bouncing ball, dangerous situations. Koi Fish, wow, almost tails this one in.
I mean, Kennedy Catholic's looking to get wins with multiple different players out on the field. It kind of speaks volumes for how deep that roster is there for them. Aggro Fusion tries to touch forward. Koi into the corner, collects the 100 at mid, and will look to power forward. Jeffy, a banger of a shot that's just a bit high.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Dangerous ball. Lake Stevens cannot afford to go down another one here. Loss of 1, you can at least be decently happy about, hey, we kept it close, and this is not an elimination game regardless. 30 seconds to go here, Hot Sauce.
Just 30 seconds to find this goal here if Lake Stevens wants to look to maybe push this one in toward overtime, but they're struggling right now to get it out of their half. Looking for a little bit of breathing room, but still fighting around this mid-territory.
So close. 10 seconds to go here. Last gas territory for this game number 3. Nobody wants to go on match point early. Jeffy up to it, and that clear might have just sealed the deal here for game number 3. Oof.
Been back and forth. The game of tug-of-war continues, and another close nail-biter that ends 2-1. So Kennedy Catholic back up on top. So looking to maybe seek some of that revenge that happened earlier in the regular season from week number 2.
I mean, you got to. Koi Fish comes out. more of an offensive factor here for Kennedy Catholic. 4 shots attempted, but it's going to be 2 of the other 3 from Jeffy and Ryrocks that are going to ultimately go forth, make it in right there. Whole bunch of this is a quality quantity question here for Kennedy Catholic. A lot of alliterative word sounds there, but basically, wow, 4 players now. That this is going to be interesting here for Kennedy Catholic. Obviously, they'll only be doing 3 versus 3.
It's a power play.
You got tired of getting demoed on the other side.
Well, again, we said it before. The nice thing about a new game is the scores get reset to 0. You've got 5 more minutes on the clock to work with, so it'll be up to Lake Stevens. They need to find a win here if they want to send it all the way to the best of 5. The hopes and dreams on the line at the moment.
Koi still in. Goats for right now, sitting on the bench here for this game number 3. Might see them back in here for game 5 if we get there. Outside! Oh my goodness! Aggro Fusion as the defense is just trying to foist this out like a little bit, and none of this happens without Wild Viking hitting this ball.
It's Aggro Fusion again, and the disco party continues as they are staying alive right now. Up by 1 as they look to tie the series up, but there's so much time left in this one.
Not just a Bee Gees song, folks, not just a Bee Gees song. I want to give a shout out to everybody in chat. Really just lighting it up for your individual teams. I know they appreciate your support, and I know we do here in the booth as well. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Aggro Fusion looked to cut a really dangerous angle on that one, but that's an uncharacteristic miss.
Well, we're not even just about to crack that minute mark here. 4 left. Kennedy Catholic, a big demo on the goalie as well, looking to open up some of that space and make that shooting just a bit easier, but Lake Stevens will find the stop for the time being.
Aggro Fusion, solid little clear action until Koi Fish out of water in that one, all the way up in the air as well, and it had a fantastic first hit, but then kind of lost the script right there. Not 100% sure if they kind of figured out game plan. Okay, well I hit it first, what do next? So they kind of lost it right there. Lake Stevens has been on the defensive side of this for a little while, but Jeffy now maybe having something to say about that.
Yeah, nice little catch and touch. Gets by 2 defenders. Eventually someone will step up and find a bit of a stop. It's a 50 that doesn't necessarily go their way as Koi was able to maintain possession momentarily, and now a bit of back and forth once more here as we see Jeffy going up for a little razzle-dazzle, and it's just a bit wide and to the right.
Ooh, hits this one far cleared and out as this ball looks to, okay, so dead ball to the right side for a second. Just want to give you guys an update. Yes, an update. T90 won against Sella 2. 1-2 series over there, so Sella maybe looking to pull their own upset.
I mean,
of course, that series is not over, just to be clear. So
2 undefeated teams left in it. If they were both to get upset here, what a final that would create. A Cinderella story of the liking here, but nonetheless, I mean, we have to be thankful with just the great showing that we've seen from all of the teams here on stream today. Certainly just honored to be a part of it.
And just another minor update. Tenino takes one. We're going to Game 5 there between Tenino and the Sella Vikings. Let's get this one through here first, because this looks like it might be going to the Game 5 situation as well. And I think that just spells just how awesome these esports programs are for these young folks, right? Like, they create these situations. They can go out and get incredibly even-handed competition. A lot of times you see a lot more 3-0s in double elimination or in single elimination brackets. Well, Aggro Fusion, it's another argument for them. Have a little MVP performance. 2 shots, 2 goals. They had a similar performance in game number 2.
Just gonna keep on dancing the night away. Lake Stevens up by 2. 2:04 though. Kennedy Catholic again, plenty of time to work back in, and we've seen them come from behind already in this series to take the lead and take a dub away. They are in that driver's seat, and they just need one more to close it out and advance into those grand finals. Lake Stevens beginning to fight back, though. It seems they found their stride once more.
I agree with that. Like, 3 scores is not undoable with about 100 seconds left, but it's got to feel like that. And we have not seen a more than 2-score deficit overcome in that amount of time yet between these two teams. And I don't believe for earlier rounds, obviously, I didn't get to watch all of those games right there, but a 3-score lead again would feel like the nail in the coffin. Lennon Mantis trying to walk the dog. Leisurely Sunday stroll inside. Lennon Mantis gets a second shot at this one, but they don't really have the momentum and position to get a good angle at it.
And we'll have to back off. A smart decision here to regroup, recollect things as Ryrox in the background gets taken away. No defenders to beat, but Lennon has to scoop the ball up, collects the 100. It's a nice pinch that puts the ball in front of the net, but nobody able to capitalize just yet.
Agro Fusion looking for their 4th shot, 3rd goal. Lennon Mantis and a great block on the Kennedy Catholic side.
Phenomenal pass plays off the wall there from Agro Fusion as well, and maybe looking for one to themselves. It's over the top, and Agro Fusion may have just sealed the deal here for Lake Stevens in Game 4.
Definitely going to feel like it. Yes, the 15 seconds is within the realm of possibility, but about 4 minutes and 10 seconds here of no scoring. The drought is on here. Let it rain for Kennedy Catholic, or they'll be moving on into game number 5.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a team held to a 0 on the scoreboard yet in this series, but we do see some demos coming out in front of the net, looking to maybe open up some of that pressure there as well. It's some good give and goes now from Lake Stevens, but with only 30 seconds left on the clock and they continue to eat up this time, it feels like they've solidified this dub, and it feels like we're going to a Game 5.
Gotta feel like that. Gotta feel like that. 25 seconds to go here. Wild Vikings sends it out to Agro Fusion. They're just playing keep away at this point a little bit, I believe. And now we're going to be seeing a 16-second. Nope, add another one up to it. Again, folks, this is 4-0. This could have much more reasonably been a kind of a 2-0 after Kennedy Catholic, again, is just trying to spread the field and put all of it into offense, right? Because at the end of the day, you lose by 10, you lose by 4, you lose by 1. It is all a loss within this game. We'll be looking at a Game 5 starting here shortly, my friend.
I feel like between Game 3 and 4, Lake Stevens just cracked a bunch of Red Bulls and chugged them on down because they have wings at the moment. The give and goes, the pass plays, the aerial prowess continues here at Lake Stevens. 4-0 in this one. They hold Kennedy Catholic scores, so it does make me a little bit worried for Game 5, but I felt like every time Kennedy Catholic has put a loss on the board, they come right back. They answer very strongly in the next game, and so it's going to come down to the wire. You couldn't ask for a better series here today.
No, you really, really couldn't. Update, no update, sorry, on the other side of this bracket. Yes, that other side of the bracket, T90 and Sela, they will be going. They're playing their Game 5 as of right now. 11 shots attempted for Lake Stevens, only 3 on the other side, and Ryrox, I believe, for the first time in this series, held absolutely shotless in the offensive side of this pitch.
Yeah, it's not something that you often see. We will maybe see GOAT coming in. No, it's going to be coy here to keep. Okay, they're toying with my emotions. It is GOAT. I lied. Nonetheless, everybody back out onto the pitch for one final game to see who gets to punch their ticket into the grand finals.
We'll see. One and done. Well, Jeffy wants that early. The scoring drought is over, and Jeffy rockets one in early.
I mean, we talked about Kennedy Catholic's ability to answer back each time after a loss, and so far it's been game back and forth. First for Kennedy, then Lake Stevens, Kennedy. So if they stick true to the script, Kennedy might have a lucky chance here, but honestly, it's been so close. It's hard to pick either one of these teams. There is so much talent out here on the pitch.
It's fair. It's fair, entirely true. Hit to the outside. Wild Viking kind of loses pace right there. No, they didn't have any other teammates around. Yes, that was a pretty open net situation. Wild Viking comes back, makes a solid second effort right there. No hesitation this time.
Well, they've got that lead. Lennon and crew looking to find that equalizer before they can build off the back as Jeffy does find a nice stop. The ball gets a bit away, though, and now Agro looking for something off the backboard. It's a dangerous pass toward the corner, but Ryrox able to find that second touch. Not quite out of the deep water just yet, though, as Agro and crew will meet at the midfield.
Great job there from Wild Viking. A solid takeaway. Jeffy from the backboard as of right now. Kennedy Catholic enjoying a lead as of right now. Knows they can, I mean, again, not an insurmountable lead by any means, but they can kind of play this at their own pace with the ball solidly in Lake Stevens court.
Collecting the 100 into the corner. Ryrox looks to hang out near that far post and pressure out potentially here. Goat, no boost in the tank, and now Lennon, a banger of a shot that Ryrox will go up and find the save.
So Goat back in, Koifish out, by the way. Subs continue here for Kennedy Catholic. They found value with both of these players in the three-person lineup. Goat Lotion gets it past one right here, has to stick it to the ground. 1v1, Lennon Mantis with a huge hit the other way, and that's answered even better by Kennedy Catholic. They remain in the offensive pitch.
Doing a good job of eating up some time, finding pressure down here in the Lake Stevens territory. As we do see Viking and Mantis looking to work together here. Collects the 100 into the corner, pressuring in front of the net. They've got an opportunity, but it is a nice stop here from Kennedy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Over the side, Goat Lotion sends us back down the right corner here. Away from the net for a little bit. Aggro Lotion. Weird hit. Can't quite connect to it. Forced to come all the way back and have to probably pick up a big boost to go forth and try and take possession of this ball again. Aggro Fusion, though, a little bit of a different story. Some boost to speak of down bottom and a double commit on offense, and there's nobody to pick up this ball.
Jeffy takes it away. Aggro, not much boost. We'll collect the 100 into the corner here. So it's up to Jeffy to get those nickels and dimes, get back online as they pressure the other direction. This one's still high and dry. It's a dangerous spot, but Jeffy out of nowhere to find the stop.
Lennon Mantis on the attempt right there, but defense just simply gets there sooner. It's frequently about the second hit, not the first. Well, the second hit never came on that one.
Rocks, not a ton of boost in the tank, but the 100 appears just in time, and it opens up the net. He bites the defender to the right corner, and this opens up all of that space here. Goat finding the second goal, and now Lake Stevens in a little bit of trouble, but they've got 2 minutes to work with. They need to find this next goal and not allow Kennedy to get the 3.
I hear you. Lennon Mantis again got a call like we see it here. It's the semifinals. A weak clear over to the side. The attempt there, and it doesn't really come off the nose of the car very well, and then it just ends up in a completely centering shot. This would have been a fantastic pass if it was offensive. Just not great defense on the other side.
Does happen sometimes, but at least you have some time to work with. It just starts with one goal at a time here. And for Lake Stevens, though, they're going to have to begin to pick up that pressure. We saw a lot of great high-flying plays, some give and goes downfield. In that last game, they need to start doing something similar here.
It's been 2 score differences across game 1 and 2. Slimmed down to that 1 score difference in game number 3. No overtimes here, and game 4 was a blowout 4-0 Lake Stevens. But either team has taken individual games all the way through. They flip-flopped all the way through. Rocks looking to make this 3 again. 3 would just feel completely dead in the water.
Oh, Aggro, it was a nice shot, but Kennedy able to get up in time, find that stop as Lake Stevens continues the pressure down here, maybe toying with the idea of a fake out, but it's already going the other way. And with just 56 seconds now, Lake Stevens needs to find a way to get one on the board and give themselves at least 20 seconds or so to work with.
And it's just about taking possession at this point. We haven't really seen very much physical play as well. Maybe ripping out some demos here and just kind of, making the numbers kind of in your advantage for a couple of seconds would be the move. 35 seconds to go. Pressure is definitely on of Lake Stevens.
Yeah, time slowly dwindling away here as Kennedy Catholic has begun to pick up the pressure once more. Ryrocks in toward the corner. 20 seconds now on the clock, and it's beginning to tick down quickly.
Kennedy Catholic, the winners of last year, looking so much better right now. That's a good clear, but Goat Lotion and Kennedy Catholic will not be cheating back so far as to not be able to make a play onto that ball. Solid hit! Gotta get this inside, and it does! There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for your Lake Stevens High School squad.
3 seconds remaining, but again, if that ball stays in the air, even if the timer is 0, they're going to have an opportunity to continue to carry that ball downfield. It has to touch the ground, so there is still an opportunity here for Lake Stevens to put this one into overtime.
Gotta keep it aloft, though. This game turns into volleyball for a second, and they cannot get the hit. Kennedy Catholic gets it done in 5.
GG's all the way around. If you are this Lake Stevens squad, you have to hold your head high. You had a phenomenal undefeated season. You put on an absolute cinema here today of back and forth action. And again, you love to see the GGs, the handshakes across the great sportsmanship. But Kennedy Catholic will get some revenge here today. It was week 2 where Lake Stevens toppled them, but now they punched their ticket into the grand finals. But man, it doesn't get much easier after that. It's only get harder.
That it is. For their reward, obviously, fantastic W. Well, now you get to face T90. T90 also coming off of a 3-2 victory from the Selah Vikings. So both of these teams having just played 5 full Rocket League maps here, I cannot really espouse to you guys just how infrequent it is to have, full best-of-5 series, not just one in the quarterfinals, but both of them in the semis. The stage has been set, Hot Sauce, for the grand finals.
Yeah, Tenino, previously meeting Sela Vikings had won 3-0. So the fact that it was that close just goes to show you how much these students have developed in such short amount of time. But Tenino now will be the only remaining undefeated team as they punch their ticket into the championships. But again, they're not going to have an easy task. It's last season's champions, rather, that they will be taking on.
Yeah, a bout of champions, seriously, there in the grand finals. And again, I just want to walk through these scores with you guys because it's just so crazy. Not just a best of fives that goes the full 5 series, but first we have no overtime situations, which is kind of weird when you have a plenty of one score situations, right? 1-3 for Kennedy Catholic in the first game. Second engagement 3-1 for Lake Stevens. They take it, flip it literally back the other way on its ear. 1-2 situations for Kennedy Catholic, the first time they would do that in this series. Then Lake Stevens answers in every way, shape, and form 4-0. In fact, the only shutout of this entire series, doing it just the way they did in game number 3 there, man. Kennedy Catholic rips Victorio out of the jaws of defeat here to take this one down by a 1-score lead for the second time in 5.
Yeah, I mean, to answer back, especially after you suffer a 4-0 defeat, can be tough to do, but it just goes to show you the mental fortitude of the young talent out here today. And so really, again, just a great Rocket League all the way around from all of the schools here today. And again, I love getting the chance to see them line up and almost like traditional sports when I was a kid. You shake hands, you go down the line. And so, yeah, absolutely love to see the camaraderie, not just amongst the students, but the teams and everybody as a whole.
For real, right? Obviously, one of these teams going to be elated. One of these teams going to be a little bit disappointed, right? Obviously, be happy taking this to a full 5 games, but that is the end of their tournament lives, as this is, of course, the single elimination bracket. Paramount amongst all of these things is what you saw there literally immediately, right? All 3 players, winning side, going on over, shaking the hands, coaches included, right, of the losing team, say, hey, good job. It is what it is. We're going on. I appreciate you guys, right? Had a fantastic match, but the ending is the ending, right?
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing Lake Stevens next year. Like I said, Mr. Wood, very, very, in depth or in tune with these students, always putting on his own little stream as well. And so they've got a great program over there. They've really stepped it up in Rocket League in just one season to come. So I would hate for the other teams to see what they look like next season because I'm sure they're only going to get better.
I'm sure Mr. Wood's cooking up something over there for that Rocket League program. As we always say, Hot Sauce, and again, plenty to draw from here in this Game 5 barn burner, but teams frequently that actually lose close series will go forth and learn ultimately a lot more from that series, right? Whether that's just like little minor mistakes, whether it's problems within rotations, whether it's kind of like the role reversal and being like, okay, well, we had this player playing more of that middling position, shot calling and setting up passes and whatnot for their teammates to go forth and cook. Well, maybe you rotate them forward, have them be kind of like that point player, right? The one who's always taking shots and making goals, accepting passes, and actually putting points on the board, or alternatively, obviously, bringing them back and having play more of that goalie position. Now, Rocket League is such a fast-paced game, you can never have one player just relegated completely, like, hey, you sit in net like it's hockey, like it's soccer, or something like that. That doesn't happen, right? But generally, there's like ideal setups for any of these 3 Rocket League, or any Rocket League team, really, on offense or on defense. At least how they want to start their rotations, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one thing that I always love to say after these games is there are no losers, right? We've got winners and we've got learners, and that's what it's all about, learning, growing together. As we said, not every game is going to go your way. You had an undefeated season. It was phenomenal, but, these things happen, and that's why it just kind of reiterates how much talent is in this league. And so you love to see the friendly competition, but I wish I was out there in person because that LAN atmosphere, it is unmatched. It's great to see the kids getting an opportunity to showcase the skills again.
It really, really is. It really is. And at this point, we're going to be throwing on over there to Hot Sauce in a minute, but I want to go ahead and give it a shout out to some of the organizations that do make competitions just like this one was possible, just like Hot Sauce was talking about. First and foremost, the Snonomish. I said it right earlier. The Snow Snohomish County Sports Commission. Landfest, of course, fantastic folks over there putting on broadcasts and everything else like that. Ziply, as well as Byte Speed. Extron, a fantastic organization. That is One Screen, as well as Howard Industries. Microquake K-12, and of course Lenovo, well-known name over there. The Boys and Girls Club as well over there in the Snohomish County. Got it that time, hot sauce. And of course, teamwork. I also want to give a big shout out to our production staff here on the day. As I always say, me and hot sauce here, we're just two fantastically mustachioed men screaming about esports in our rooms without our production staff. That is Jade Salisbury, Jaden, and of course, Soy Sauce there, boots on the ground, getting it done for us, right?
Yeah, and you can see it right below us there, Snohomish County Sports Commission. Certainly
Snohomish.
appreciate them. And honestly, as you mentioned, I mean, all the sponsors, the staff, the teachers, I mean, really the list goes on and on. There's a lot of wonderful people that it takes to make all of this happen. And so, again, it's just great to see them coming together for such a great cause. And I'm not sure, I think we're going to be tossing it over to Soy Sauce here in just a second, because I know that we are going to be presenting some battle trophies out here in a moment. So, not sure if Soy Sauce is ready just yet. Maybe we have to yap just a little bit longer for you. But honestly, all these series, from the Valorant one now to the Rocket League, I did catch some of the Super Smash when I was eating a little lunch myself, but they have all been phenomenal games here today.
It's absolutely phenomenal. It's like you were talking about, being boots on the ground. Would love to see it. The land, the pressure, the lights, the sounds, your teammates, your classmates, your teachers, right? Everybody else that's involved with an esports program is getting to watch you compete, get it done on the main stage. I can also hear myself, right, in the cans now. It's kind of like an allegory for life, right? I'm speaking out into the void, now the void is speaking back to me. With that being said, I'll stop getting philosophical on you folks. We're going to kick it on over. Again, our man, our boots on the ground, Soy Sauce the GOAT. Take it away, sir.
Thank you, Tugboat. And now we are ready to present a trophy. It's been a long day of bracket play, and grand finals are just around the corner. But first, we would like to congratulate some teams. First off, Camus reached third place in our Valorant bracket. So Camus, please join us on stage. And as the team captain, you get to touch the trophy first. Congratulations to Camas High School on their performance in this bracket. All right, and now we are going to do a quick raffle that our teamwork is going to be putting on here. But congratulations once again. And while we have you guys on stage, I mean, what's it like being at an event like this?
It's much different than what we usually play, but at the end of the day, we're just here to have fun, so that's what we did.
Was it a long trip for you guys? Hard travel to get over here?
Half of us slept through the car ride, and the other half did not sleep through the car ride.
What's it like, competing in WSSEA, right? It's probably, months long of a season, and what was your kind of like training regimen for this event?
Yeah, might as well.
We have no training.
Well, congratulations again, and we'll give it one more round of applause for Camas High School. You guys are good to go, and now, I believe we're going to get to a raffle here momentarily. So, as we get prepared for that, I believe we're just going to cut to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of WSSEA.
Are you going to record all of it?
Lynette.
Okay, you guys have a microphone. Yeah. I was like, I need to pass it to them. I don't know what's happening.
Put them all out real quick. Huh? I don't know. They didn't give me a key or nothing.
Well, my mics, mic check. My mics. They said they would let me know.
Are the mic?
Okay, tell them.
They said they were going to turn it on.
Does it work? Yeah.
You need a second mic for anything? No? Okay, I'm gonna go back there. I'll give you a 3, 2, 1. When I point, you're good.
So you know what to say?
Want to stick around if you're. Headphones. Do the headphones look with the headphone? Anything.
So combine them?
Yeah. You want to go faster? I don't know what he told. Let's go.
Hello, 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 esports family. We are now starting the raffle. So if you got your raffles in, please come on. Hurry, we are starting the raffle now. So you got to be in the building. So come on up. We are starting the raffle. We are starting the raffle, okay? We got tons of prizes for you guys. My name is Rome. I am with Teamwork Foundation, and this is KB, and this is Lynetta. If you guys seen the big dome out there that everybody was jumping on, we provided that and all of the fun stuff at our booth also. You guys ready for this? Everybody, there's a lot of prizes, so everybody might be able to get something, okay? All right, what are we starting with? We are going to start with a Death Header Essential Mouse, okay? What? It's fine. All right, can I get a drum roll, please? Drum roll, please.
Go faster.
And the winner is Daniel LeCue. Daniel LeCue from John Rogers. Come on up.
Next one. Let's go. Next one.
All right. In the next prize, we got a mini activity kit. Okay, it is a STEM activity kit. All right, can I get a drum roll, please, for this next winner? Drum roll. Yeah, I can. Archie Libera. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing these names wrong, okay? Archie Libera. Give it up.
Last name is Duckworth. You have another one, give it to them.
All right, and this next thing we have is a gaming headset, a TWT gaming headset, okay? Last name Duckworth. Come on up.
You don't have to give full announcement.
I just need y'all to hand me stuff, though.
A Landfest gaming mouse.
All right, next up we got a Landfest gaming mouse pad. Can I get a drum roll? Kyler Brooks from John Rogers. Kyler Brooks, come on up.
Wired keyboard.
All right, next up we got a wired gaming keyboard. Drum roll. Devin Smith, are you here? Devin Smith from Ephrata High School. Devin Smith. There's no Devin Smith? All right. Going once, going twice. All right, he's not here. Archer Freeman. Yeah, give it up for Archer. Give it up for Archer. What's next? What's next? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me the concept. Give me the concept. All right, next we got a concept picture from made by Keo. Okay, right here, right here. This is what it looks like.
Ooh, let's set that out there.
The winner is Derek Turner from Southridge High School. Derek Turner, Derek Turner, Derek Turner. Come on up, come on up. All right, we got another gaming headset. Okay, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. And Reagan leaf green, Reagan leaf green, Reagan leaf green. Come on up. Yeah, 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 there we go, come on. All right, all right, all right. And we got another STEM mini activity kit. Okay, okay, drum roll. Winner is Hunter Wilson, Hunter Wilson, Hunter Wilson, are you here? Hunter Wilson going once, Hunter Wilson going twice, Hunter Wilson not here. All right, I'm sorry. Unfortunate. All right, Zach DeRich. Zach DeRich. I remember him. All right, next one, next one, next one. What we got, what we got, what we got? A headphone hanger, a headphone hanger. Emily P. from LSHS. Emily P. Emily P. Come. It says LSHS. All right, we got another concept picture by Keo. Okay, okay, drum roll, please. And the winner is Dominic Matina from Rogers. Dominic Matina from Rogers. Come on up, come on up. Get your concept picture. Sorry. What's this? You don't know? It's too much.
Yes. Let me know how much we're trying to dive.
They're not saying nothing, they'll be okay. And the next item we have is another STEM mini activity kit, okay? Drum roll, drum roll. Patrick Michael from Mount Rainier High School. I'm not gonna lie, I know y'all be gaming, but y'all gotta work on your handwriting skills, okay? All right. All right, next up we have a cool poster. It says manga. All right, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Drum roll for the winner. Let's go. DJ Dale from Lake Stevens. DJ Dale from Lake Stevens. Yes, sir. Come on up, come on up, come on up. All right, we got another headphone hanger, another headphone hanger. Let's see, drum roll. Ethan Shade from Mount Rainier. Yep, come on up. Yep, Ethan, I see you. You coming. There you go. We got a Landfest full-size mouse pad. Okay, this is a pretty big mouse pad. It'll probably cover the whole desk. All right, let's see, drum roll. Brandon Gallardo from Prairie High School. I tried to roll the D. Is that you? Is that you? Yes, all right, there we go.
I'm gonna put them all in for the big prizes.
All right, we got another wired keyboard. We got another wired keyboard. Drum roll for the wired keyboard. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Kevin H from Kevin H. There you go. Yep, yep. Come on.
Yeah.
We got
Right here, the
Zotec.
Yeah.
What is it? Zotec minifigure. We got a Zotec minifigure. Okay, cool little action figure. Let's see. Winner is Jakai Rodriguez. Jakai Rodriguez. Right here. Is this you? Yep. Congrats. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm sorry. If I'm saying y'all names wrong, I'm sorry. Y'all got to work your hair right, like I said. All right. We got a few more prizes, and these are pretty big. Okay, next up, we have a Dell gaming laptop.
Wait, I'm gonna put everybody back in for the big ones.
What'd you say?
Everyone is back in the raffle for the big ones. Yes, that's why you get the little ones today first.
Okay. Run the show then. Run the show then. Everybody gets an opportunity for this, okay? So, equal opportunity. Let's get a drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. And the winner is something Duckworth. Duckworth. Duckworth is the winner again. Give it up for Duckworth. Something Duckworth. There you are. Something Duckworth. Owen, there you go. Yeah. Come on, Owen. Next up, we got a GM&K mechanical keyboard, okay? GM&K mechanical keyboard, and the winner is Rico Meirando. Rico Meirando. Yeah. Handwriting's atrocious. What's this?
RGB light.
All right, we got a few more prizes. This is a RGB light cooling fan, okay? This is good stuff right here. When the PC is going to, is heating up, this is gonna help right here. All right, we got winner Devin Smith. Devin Smith, are you here? Going once, going twice, and no Devin Smith. All right. Let's see. Patrick McHale. Yes, sir. There you go. We got another winner. What's next? There you go.
i7.
Processor?
Processor.
We got an i7 processor, i7 Intel Core processor. Oh, you need that right there. Yeah, I see you. Let's hope it's you then. Drum roll. Hunter Wilson going once. Hunter Wilson going twice. They're not Hunter Wilson. All right, let's see again. It might be you. Let's see. No, it's not, unfortunately. Jasmine Delay. Yeah, Jasmine. Shout out to the ladies.
So announce the last three prizes.
So for the last three, we have another Chromebook.
And the steering wheel.
We got 3 more prizes, okay? We got a Chromebook, we got a Nintendo Switch, and we have a R3 racing wheel with pedals, all right? Big prizes. Drum roll, please. We're gonna start with the Chromebook. Kyron Fowler. Does it count? Are we counting that? For the friend?
Right there.
Kyron Fowler, there you go. Come collect.
Same friend.
All right. Now up for the Nintendo Switch. Woo! Let's make some noise for the Nintendo Switch. Yeah. All right, drum roll, please. Zach DeRich. Yeah. All right, and last prize, the R3 racing wheel with pedals. Can I get a final drum roll, please? Come on, make some noise. Kyler Brooks. Yes, sir. Let's clap it up for all of the winners, please. Clap it up for all of the winners. Clap it up. Thank you. And that is a wrap for all of the raffles. Thank you for everybody participating. Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2025 WSSEA State Championships. We've got another trophy to award here, this time for Super Smash Brothers. Our third place team, Centralia High School, come up to the stage. Up to the stage. Give him one more round of applause. And congratulations again on getting third place in the Super Smash Brothers tournament. So what's it like competing in WSSEA's SSBU scene? Because the SSBU scene is, well, can get hectic per region.
I don't know. Can I pass?
Yeah, whoever wants to answer.
The Smash scene is pretty nice. It's pretty chill. I go to tournaments in Olympia every once so often, and it's very much so a nice place to just be in. A very inviting community.
Oh, sorry. So at the very start of the day, and this happened last year too, it feels like SSBU draws a crowd. What's it like at the beginning of the tournament when everyone's kind of got their own setup, and yet it feels like everyone's eyes are on the screen?
It's definitely very nerve-wracking, and it's difficult to get into the right mindset and be able to perform at your best, but over time it gets better, so that's about it.
And then last question for you, what's it like competing in this kind of format? Because SSBU is very sort of individual, right? It's a series of 1v1s, but the points still matter for every set.
I think it's pretty fun. I think it has its flaws, obviously, but I mean, it's enjoyable, so not too much to say about it, in my opinion.
Anyone you would like to thank or shout out while you're here on stage?
I would like to give a shout out to all the people at the Retro Collection, which is the tournament up in Olympia that I go to, and I would highly recommend going up to it if you have the time.
All right, well, thank you so much. One more round of applause for Centralia for their performance at this event. Congratulations, and now we are going to get ready for the grand finals. So you guys are good to go. Congratulations one more time for Centralia. And now it's time to get ready for our first grand finals of the day. Super Smash Brothers Ultimate is about to take to the stage here, which means it's time to bring back our casters. Kaizo, Spicy, are you ready for grand finals of SSBU?
Oh, we're ready, baby. We've been waiting all day long for this one, and we are prepped and poised and ready to go. But I gotta ask, Soy Sauce, being there, being in person at this event, tell me about the energy in that place, because I know that, especially with high-caliber players like you just had on stage, it's gotta be electric down there.
It is fantastic. The SSBU scene in particular, it just feels like anytime this game is on screen, it draws a crowd. And so despite there being 8 different setups, you can see that everyone starts gravitating over to the action, and you can hear the cheers as teams get ready. The action can be so fast-paced. Everyone is so ready with anticipation. It's electric to watch.
I can only imagine what it's like being there in person, and I can only imagine how our teams must be feeling right now that they've made it finally to this last step in the progression. Grand finals on the horizon here between these two squads. And Soy Sauce, I'm gonna give you the chance to make a biased prediction here. Hanford and Southridge, they've played once before. It was an incredibly close matchup between those two. Who do you think is going to be taking it all?
I have an old saying that I can't bet against the defending champs until they're eliminated. And Southridge, I believe, is 2-time champions and working on their third if they can win this one. But if anyone can give them a run for their money, it would be this Hanford team. I'm excited for this grand finals matchup. It's going to be so spectacular to watch. Explosive matches all the way through, and some fun character selections I'm expecting as well.
Yeah, it should be a good one. And Spicy, I think that this is going to be the moment that everything has been leading up to. Energy has been accumulating. Everybody has been looking forward to this moment. Talk to me a little bit about what you're thinking going into this final event.
It's two titans of this game really coming in here for the finals. We talk about how you want the finals to be the two best teams all the dang time, and this is what you're going to get. Southridge, undefeated this entire season. Meanwhile, we have Hanford coming in. Only loss was to Southridge. So it's really anyone's guess for this time, and I'm so excited to see what we got.
Well, I'm excited as well, so let's go ahead and get underway. Thank you, Soy Sauce, for presenting that third place trophy, and let's go ahead and start making moves toward this grand finals, because like we were just saying, it has been a long one. It's been a whole lot of competition. We haven't brought you every single game, but even the ones that we have really feel like they have been quite special matchups, very close ones between each of these squads, and it's definitely been quite the bracket run for each of these two teams that are remaining. We mentioned the previous matchup between them, Spicy. This is one that I know you and I were just talking about. We're hoping that this matchup ends up playing out at some point, and to see these two teams meeting up in grand finals, how do you think these two teams must feel knowing that their grudge match is going to be settled once more on this stage?
These two teams got to be feeling it. It's a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves at the same time. Everything has led up to this moment. Southridge, undefeated, has gone through every single team and just wins. We talked about the number of 15 zeros they've done this entire year. Meanwhile, you got Hanford. One loss was to Southridge, 9-6. It was that close. Came down to the final player on their squad. And here we are now. Hanford had to play Nooksack in semis. Another undefeated team. Didn't matter. They were able to beat them, and now it is Hanford in finals. Meanwhile, with Southridge, they had to beat Centralia, another undefeated team, just to stay undefeated, and they were able to do so. This is going to be a legendary matchup here, adding to the long history of WSSEA Smash Ultimate.
And this is going to be the next chapter, so let's go ahead and get our competitors up on the stage. Southridge Smash Bros. Ultimate and Hanford Smash Bros. Ultimate, please head on up to the stage, because we have got quite the competition we've got to settle between the two of you. And Southridge, a team that I mentioned in the previous round, definitely one that you should keep your eye on throughout this competition. They are lethal, they are dangerous, so many 15-0s handed out, and Hanford really kind of snuck their way out here underneath our noses. We didn't get to catch any of their games on the stream, so despite the fact that we've obviously watched these teams throughout the regular season, at least in terms of playoff performance, their caliber, their preparedness right now, Hanford coming in as a bit of a question mark for us, and we'll see if they've got what it takes to deliver the payback to Southridge that they've earned.
Very true. I'm looking at the numbers Hanford has put up. There's a couple 15s, a couple wins by double digits. They have 4 15 zeros under their name already, which is insane to think about, considering they did also have that really close loss earlier in the season to Southridge. You as well go for the grudge match now. And really, the beautiful thing is, when you go to the finals, everything is back at 0. Whoever is the best team here today is going to walk home as the champion for WSSEA Smash Ultimate. I'm super excited to see what we got here.
Yeah, and once again, congratulations to Centralia for an excellent regular season to make it here into the playoffs, and then qualifying into that third place match and taking down Nooksack Valley, who came in as a very high seed, playing up against a wild card in round number 1, and then working their way through into the semifinals and making it to that third place match. But we've got number 1 and number 2 here to settle. And Southridge, of course, you guys already familiar with them here in the crowd and at home, are the team sponsored unofficially by the Kirby franchise. Pollo, of course, a big Kirby fan, and they've even got little Kirby with the king crown somewhere in the audience. And across the way, Hanford High School, underneath the tutelage of Eater of Eggs, a team that has gotten to this point in the past, has had incredible runs in the playoffs previously, and now beginning to get to the point where this is their deciding moment. And you can see now on the stage, Donkey Kong is here. The players are here. They're excited. They're ready to go. And the question for me and for you, Spicy, is going to be, who's going to win between these two competitors?
It's hard to tell. And one of the big things I'm really looking to see is what are the characters going to be selected. We've seen Southridge quite often. We saw them earlier today in their quarterfinal matchup. Had quite the variety here. It had a lot of the crowns. They had the Kirby too, Pollo. And so it could be a lot of things. Oh, but now you got the potential maybe and a DK player that we got to worry about. There's more Kirby on the
They're
screen.
multiplying.
One is here. Love to see it.
Yeah, before our very eyes, the mascots are multiplying, and the question's really going to become who's in whose corner, because we definitely know Kirby representing that Southridge squad, and Hanford, are they DK players over there? Do they have the Pichu in the pocket? Who's going to be backing this Hanford squad, who's come here all the way to the grand finals to get their salty run back? And we've already seen a whole lot of the ages throughout this playoff so far, Spicy. That seems to be the pick of the month right now, even after things like Kagaribi 13 wrapping up a couple of weeks ago. I thought we'd see more Sonic, more Steve, more of the Game & Watch, more Luigi, but we're keeping it nice and NA focused. NA loves the Aegis, loves things like the Byleth and the Joker, and we're keeping things here on good old-fashioned American soil with these matchups.
Oh, very true here. It's a very typical of our region, of our scene, to see those. And then especially in the Scholastic area, you tend to see a lot more character variety, a lot of stages too that you will see players just opt to go to multiple times. Been seeing quite a bit of like the Animal Crossing stages of Town and City in particular. Has been seeing Battlefield, Small Battlefield, FD, PS2 all over the place, and the variety of everything has been pretty exciting here, so should be excited as well. I'm going to look at seeing what I can decipher from these like button mapping, because then you might see just some interesting things. See maybe who's already playing a character that might be more prone to things like tap jump, more things like the how are we gonna map the right stick. There's a lot you can tell just from this screen, and that's actually pretty insightful just to see this already here.
Yeah, we got the deep analysis going on, and I do want to go back to stages, though, because I remember there was a point just before playoffs in the regular season, we got to see a match on Kalos, and I remember saying to you something to the effect of, I didn't even know Kalos was legal in this format, because the teams just always go to small battlefield, they like the PS2, they like the Final Destination, and they like the Town and City. Not a whole lot of variety from that grouping of stages. But here, if you've got a secret counter pick that you're ready, that you've been working on, you've got all of these reps on Kalos or PS2 or wherever it might be, this is the time to cash in on all of that. Nothing spicy can be left in the tank here. Everything that these teams have prepared to get to this moment needs to be left on the field of play right now, and they need to make sure that they give it their 110%, because this is it, Spicy. This is do or die between these squads. We'll see who is going to do and who is going to die very shortly. We'll get the stage selection going on, which is a bit of a point of contention because a lot of these players have a lot more comfortability on particular stages. I know to the outside observer, it might seem like there's not a lot of difference. It's still, you're on the stage, you got to stay on the stage, get back on the stage, but just adding 1 or 2 platforms or 3 or however many it might be can change the dynamic of the game so significantly. You have a ceiling above your head to work with. You have different options for approach. You have different ways that you can recover back to the stage. This is the game of chess that really develops as Smash Bros. Gets to a higher level, where you're going from simply beating up the opponent to, Spicy, you got to do a whole lot more mental gymnastics to figure out how to navigate your way through it.
Yeah, it really just comes through so much at this time, especially when it comes to like the stages. Like you talked about, like different platform configurations, the different sizes of the stage. All of that starts to matter when you get into this point. And we're gonna lock in this first match of Little Mac Luigi to kick us off here for Grand Finals for Smash Ultimate at WSSEA.
Oh man, and I might have cursed us with the Japanese meta, because Luigi is bearing his head for the first time throughout this playoff that we've gotten to see, at least. And the Little Mac is new, and the Little Mac breaks the shield, actually. Charges the neutral B all the way to the top, and he gets him off the left-hand side. A quick early stock taken away by this Little Mac.
I cannot believe that we immediately see a shield break of all things here in Grand Finals. If you hold shield too long, that ends up getting rid of that. That shield just gets broken through, and Little Mac's a character that does so much of that. So immediate match there, and that's insane to see that already at this point. Looks like we have a controller issue here that's unfortunate to have, but what a statement to be making here at that first stock.
Yeah, it's a flashy one, it's an explosive one, and it's kind of a sign of things to come with this Little Mac. You have to be able to know when to throw out the shield, because he is very bad on the defensive, but Little Mac, one of the most oppressive offensive characters this game has to offer. So you need to know when to shield, when to be careful. And obviously Birdman going to be second guessing when he's going to be throwing that one out in the future. But Yellow also needs to be careful, because Little Mac, if you can get him off the stage, that is where he's at the weakest. You can see Birdman goes all the way out there on the ledge trying to keep him out, but he does manage to get back to stage. Yellow is up and fighting once more. Manages to hang on to this stock so far, even at 143%. And another one! And another shield break, and another F smash. He's getting so much mileage out of breaking these shields.
I never would have guessed that'd be an option here. One shield break is already rare enough. To see two, and then to clip the recovery with that down smash. We have KO Punch still online. Never mind, as it gets hit out here, as the Little Mac finally loses that first stock. Birdman having to dig deep here, trying to see how we can stop Yellow, who's on a rampage with this Little Mac.
Really developing quite a bit of momentum on this pick, and can be scary with it, and armors through the green tornado. Not bothered at all by that trade. A second one in a row. Send him to the left-hand side. Birdman trying to fight their way back up onto the stage. Will manage to make it and throw this Little Mac off to the left-hand side. Yellow recovers back on and trying to go for the killing blow, but might have overextended too far. Has to go too deep. Can't land the tech. And last stock now for Yellow.
Yeah, Yellow on last stock. Birdman also on last stock. That dash attack will not be the stock here, and the side B to recover to the stage with a lot of distance. Gonna help out here. Luigi's a character who can definitely make something happen on this last stock, but it has 140%. It's so close right now. The jab combination being thrown out. Yellow trying to stay alive here. Birdman having to navigate this so close.
That'll do
Not
it.
gonna get hit until that moment, and that's a stock here. Yellow taking that first game.
And you can see the pop-off from the crowd as well, and that's what we were talking about in those semifinals, or excuse me, in the quarterfinals, was that whiff punish. You have to be careful throwing out moves that you can't act out of too quickly, because you can get snagged by that forward smash and die very early. Quite a high percent on the Luigi at the end of that one, but certainly had more than enough kill power to get the job done either way. So it's going to be a 1-0 lead here for Hanford going into game number 2. And of course, Spicy, we have the same points configuration that we had in the quarterfinals, so we know that each of these matches are going to be only more and more important as the set goes on.
Oh yeah, and now it's going to be interesting to see here. We're going through battlefield. Looks like very good battlefield here, and another shield break. I cannot believe this. 3-in-1 set. This is so pivotal here. Yellow is doing so much now as Hanford is looking to be on a hot start to this set.
Looking real good. Have the KO punch online as well. That'll do it even at 33% if they can land it. Birdman trying to evade, trying to stay away from that. Finally manages to grab a dash attack and knock the KO punch out of them. So that's one tool taken off. And actually Birdman now armoring through Little Mac's moves. Yellow will have to be on the losing end of that trade. But he does still have a bit of a stock lead here. They need to make their way back onto the ledge through the hail of plungers that Luigi's laying down, and the up smash will get the job done for Birdman, evening out the stock count.
Yep, now 1 apiece here, 2-2 on battlefield. Birdman trying to respond here with a combo string, but Yellow ends up finding a response of their own, attacking on some extra percentage. I'm so worried every time Birdman shields now, because I'm just thinking it's just going to get broken. Little Mac with this down direction of that F smash does so much shield damage, but here we are, 70% on both sides, but that F smash connects. Yellow has once again up a stock, has the KO punch momentarily until it gets dropped, but a beautiful counter gets him back to stage.
And really smart there from Birdman to land and immediately try to get rid of that KO punch. That could have been the difference maker in this stock, but still have to play the neutral either way. Is looking a little bit dicey now for Birdman, knocked off to the right-hand side of the stage, and Southridge's Luigi is gonna need to get 2 stocks in a row here to keep their own hopes of points in this round number 1 alive. Yellow is at 151. That's a lot of rage to be working with here, and he has to be careful about every hit they throw out. KO punch is back online. Birdman back against the wall, whiffs the KO punch, and an excellent punish from the Luigi up smash will get it done.
Resourcefulness right there, using the up smash to basically just punish KO punch. It's not gonna matter though. Yellow with the side B gets a few points on the board here for Hanford, and you love to see just the crowd reactions, knowing what's at stake here. Every point matters, every game so pivotal, and a hot start already for their side.
And a great start, to say the least, going into this one. You need to get some momentum underneath you in an important playoff set like this. It can feel like climbing that mountain near impossible if you have to start a little bit too far down, but Hanford getting a good start underneath them, getting those initial points, means that they have a little bit less work to do in Southridge for possibly the first time this entire season, Spicy, behind the 8-ball here, with Hanford taking the early lead.
It's so surprising here. We talked about in the quarterfinal matchup, like Southridge is a team that kind of, I don't want to say breezed through, but they were dominant. They didn't face that much adversity, but the closest one they had was with Hanford. So now it's just a matter of seeing how are they going to respond to this. You have 4 other players coming up. Everyone here can be the ace on it feels like another team. And so you have to just trust your teammates here, see what we're going to be able to do. And it's really a lot still to see. We look at the rosters and just to see, like we've talked about, heavy hitter after heavy hitter. Every player on both these teams could really just do so much damage.
We'll be going into that number 4 seed matchup between these two squads. That was Quinton and Calcium that we saw for game number 1. Calcium taking that one in 2-0 fashion and starting off this lead for Hanford. Now we're going down the list, though. Llama, the captain of Southridge, up against Sharkbite. Llama, of course, in the previous set that we got to see from them in that quarterfinal, demonstrating some character variety, going completely different archetypes of characters, frankly, game after game, even though they didn't drop a game in the middle. And Spicy, that's of course significant because you usually see a counter pick come out if you lose a game, if you want to get some kind of change. What goes into the decision to make a character change even after you won the game?
I think stage has a lot to do with it. We actually just saw Kalos get locked in for this first game, which was insane
legal.
here. Kalos plays very similar to Final Destination, just with 2 platforms on the side there. So if you have a character that likes comboing on like those on the flat stage with minimal platforms, maybe that's the reason. It doesn't matter if you win on the first game. If you can go to another character that just performs better on the stage, that might work. Looks like we're going D2D Steve here for this matchup, and if that's the characters locked in, very interesting dynamic to say the least between these two.
Man, if that's what we're gonna end up with, then frankly I should have kept my mouth shut, because I really did bring the Japanese curse on this blessed American soil and bring over some of the characters that we see a lot more of overseas and a little bit less of over here. Steve, considered to be Spicy, the best character this game has to offer. This game has been out for 5, 6, 7 years at this point, and never before has Smash Ultimate seen a presence as dominant as this Steve. So we'll see what Lawa is capable of doing on it. That's going to be Llama for Southridge. Across the way, Sharkbite representing on the DDD. They're going to be the Hanford School, who is, of course, in the lead here and trying to hang on to that lead in game number 2.
Yeah, it's a matter of seeing what the dynamic is between these two characters. Steve can kind of control the entire pace of this game. You're watching to see how are they going to mine for those resources and then upgrading their melee attacks as well over the course of the game. Unfortunate to see this happen at this time here as well. Hopefully nothing wrong with like the adapter or anything they used for the controllers, but unfortunately, it's Lawa playing on. Lawa is the single Joy-Con player, I just realized, and they were playing very well in that quarterfinal game. So to see it now, third character, I think, for Lawa, especially on with the single Joy-Con, very impressive.
This is that character diversity that's so important when you're playing at a high level. There's 2 different schools of thought. You can have one character for each matchup, or at least a character to cover for your main guy's weaknesses, or you can just get really, really good at playing one character. Both of them totally work. You tend to see a lot more of people at the high level just sticking with one character and sometimes swapping off to another. But you can really catch people off guard, Spicy, if you have a deep roster of characters that you're comfortable playing, and you can pilot them all at such a high level. I mean, Llama is here in grand finals for SSBU, playing 3 characters in 3 publicized games. That is an incredible amount of flexibility, and frankly, it makes it so much more difficult to plan for how you play against a player like this.
Yeah, it's hard to counterpick a character, or that basically you don't know what character is going to be played until it gets locked in. A lot less time here. Got to play the player as they are, though. But Llama doing just such a good job, able to take that first stock earlier, and is now just trying to see what they're able to do. But Sharkbite doing a good job on their own here, kind of just racking up the damage. 101 now on Llama. Now seeing him get the stock, not able to do so, and they get punished here as we see if Llama is going to be able to extend this any further.
Good tech there from Sharkbite will save them some more damage, but they still have to find a way to peel away this first stock from this Steve, or I think that's Alex or some, I don't know, it's somebody else, and whoever it is, they're doing a great job down there on the stage with the Minecraft tools. Now almost lapping in percentage Sharkbite on this DDD. No tool in hand though, Spicy, is significant. We'll have to buy some space and use the crafting table to create a new tool and be able to have all the strengths of this character. But look at this, it's just a barrage of mix-ups and different approaches and different options that clearly Sharkbite wasn't ready for. Now suddenly Sharkbite on their last stock.
Yeah, Llama doing a great job there, just kind of setting up a massive trap there. So Sharkbite, if they made that attack as they did there, they would end up just hitting themselves in a way. And Llama, it's looking poised to maybe go for a 3-stock here. Never mind getting hit with that up tilt headbutt from King DDT. Commentator curse coming into effect. But Llama trying to see maybe if they're able to go here with 0% JV. Never mind, commentator curse again. But still great stuff here. Trying to go for another stock. Still up, and it's nice percent though, at least 2.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit of extra credit on this one. Anvil gets the sour spot, so that won't do it. Now Sharkbite tasked with kind of face down the best character in the game with one of the more we'll call it statistically challenged characters in King Dedede, but getting a lot of good mix-ups here and a lot of damage off of those spiky Gordos that they're throwing out, seeming to sneak those around, through, under a lot of what Llama's doing, but unfortunately that one gets knocked back in their direction. So now 160% the number to beat on this King Dedede, just trying to hang on to this stock.
Yeah, just trying to hang on for dear life here. At 160, a lot of moves that Steve has will end it. The minecart will be the option. And Southridge taking their first game here in Grand Finals, up 1-0 in this set so far. And they're trying to see, is it going to be enough here to just get that momentum, try and equalize the set here at 2 apiece?
And that's an important game for Southridge to win, right? Like, you want to stop out that momentum for Hanford as quickly as possible and make sure that they don't get the ball rolling downhill. That's when these teams get so scary, when it feels like the energy is all behind them, everybody accumulating toward the same goal, and putting your foot down here for Southridge and saying, we're not going to roll over, we've faced adversity, we're just really darn good at playing against adversity in the past. And Hanford, of course, their closest matchup all throughout the season, Southridge coming in undefeated. Hanford, the only team that they lost to is this Southridge roster. So a real clash of titans here. And you'd love to see this go the full distance all the way to 5 games, all the way to the final point. And it looks like we're potentially on the way for that here, Spicy.
Yeah, I had a feeling if there's gonna be any games, any 2 teams just gotta be right up in this finals, or it comes down to that final game, it would be Southridge, it would be Hanford.
Yeah.
Great adaptations overall made from these 2 teams, like between the pretty much these last few players, and I'm just wondering here, the big momentum battle really. Like, whichever team gets off to like a better start is just gonna be so pivotal here. Seeing Llama do that in spades, almost getting a 3 stock there, not losing a single stock at one point, but it looks like going into this next game eventually coming up, have another replay still. It's like, but what a set pretty much you have already on hands.
And this, the whole Dedede versus, well, hang on, vastly different matchup here to talk about, and another new character coming out here in this Pikachu. We'll at least get to see a repeat from Llama in the King K rule, but switching things up here pretty drastically from the Dedede to the Pikachu. Can struggle a bit in this matchup just by being so light. Ooh. You'll see just how early those stocks can disappear for Sharkbait if they are not, or excuse me, Sharkbite if they're not careful. And Llama already off to a pretty significant lead in this one.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of, wow, can we talk about that footstool and then using that to kind of get those jab options? Llama is such a resourceful player. Really, but we thought it was just with the characters, but the individual game plans between them has been so pivotal. It's like such a change-up. Like, how do you adjust around this here? Reed waiting for the roll and punishing it with that down smash belly flop, and Llama's off to a hot start, getting another one. Sharkbite has to just dig deep here. You have the better character, but you're getting read like a book here, as Llama has they just know whatever Shark wants to do.
Seems like they're in their head right now, and it's paying out dividends for them. Definitely worth the cost of rent for Llama. They have only got 1 more stock left to take. They do finally lose one of their own, so Sharkbite beginning to mount a very necessary comeback here. They want to put up points for their squad. Hanford going to need to hang on to this lead, but Llama's not making it easy. Finally, a decent string here for Sharkbite. Will tack on some percentage onto the big old crocodile. They'll go underneath here into the neutral, but they do get shield grabbed by the King K rule and tack on some additional percentage. Even just hanging out in neutral, and the belly gets it done. Down smash just over and over again. Do it again and take a bow, why don't you, Llama? Looking amazing on not only the King K rule, but every character that they brought out in that one. And staking their claim for Southridge, putting points on the board, and striking back against Hanford.
And what a statement there. Like, we talk about, like, at this point in the bracket, you are really just thinking about, like, the actual player versus player matchup and really just seeing, like, how important is the mental game there. It felt like that Llama just knew everything of what Sharkbite wanted to do, and that was so impressive there. The amount of reads we were seeing, just knowing the predictions, knowing the right moves to make, just pivotal here at this point, as Southridge will have now just tied it up at 2 apiece.
And we were talking about just before this one, this was the hi, how's it going? This was a very important matchup for Southridge to be able to take away here and successfully get back to even and take us from effectively, Spicy, a best of 5 with some point implications to now a best of 3 with some point implications. And of course, you do want to make sure that you are winning the ones that matter more in terms of scoring, but at the end of the day, just getting points on the board, winning these sets, set after set, is the most important thing. And they've now gotten one of a necessary, at least 3 that they would have to win to be able to take away the gold medal here. And Hanford now looking back and realizing that, well, that lead that we developed now is gone. We're back to even. And this is a situation they've probably been in before against Southridge.
Yeah, it's a scary thing. You can't have a comfortable lead in this matchup. Like, these two teams are just so even. You saw it from these last 2 matchups, and, like, you get another chance to see who's coming. You're going to have Jack from Hanford. You're going to have Cosima coming back once again from Southridge at this number 3 matchup. We talked about how pivotal the last one was, especially for Southridge. This one is, in terms of the math, is very important. It sets up game 4 to be a potential match point, basically, and that is very important to consider here, especially, and now it's like we're down to the last 3 sets of the season, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, it's been a long one for sure, and these teams have worked hard to get to this point. I don't know, this is a bit of a non sequitur, Spicy, but hang with me. I really like the setup that Southridge has for their roster, because they've got their 2 team captains kind of jammed in the middle of the roster. Usually, when you see a Smash Bros. Roster, you've got your team captain is your anchor. In fact, on our little graphic there, you can see, or at least when we had it on screen, that there's a little indicator that is an anchor icon beside these captains. That's what Hanford have with Eater of Eggs. He's their number 1 seed. But Southridge kind of sprinkle out the seniority throughout the roster, and it makes them a much more dynamic team as a result of it. Grand Finals continues now here, Spicy, with game number 3 between Cosuma and Southridge. Or at least this looks much more like a button check, so we do at least have another moment or 2 to talk about this matchup, because we've seen the Aegis before. This isn't much of a surprise, but We Fit Trainer, Spicy. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect from this character.
It's a very, I don't want to say funny character, but it's a character that's kind of unpredictable in the sense. We Fit Trainer has, yeah, you see the yoga pose there. That's actually one of We Fit Trainer's moves as well. So We Fit, this character kind of does a lot. And in some sense, it's like a power-up character. There's the deep breathing that you get, the down special. You'll see like this red circle and this ring to come in. If you get that timing correctly, you get some buffs, some movement of attacking, but you also have like a good number of projectiles. There's some good ways you're gonna see. It's just a matter of how does this We Fit want to play. You can kind of play this character in a lot of different ways. You have the deep breathing buff already there. You're gonna see how you make the most of it and get how many buffs possible just to kind of trip up this Cosima and their Aegis gameplay.
Cosima looked very good in the previous set. A lot of good stage control, in particular, very good edge traps as well from Cosima in the quarterfinals, which could be very important against something like the We Fit, who very comfortable on the ledge, tending to be around there more often than other characters, using that soccer ball or volleyball or whatever it is that they're throwing out, and then just kind of dancing up and down with those hula hoops. It's a lot more of an off-stage battle than you typically see from your average character. We'll say in a shield break here for the Aegis. That'll do it from center stage. Hello, how's your mother? Forward smash sends him to the right side blast zone and open things up here.
4 shield breaks in finals. I would have never predicted this. And a big reversal here from Jack there as the Wii Fit finds the stock on the left side of the stage. Now it's so close. It just is an explosive matchup between these two players, and you'll love to see this kind of thing. Now, you think who's going to be out? It's just hard to get a lead at this point, but these players just doing so much, and their games have been pretty immaculate to this point.
Breathing is online once again for that Wii Fit, so more damage, more knockback, better movement on the cards for the time being. Loses the buff there though, so back to the regular version. We'll have to contend with this Aegis on a bit more even footing, and Kosuma now hanging out on this ledge. Oh, the Flame Nova gets them spiked into the stage, and you can see that air dodge came out. That was a missed tech opportunity for Jack. They were trying to get it, but they instead just buffer the air dodge. They'll lose out on that second stock as a result of it. Do have 145% already on this Aegis, however, which is very much well within kill percent for Wii Fit, but they gotta find a clean hit. If they want to be able to take away this second stock and even things back out, they clank in neutral. Prominence Revolt comes out, doesn't find a home, right side of the stage goes Kosuma, and another Flame Nova just trying to catch an overextension from this Wii Fit, who now returns back to this ledge and trying to slow things down.
Yeah, it's a big point of contention here. Trying to see if you're going to be able to find the stock and just see what you're able. Jack just trying to stay alive here. 169% built up onto Kosuma with the Pyra. Trying to go low once again with that recovery and see if it's going to be a matter. Gets the kill, gets the stock, gets a few buffs in the process as well. This is where Wii Fit becomes a scary character here. With this deep breathings, this extra power, extra speed, able to see if are you going to be able to find this stock. With you trying to avoid this low recovery too. It's so close at this point. It's such a pivotal matchup. Missing the up air, and thus another sign of life here on this last stock.
Yeah, but they got to make it back to the stage yet, and Kosuma has been good in these edge guard situations. Doesn't get the down air, but does get a down tilt in the center of the stage, setting up for that up air. Not quite the right percentage yet for it, but one more of those up airs up above those platforms will do the job for Kosuma. So you can see Jack starting to hang out on the ledge a bit more. There's a down tilt once more, but the drift away from the action by Jack keeps themselves safe and prevents the follow-up, and now actually has an opportunity. The spike and the Prominence Revolt coming out of nowhere, and the Aegis takes it. It looked like the turnaround was on the cards, but the Pyra out of nowhere steals that stock back away.
And such a pivotal moment. When you think about this set after it's all done, that might be one of the big like turnaround here. Maybe end up being the X factor and the change really here. I love to see the Prominence Revolt come out. Like, I don't think you at least expect to. Such a strong move, but it's so punishable at times if it whiffs. But there, as you find the upper, you gotta go for it. It's really at the point. Champions make the right decision at the right time. That's one of those signs here. South Ridge, one game up here in this third set. Maybe starting to see if they're going to be able to set.
And we know that Cosmos, one of the more prominent, we'll say, Pyra Mythra players, loves to use that Prominence Revolt on the edge, and then you can kind of see if it's gonna work or not. If you land on the stage, it's a very laggy option, you can get punished for it, but if you land on the edge, you'll just snap down, grab it with magnet hands, and then you'll hang there, and you can't get punished for it. So it looked like that's kind of what Kosuma was doing there, just seeing if that one connected. Once they got the initial hit, you're comfortable landing on the stage knowing that you're not going to get punished, and in this case, taking away the stock. But Spicy, that down air from Jack was inches away from stealing that game away. If that doesn't land on the stage with the down air, spikes you into the bottom blast zone, this game is completely different, and it would have been a Hanford lead going into game number 2. Kosuma sneaking away with it as we get underway here and has a small lead for their school.
Yep, small lead for now. They're able to get a small damage lead up until somewhere where they did lose it. Now in this first stock, anything really can happen. We're back to Kalos as well. FD-esque in this sense, trying to go with the flatter stage, a little stage here as well here, and trying to see who's going to be able to make this first move. It's so pivotal to get this first here, and just seeing who's going to be able to next enter might tell a story about who's going to be able to win this next game.
This one feels like a decent stage for Wii Fit. It was Jack, of course, who selected where they'd be playing at, so can't fault them for the attempt here at getting a counter pick stage and a little bit more room to work with, as you mentioned. And wow, that down air connected with the ball as well. A bit of double duty on that attack, dealing extra damage, making sure that Jack now well within kill percent. And somehow, Spicy, Jack has managed to escape pretty much all of these down tilt into up air combos. They finally lose the stock to the dash attack, but one of the premier options that Pyramithra have to take these stocks just doesn't seem to be working for Kosuma in this one.
Yeah, it's so here. It's a matter of just trying to find any opportunities possible, really. And you're seeing the Kosuma get these. It's very hard. It's very difficult, but then when they do, it's just so momentum for their side. Jack now, it'd be impressive to see. Are they going to be able to hold on for much longer? Trying to still find.
174%. Well, that got wiped away pretty quickly before I could even make the read on the number. Wiped back to zero as the stock gets taken in favor of Jack. And they manage to even things back out here for Kosuma, who does in turn take away a stock pretty early. That is one of the things about these Kalos side blast zones. If you get caught too close to them, they feel a lot closer than they really look on the screen. You have to be careful if you're going to be hanging out around the edge like this Wii Fit likes to do. A decent Mithra combo will tack on some additional damage, and already in the blink of an eye, it feels like this Wii Fit is back to kill percent, and the forward smash in the center of the stage will get it done. Southridge clapping back with 2 games in a row, and they take the lead back from Hanford.
Oh, and you see the pop-off there. The celebration just very much deserved here from South Ridge. It's such an important game, such a pivotal moment in this set, and like you love to see that kind of emotion really start to go through. But the thing about this, we still got 2 more sets left to play anyone's game still at this point.
It is now the lead returned to Southridge. This is where they're much more comfortable being, more accustomed to being. You can see the battle of the mascots is coming out in full force as Team Captain Poyo takes the stand here for their squad. And across the way, it's going to be Lank now picking up the DK plushie, bring it directly to the setup for a bit of additional encouragement, a bit of additional enthusiasm from the crowd. And how could you possibly lose when you've got DK staring at you right in the mug like that, Spicy?
It's hard to figure out an answer for that. Yeah, when you have DK in your corner, how do you lose? Like, it's maybe that's the reason they're up to this point. Like, that's actually exactly what they are looking for here. I have to wonder, when are we going to be seeing a DK, like, actually being picked, though? Because I know it's been a pretty common pick here in WSSEA, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out here. It's been a staple of this Washington meta. Yes, we talk about Pyramithra a lot, but, like, you see DK come up quite often, and the heavies in general have been a pretty prevalent character archetype in this tournament, especially here on Championship Sunday. So wouldn't be surprised to see it come through again.
Poyo making some adjustments to their team's mascot, throwing the crown back on him, making sure they're comfortable there as we get the buttons mapped here and all of our checks done ahead of time. Hopefully, Spicy, we'll have a game that isn't briefly interrupted by those controller disconnections as we've seen up until this point. But regardless of what got us to this point, here's the deal. We are now 5 points for Southridge over Hanford's 2. I think that if they end up winning this one, Spicy, this is match point. This is effectively the last leg for Hanford. If they drop any more games, if they drop any more points, then it is curtains for their playoff run.
correct here, and this is such an important thing to consider. Yeah, South Ridge can win this pretty much outright here. Hanford has no stranger to this moment, though. What happened in their first matchup? Hanford ended up winning in Game 4 to send us to a deciding Game 5. It's going to be Poyo back on the hero. Meanwhile, from the side of Hanford, it is Lank with the Donkey Kong. What an exciting, what an exhilarating matchup you're going to be seeing here on Small Battlefield.
Yeah, and they put their playoff hopes in the hands of the mascot. DK on the stage, DK on the screen. DK getting clipped by a critical strike there from this hero. Just, you know, a side effect of being hero. You also get a small amount of critical strike chance, deal additional knockback, deal additional damage, and deal additional snoozes here. Hatchet Man comes out for the flashy kill. I think the F smash might have gotten the job done, but leave nothing to chance, says Poyo, and takes that stock quickly. Be tasked with getting back to the stage, manages to land themselves back. They should be all right to control this lead.
Yep, and it's so important to have the lead against the character like Donkey Kong. And what an interesting use of Kaklang here. Have to see if the timing is correct here. Yep, there is. And Lank is able to find the stock there. As you saw, the Kaklang completely invincible with the metal, but leaves you heavily punished as it was at that moment.
And now all the buffs coming out on that hero, you can see that's why they're glowing red, and that's a big delivery. And Kaklang won't be picked up this time around, probably not wanting to repeat that, instead just psyching up and going for another bang. Eating through a lot of this mana very quickly, but doesn't need any mana for that F smash on the side of the stage. 19 MP to their name, and they get the second stock, putting the last hope, you can see that hope tag for Hanford, in the hands of Lank, with only one stock remaining.
Yep. DK with one stock, though, can be a pretty scary character to go up against. You have a lot of great options off of your forward throw, being the command throw as well here, and you see the zoom coming into play, not able to punish it off yet, as Poyo is doing a great job of navigating this around. Almost got a massive read there, would have been a huge game ender, but unfortunately for them, not able to connect, and Hope still staying alive here as Lank with this DK still has a shot at this.
Kamikaze on the screen, does go for it on the grand final stage, won't be able to find it, and we'll throw out a snooze instead. That would have been a terrific way to notch game number 1, but instead now they only have one stock remaining, and this is unfortunately going to likely do it as the accelerate comes through. The crackle, honestly, Spicy, kind of complicated things, but made it a lot more flashy when the stock did go down.
I will say, yeah, they went for a bit of a combo there. He had like the snooze, he went to the crackle to get them frozen, then following that up with the up smash. You could have just used a smash attack pretty much, and that would have been enough to seal the deal, but what a statement there. Kind of going for a little bit of pizzazz here on the final stage. And they saw it with the Kamikaze. Like, the moment they went for that menu button again, Kamikaze was in that roulette, and I was very worried that Poyo was going to accidentally press it on last stock, but fortunately for them, they didn't do that. They were able to get that win. And South Ridge, one more game away from a championship.
And the second crown comes down onto their team captain. The third one sitting off stage onto this Kirby. They've got plenty of royalty there on the stage. This is a team that has looked dominant all throughout the regular season, even throughout this playoff run, has looked incredibly dangerous to play against. This is the final hope officially now on the screen for Hanford High School. They have to win this game. They have to push it to a game number 3. And it's looking like this is going to be another button check, so probably not yet, but by gosh, by golly, Spicy, the next time that these two fighters take the stage for real, you better have your eyes peeled, you better have your snacks in your lap, because you are not going to want to miss a moment of it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a great matchup here when we eventually get back into it. I have to wonder, like, what's going to be the next adjustment being made here? Going back to Small Battlefield as well. It looks like we're probably gonna end up going to the same characters. I wonder if it's a player adjustment in terms of like how we're gonna do the game plan side of things here. We're actually hovering around here. Oh, we're going over the pit potentially, and that would be a bit of a change up here. We don't see pit too often, but Oh, are we seeing Poyo go back to Kirby this time? Kirby Dark Pit being the potential matchup here for this next game would be very interesting. Yeah, Kirby and then Pit here for this game. This could be the moment for Southridge to win another championship. Meanwhile, from Hanford, you're settling all of your hopes now, resting on this Pit.
Team captain, the team mascot, reunited once again here in the grand finals. It would be a storybook finish if they could manage to pull it off for Southridge. Across the way, Hanford, the hope tag stays on. They need a hero. We'll see if the Angel is capable of being that for them. A dicey situation off stage here as Poyo gets set very far down, spiked a couple of different times, but somehow has enough jumps, enough leaps to make it back onto the stage. A bit of a heart-wrencher, but definitely these players are comfortable in these kinds of situations, even when all the chips are down, willing to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And Poyo gets a good dash attack there, has a small percentage lead, but it does seem like a lot more comfortable in this matchup is Lank.
Oh yeah, I would imagine that Lank is pretty comfortable in this matchup here. Pit is objectively considered to be the better character than Kirby, at least. Very aerial battle. Oh, great parry off of that down switch, but gets hit with the back air. Sends Lank off to the right side, has to recover, does so, and has an opportunity to maybe go for an edge guard on the right side of that stage. You've been seeing a lot of that from this Pit. Knowing that you can take these stocks pretty early, whether it be with a well-placed down air to send them to the far side of the downwards part of the stage, or maybe just getting a good aerial there. But unfortunate air dodge off stage. You hate to see that happen on this point.
Wow, a buffered option more than likely, probably trying to grab the ledge and roll onto the stage, but instead gets the neutral air dodge and ends up forfeiting that first stock. Heartbreaking here for Hanford, and it means that every bit of percentage that gets onto this Pit matters even more as they set up this edge guard situation. Now Poyo trying to air dodge onto the ledge, doesn't have the verticality to make it, so now a couple of flubs in a row even out the stock count once more, but it is Hanford at a percentage deficit, and Poyo is already pulling out the hammer once more.
Yeah, you saw the hammer do a ton in that quarterfinal matchup, but not able to do anything yet here against Lank with this Pit. And this Pit is coming alive here. Pit is a character with a lot of great opening combos, has the potential to make something happen here as well. And trying to see it, are we going to this point? But the drill is not going to be a stock.
Wow.
The downwards hit of that is going to take it to this final stock here for Lank.
33% already on the Pit. The hammer coming out once again from Poyo, trying to land that cinematic final blow onto the opposition, stalling for time, trying to make it back in an attempt to avoid the inevitable. You cannot run from your fate, and Poyo doesn't get the hammer, but gets the victory for their squad. Stand tall, for you are strong, Southridge. They are going to be your grand finals champions of the Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yeah, Southridge in a very deserved championship win here. You saw it just kind of with the mental game at the end. You can't get hit by the hammer. You gotta go around it. But like, how do you get around the hammer when you're off stage? Pit has a great recovery, a bit linear at times, and just so happened only went straight up, not able to get back to the stage. But doesn't matter there, as Southridge champions once again of WSSEA Smash Ultimate. Gotta give all the props to them here.
Yeah, the mathematical clinch, as I believe my co-caster Spicy once called it, has been achieved for Southridge. So even if the remaining games were won by Hanford, they are not capable of accumulating a sufficient amount of points to make it back and get the victory over Southridge. So by virtue of the numbers themselves, Southridge will be your champions. And I think that Kirby has more than enough crowns over there. I mean, I don't know if that's 5, 6, 7 at this point. Maybe one for each of the kills that they got through those hammers from Poyo. I'm not sure what the significance might have been, but you can definitely tell that these guys are thrilled to have had the opportunity to come here and play and take away the victory and get their run back against Hanford, who gave them the best run for their money all throughout the season. Hanford didn't manage to do it in that regular season, came a little bit closer then, but Southridge really put their foot down here in the finals.
Yeah, it's Southridge just putting up a show here on the final stage. Love to see it. Really have to give a lot of credit to Hanford, though, because they've been having like an amazing run to this point, and I love to see that we're still playing out this last game. Not sure how we're going to be approaching it here, but it's like you made it this far for a reason, and Hanford, they already beat an undefeated team right before this, so to only lose to the champion of the league, that's nothing to be ashamed of here. And Hanford has a very strong program, bright future ahead of them, and a lot of talent still on their side.
And it will be this final matchup between these two players. And of course, as mentioned earlier, on the Hanford side of things, it's going to be Eater of Eggs, the captain, the anchor for Hanford, that will be responsible for giving them their send-off and taking away that silver medal for them. Across the way, Southridge are bringing out Mimikyu one more time to give them an opportunity to demonstrate what they've got. Has been quite a bit of diversity, not only in the characters, but also throughout the roster in Southridge. Waffles, we got to see earlier listed as an alternate, got to get some game time on the stage. That's got to be a huge opportunity for them. I just love the fact that Southridge cycling through with so much diversity, not only in the characters, also in the players, demonstrates just how comfortable they are, just how strong they are as a roster to have all of these options available to them. And we have got a canon matchup here in the grand finals, the Sephiroth, the Cloud, and it's going to be our final matchup of the day.
Yeah, Cloud, Sephiroth, can't get any more cinematic than this here. The person rocking the prey tag will be Eater of Eggs. Hanford will be on the Cloud. Mimikyu being from South Ridge on the Sephiroth. You got a classic sword fight here. Cannon matchup, as you mentioned. Limit break being used just to recover to the stage. And it feels like these players don't even want to play on the stage, as there's basically all stage control at this time. And seeing if Eater Eggs is able to get back on.
Now, this is a matchup that I like to imagine has to be pretty poor for Cloud, even though people tend to think it's closer to even. If you can get off stage as Sephiroth and prevent this Cloud from getting back on, that is where Cloud is at his weakest. That's why we're seeing so much of Mimikyu's game plan, trying to keep Cloud off stage and in that right-hand blast zone, as they take away stock number 1 from Eater of Eggs of Hanford. They do manage to get the wing online as well. So not quite 100%, 99.9, but it's not a numbers thing. It's all about the aura that this Sephiroth has. And now increased movement speed, increased damage, increased knockback, all that stuff is good. And Mimikyu's going to make use of every bit of it.
All this, and you get an extra jump, but it's not going to matter as the limit break cross/slash connects, as we do see Eater of Eggs equalize us here at 2 stocks apiece. Big read with that up smash here from Mimikyu, as you see now Eater of Eggs trying to respond with options of their own. I love the use of all of these aerials and the combo game. Oh, going for the read there with the limit blade beam. Unfortunately not going to connect there, but they've kind of been bringing it back here as Eater of Eggs, whilst up 148%, has still managed to stay alive and trying to get rid of Mimikyu's stock.
The question becomes, how much longer can they hang on to this stock? And the answer is provided swiftly and effectively, and the answer is not much longer. So Mimikyu gets that one wing back online, manages to pump out a little bit more damage of extra credit. Still 2 stocks remaining on this Sephiroth, whereas across the way, Hanford only have the 1 left to go on the Cloud. They charge up the limit and make it back to the stage once. They won't be able to do it a second time around. And Eater of Eggs, despite looking very strong in portions of that one, end up losing game 1 to Mimikyu, who continues to impress on a vast variety of characters.
Yeah, the Sephiroth being the option here from Mimikyu, like that was a great showing here. Going to Dreamland, I guess, here.
I guess.
Don't see that very often, unfortunately, yeah. Not even like the FD version of it. Looks like we're going back to PS2. It makes the best game. So, great showing from both of these players here. And South Ridge, it doesn't matter if they've already clinched the victory. They feel very good. You see the Fox was locked in from Eater of Eggs. Meanwhile, you see Sephiroth still being the option here from Mimikyu. I'm going to see another character just added here to the repertoire today.
And long-term fans of the game have probably seen this matchup quite a bit, especially fans of the Nairo MK sector. This is one that should be even as well, but once again, you can be very difficult to recover to the stage as Fox, and Sephiroth very good at edge guarding this character. But hang on, let's not even talk about edge guards. Let's talk about how fast that Eater of Eggs hit the ground running on this Fox and the incredible pressure that they put up in those opening few seconds.
Yeah, like you saw the forward air being used as a drag down, kind of using that knockback there to just take the Sephiroth back to the ground and extending the combo here. Fox with such a expressive combo game where you're able to do so much on the offensive side of things. On the flip side, you are very light and you get sent off stage very easily and you lose stocks just like that. But despite that, you are going to see if Eater X is going to be able to take this stock. Is putting up such a great showing of offense here. It's just a matter of finding that one hit to send Mimikyu to that blast zone.
An up smash would have done it. That's usually what Fox's go-to would be in this situation. Maybe a soft hit in there into that up smash, late hit dash attack, a couple of different ways to set up different kill options, especially at this high percent for Sephiroth that you can see Eater of Eggs trying to find an opportunity, but Mimikyum's just not giving them away, even at 148%. Playing very evasive right now, gets a trade there, begins to tack on some additional extra credit. Forward air won't get the job done for Eater of Eggs, and instead we're going to have to go for another opportunity. Reads the roll with the dash attack, still won't do it, and Mimikyum very close to 200% here, Spicy.
Yeah, 183 on a Sephiroth. That is unheard of here. We do see Eater of X with that down smash, that split kick, able to find the stock, and it is going to do so nicely here. You have to worry, though. You're already in another edge guard situation, and Mimikyu is just doing such a great job of controlling the stage. There is nowhere to go here for Eater of Eggs, and that's such a problem when Fox is such a mobile character. Unfortunate, not able to line it up with the side of the stage and make it back up here as Eater of Eggs onto their last stock now.
Last potential stock for Hanford High School in this grand finals and in this playoff performance. They, of course, earned that silver medal very effectively, and this is sort of a send-off for them. You'd love to be able to take away an additional stock or maybe a couple of games here if you're Eater of Eggs, your team's captain, and gets a good one there, catches him going all the way up. Hang on a second. Bit of life left in the tank here for Eater of Eggs and for Hanford High School. Won't go quietly into that good night. And a great parry there sets up for another opportunity to rack up the damage. Fox is very good at these low percents. You could be seeing an even game in the blink of an eye if you're not careful.
Yeah, you're seeing combo extension being immaculate at this point here. Even percentage now has the lead already. Eater of Eggs just going off here, but that's the F tilt that's going to find the stock here as Mimikyu just ends it here with a 2-0. Another 4 points for Southridge to cap off this championship win.
Yeah, business as usual here for Southridge as they get it done in the grand finals. And your final score for Southridge versus Hanford is going to be 13 in favor of Southridge, and Hanford picking up 2 points made us worry for Southridge's chances. Getting that first game really made you imagine that there was a world where Hanford takes the reverse sweep or at least pushes us to a game number 5, but Southridge demonstrating what got them to this point to begin with, the lethality, the killer instinct that this squad's got, and they have certainly well earned a celebration at this point. An excellent regular season run, an even better playoffs run, and they will be taking home your gold medal.
And well deserved too. Versatility being the name of the game for that program. It doesn't matter. It's like from the controllers, from the characters, the amount of stages they were all comfortable going to, just even the game plans. It was a beautiful thing to watch this Southridge team, an undefeated run. And this is not by no means an easy run as well. Like they had to go through a tough playoff bracket here, going through an undefeated team in Centralia, going up against Hanford, who's undefeated aside from going up against Southridge. Just an amazing way for this to cap off their season and cap off an amazing Smash Ultimate run.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're really underselling how incredible it is that Southridge, an undefeated team, in the playoffs played another undefeated team and remained undefeated. That is quite the accomplishment that this team has managed to put together, and they have certainly well earned not only the opportunity to be here, but also to take home that trophy, take home that gold medal. You can see Hanford across the way. They have earned the silver. They got here for a formidable performance to make it to this point and get some pictures taken and commemorate the moment for each of these two squads. And Spicy, it has been quite the storyline to get us to this point. I mean, regular season felt like a very long, drawn-out process, and Southridge, not a single stumbling block along the way.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to not have a single stumbling block. And they did so with just dominance, it felt like. We talked about the number of 15 zeros here. And like a 13-2 in finals, like that just shows how strong that program is. Like, you knew it was going to be something like this, and even when things got close, they were always able to clutch it out. The killer instinct, like you mentioned, that's the championship mentality really here, and you love to see that from a very talented set of players. Like, we knew Washington had a lot of great names on the come up, especially within the Scholastic scene, but to see it in like full spades, especially in like this environment, when it's for a lot of these players, it's their first time doing a LAN like this in like this kind of format. But still, amazing job not letting the pressure get to them and kind of like elevating when those pressure happens. Like, I saw some of the things they were doing with like the execution side of things. To do that with a crowd behind you, especially, not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, this is definitely an environment at these LANs where things can either feel like they're behind you or feel like they're blowing against you, and you can tell Southridge really got the LAN power-up that we talk about a lot at these kinds of events, where it feels like the crowd is behind you, it feels like nothing can go wrong, and everything is blowing in your direction. So I love to see a team like Southridge putting in so much hard work and getting here and giving us quite the show as well. I mean, these weren't like just complete wipes or something like that. Southridge looked great. Hanford made it competitive. In Soy Sauce, you got the prediction right. The defending champions picking up another one here.
They did indeed, but before we get to that, we have some awards to hand out. First, we would like to invite Hanford to the stage.
Guys.
And congratulations to Hanford SSBU for second place in the tournament 2025. What a year it's been for you guys. Go ahead and hoist your trophy. Congratulations again. It's been a long season for you guys. You worked hard to get here. What's it like playing in this venue here at this event?
Unfortunately, we weren't able to be here last year due to some certain issues with transportation, but now that we were finally here, I'm glad that we came. We saw, almost conquered, but it's been nice, and I love all you guys for playing the same game as me.
What do you think about this format, right? 5 individual 1v1s, all worth a different amount of points. Kind of an interesting way to go about it. Just kind of your take on it.
I think it's particularly strange since the third match could really just be worth 2 points and the outcomes would really just be the same, but this is probably the best way to do like a team sport in Smash specifically.
And lastly, is there anyone you would like to thank or shout out while you're here on stage? Floor is yours.
I'd like to shout out my parents. I'd like to shout out Poyo for always pushing me to be better. I'd like to shout out my best friend. Where is he? This guy. And I'd like to thank my parents. They're really great people. Thank you.
Thank you once again. And another shout out and congratulations to Hanford for their performance in this championship tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Good games. And now it's time to welcome our first place team, Southridge High School, come up to the stage. We saw immediately after the match for you guys, you all came up here and got the photograph of the 4. Is that 4 times in a row? Is that what that 4 was? Well, congratulations for that. That is a historic achievement, a dynasty, if you will. What's it like to put together that type of run?
It's it just really showcases our work ethic, and we just kept playing ever since 6th grade. Me and like a group of seniors about to graduate, we kept playing at lunch every day, and then all of a sudden now we're competing at like a competitive level.
That's awesome to hear. Now, again, for you guys, 4 years in a row of competing in this league, and well, with each kind of championship, did you ever feel like there was a target on your back that you felt like you had to keep pushing?
Yes. You do it.
Go say it. Okay. Well, yeah, I'd say there's always been a target on our back because, you know, we're number 1. Why wouldn't there be a target on our back? But that's really all I have to say. Did anyone else want to say anything?
We got some very competitive neighbors, like shout out Hanford. Hope and Pray are some very good players, and they push us to get better too. You know, it's not easy to get Sam down to 1 stock, so pretty good job in the last finals.
And what's it like being just, you know, on this team, right? There's a certain energy that you guys bring to the building, you know, with, for example, all the plushies and the Burger King hats. So, you know, what's it like just kind of the camaraderie, excuse me, that you guys have built over, you know, 4 seasons with each other?
Well, we have had the 4-time state champion. I started the tradition of bringing the Burger King crown on my sophomore year. I was like, I wore it the whole time, and then we ended up winning that year. So then all the other years, it's like, it's basically tradition. So I just kept bringing them. It kept multiplying. Last year, there's a lot of Burger King crowns, and now it's on the Kirby.
6 of them.
It's kind of like my mascot at this point.
Here at Southridge, Smash Bros has become almost a culture, if you will. Like Derek said, like some of us have been literally playing this game every day for 7 years. And because of that, we've kind of developed this culture around the game, and there becomes a certain camaraderie, like you said, where we're all kind of like a family. Like, these are like my brothers. Like, it's super awesome. Even though we're all really competitive against each other all the time, it just pushes us to be better. And it's, at the end of the day, it's just a lot of fun getting to hang out with these boys.
Well, congratulations again. Did you want to chime in? Okay. Well, congratulations again. And Southridge, you get to hoist the trophy for the first place in the SSBU bracket. Once again, give it up for Southridge. All right, we are going to cut to a quick intermission. We're going to cut to a quick intermission to get ready for our next grand final. So don't go anywhere. More WSSEA championships are right around the corner.
That would be so funny.
Why don't we?
Do it like facing me.
Each other.
I'm
Everyone
going. I
hands.
will punch you live on stream.
It's like kindergarten. Everyone hands in your lap.
Yeah.
Everyone hands at the same time.
Crisscross applesauce.
Hands to yourself. Nice words. You are.
I know.
Welcome back to the WSSEA 2025 State Championships. We are here joined by Lake Stevens Rocket League squad as they got third place in the Rocket League tournament. And I'm here with the captain and the rest of the team. What's it like competing in the Rocket League scene here in WSSEA?
Well, it is definitely a stressful one, I can tell you that. We tried and put our hardest work out there. Definitely wish we could get a rematch, but who knows. Definitely, Nehemiah is definitely coming for a take back on this one, and we're just excited to be here.
What's it like being a part of the Lake Stevens program, right? You guys got these nice, cool jerseys, right? You got a bunch of teams participating. So what's it like, being part of Lake Stevens?
The Lake Stevens community is a really awesome one. There's a very strong sense of bonding, and every team kind of gets along, which is really nice. So similar seasons get more interconnected, especially at events like this. When we get to see each other in person, which unfortunately isn't often, it's like, oh yeah, I do know you. It's awesome, yeah.
And then, what's it like for you guys playing at this stage, at this venue, right? Because this is a very unique type of esports event.
Like I said, it's definitely a nervous one. But we just come in here and just try and put our hardest work out, and we just are trying to get for that #1 spot. Unfortunately, we didn't. But hey, third's not bad.
Anyone you'd like to thank or shout out while you're here?
I just like to say all glory to God in the highest, and I just want to shout out all of our friends and families, Lake Stevens Vikings. I also want to shout out, and yeah, that's all.
And Mr.
Oh, and Mr. Wood's uncle, yes.
All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Hoist that trophy proud. All right, let's give Lake Stevens one more round of applause for their performance in the Rocket League tournament. And now it's time for the grand finals of Rocket League. 2 teams left in our playoff bracket. It's going to be explosive, high-octane matchup, and I cannot wait to get into it. So let's bring in our casters for this one. Tugboat and Hot Sauce entering into the ring here. This is going to be an exciting grand finals.
Thank you, Soy Sauce, and welcome back, everybody, to the WSSEA 2025 State Championships course, brought to you by Landfest and the wonderful Snohomish County Sports Commission. We've seen a ton of exciting games already here today, but Kennedy Catholic, they've knocked off one undefeated team. They'll have to do it yet again if they want to claim and be back-to-back champions here. Tenino has looked near flawless throughout the regular season.
That's entirely fair. Entirely fair, Hot Sauce. You could also say that about the squad that they just put down. Yes, that was Lake Stevens. Now, they had a fantastic performance there in the third place, obviously taking that one down 3-0, but they are not any strangers to playing this underdog position and coming out on top, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, and I liked hearing Lake Stevens. They said, we're going to be coming back for that run it back next season. So
Yes.
I like to hear that determination. They have a great program over there. So, again, congratulations to them on a job well done here today. But we've got two more teams to duke it out. Kennedy Catholic, Tenino. I mean, can they get to back-to-back champions? We saw the Super Smash squad there a little bit ago. It said they were four-time champions. That is no easy feat, and neither is a back-to-back. But Tenino looks very hungry here today.
Oh, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Now, it's a simple fact that these two teams had similar paths in, like, the most recent, right? Tenino, the Silla Vikings, both that match and the Lake Stevens Kennedy Catholic match went down to 3-2 status. A barn burner, a nail biter going all the way down to the end. Now, Tenino had a little bit of an easier path, right? Coming in as the number 1 seed, they get paired up with the 8th seed, that is Silas Rocket League Varsity's squad. That was a 3-0 fashion there. Again, completely different story there for Kennedy Catholic. 3-2 victory. Another nail biter, another barn burner, another Mat 5 situation. That was against the Lincoln Walla Walla squad in the very beginning of this tournament, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably been a tough route for a lot of these teams, but I mean, that's what it all takes to get here to this final day, to this championship, and to be the team to hoist that trophy. Get those bragging rights for a full year until you get to return. Certainly does feel good, but like we said before, the core requirement here is to just get out there and have some fun.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe, as you always say, not losers and winners, winners and learners, right? There's so much to be learned from a loss, especially at high-level competitions just like this one, right? Whether it's close, whether it's a one-sided affair, I don't know where we'll end up, but teams will go forth. They'll have a fantastic time. Even-handed competition, the lights and sounds of the LAN atmosphere, right? Undying honor and glory on the line right now between Tenino High School and these Kennedy Catholic Knights.
Yeah, we can kind of see there the getting prepped and ready to take on Kennedy Catholic. We've got Tenino in the screen there, and it seems to be all smiles, good vibes across the board here. So they've got to be feeling good heading into this, but I mean, they know they have a tough task ahead of them. We saw Kennedy Catholic win a championship before. They are comfortable in this type of atmosphere, in this type of setting, and we saw them knock off an undefeated squad already. So they know they have what it takes, but it's just about who can execute just a little bit better on the big day.
Exactly. They always say that the top teams are frequently going to be ones that come forth and capitalize on the mistakes of their opponents. Taking a look at Tenino, that is Shredder, 66515, henceforth referred to as Shredder. Maybe an homage to the little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action. That's the captain there for Tenino. Diamond Dog, the third. Gray Mink, 2173, as well as 342. 342 playing as the alternate right now. Kennedy Catholic?
Hey, I love always seeing the gamer tags out here. Kids getting creative with it. But Kennedy Catholic High School, we saw Jeffy earlier was having a great series of games. We saw Goat Lotion, Ryrox as well, and Neon as that alternate there. But I think, was there another player as well we saw on the field in that previous match?
Believe that was Fish. It was Koi Fish.
Yes,
that we saw playing as well. So perhaps an in-game name that might be different from Neon, or these might be two different players.
Well, we never truly know until they get out there, I suppose. But I mean, I think that's the nice thing about Kennedy Catholic is they show that not only can they win with their main starting roster, but they're comfortable. They have a deep roster. They're comfortable allowing these players to get some action out there on that big day, and they were successful doing it. So I wonder if we'll see something similar here in the start of this next one.
We got to imagine that at least for game one of this upcoming best of 5, probably start a little bit slower here, Hot Sauce. Kind of feel out the other squad, realize that both of these teams got to this grand finals here, bracket on your screen right now, by no mistake, right? They have earned their position all the way through, and you're really going to have to respect the shooters as well as the defense of your opposing squads.
Yeah, honestly, the amount of 3-2s and 3-1s is phenomenal. It just goes to show how close the talent is across the board. I mean, all of these students, very, very talented. And so it's great to give them a spotlight to shine for everybody. And it's always fun to get to showcase the young talent.
Got to. Want to give a big shout out to Landfest as well as the Snohomish County Sports Commission. This time I said it right. Sorry about that, guys. I have horrible handwriting, so I wrote it as 2 N's, like the Snohomish. It's whatever. Snohomish County Sports Commission. Let's get this one started.
All right, one more shot already, though.
Whoa.
Diamond Dog off the kickoff. He is wasting no time. Who let the dogs out? Tenino up by 1.
Koi-Fish can't quite get out there on the initial kickoff, and maybe just a confusion of the communications right there. Diamond Dog finding gold early.
Well, we'll see. Kennedy Catholic was good at finding ways to respond. They had 2 comeback victories in the previous one as well, but already Tenino looks like they're on fire. Shredder just shredding through and finding the back of the net.
My goodness, no green ooze necessary for this one. Shredder right in the middle, 2-0, incredibly early.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful double tap off the back wall. So Tenino off to an early start, but we saw something similar for Kennedy Catholic in the previous one. And yeah, I had the same inclination there as I was worried that maybe they were going to get another one.
All right, so we're officially off of kickoff now, but still the result is the same. Shredder, 2 shots, 2 goals, 24 seconds into this one with Tenino up 3-0.
Season 17 grand champion. That's no easy feat on its own, but wearing that badge proudly is Shredder. And already starting off on that right foot, they look to be a very aggressive team. Maybe some bumps or demos is something that Kennedy Catholic could look for to alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming in here early, and honestly, just getting a demo out and kind of making the numbers look a little bit better for your squad may be the early answer here. Or maybe just, again, trying to slow down, just maintain possession of this ball, but Tenino is having none of it.
They are just so fast. The third-man rotations, everything seems to be on point. They're continuously keeping the drive alive, maintaining the possession of the ball, the field domination, boost consumption, you name it, checking all the boxes at the moment. But it's only a minute in. There is so much room for error, so much time for Kennedy to come back. So we already saw in that previous one, you definitely cannot count this squad out.
No, you cannot. They're even finding good angles off the corners and stuff as well. From on high, Goat Lotion barely gets the save right there, and a little bit of assistance from the teammate on the following clear. Back on out to the corner. Jeffy is trying to get this centered and get something going the other way. Gray Mink quickly hoists this back out, and it's Kennedy Catholic back on the defense.
Yeah, right now, again, Tenino. There's that demo we were looking for. Car parts exploding across the pitch here, but Shredder just comes muscling in, trying to steal this one away from Jeffy. They continue this pressure here from Tenino, and at the moment, it's been relentless.
Really has. Seems like a little bit of lapse in that pressure. That's got a huge pitch off to the right side and should purchase Kennedy Catholic a little bit of breathing room.
Got some breathing room, but they got to start turning that room into some goals here. They can't allow Tenino to continue to extend this lead as Gray Mink up in toward the sky. Now Shredder looking for the aerial dribble, the flip reset, and Shredder is on fire.
Really is. 5 shots set up all day long by Gray Mink. Shredder finds this perfectly. What is that, 4 taps? 5 taps, a quintuple tap? I don't even know. I don't count that high.
I don't got enough fingers. I know. I mean, a great start for them here in game one, but we're not even halfway through the game. Again, plenty of time here for Kennedy. And even if they do struggle in game one, they've just got to find a way to start putting a couple goals on the board, look to build off the momentum. And Jeffy says, hey, I can flip reset too, baby.
Gotta let them know here. Gotta let them know that, hey, still gotta respect the skills up high and aerially. Gray Mink against the wall. This is mostly just to give it over to the teammate and a solid shot. Jeffy's still going to have to go up and clear this one. Corner boost picked up on the way in as well. The resources might come into play here if this turns out to be an extended offense.
Shredder trying to set it up in front of the net here for the teammates. Not quite able to get there in time, but they're able to maintain that pressure. It's a big booming clear that was headed somewhat toward the net, but Shredder showing that he can play that defensive side here as well, and now looking for something in transition.
See if this is exactly what they're looking for as Jeffy tries to put it against the ceiling. Shredder has different ideas. This Lotion comes just flying, twisting out at this one. Koifish, an uncharacteristic miss. Diamond Dog maybe the beginning of something, but starts that at least for something, gives a little bit of air under this ball, and Kennedy Catholic is honestly just a little bit pensive to even kind of collapse into this one and try and get something going offensively.
Yeah, just a tough start to the game here, but it has slowed down just a little bit. We just need to see Kennedy Catholic getting a few more opportunities, some shots on target here as Gray Mink will be met in the sky. Shredder looks to scoop it up, a potential play off the backboard right in front of the net. The shot is there, but a bit wide and to the left here from Diamond Dog.
Diamond Dog's already feasted upon a couple of those. Can't quite find it again, though. Koi Fish, oh, nice idea. I love the idea. Bringing this one off of the corner and trying to get that redirected on the inside when you've seen a double commit on the other side for Tenino. That's exactly what I'm talking about when we talk in the pre-show there about capitalizing upon mistakes. Just doesn't really kind of connect right there. But the idea is they saw it coming and then executed a game plan.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of peppering shots toward that backboard as well, biting out some defenders, opening up that net, and then capitalizing just like that as Shredder will find another one.
Texas hat trick. It's 4 goals right there because everything is bigger down there in Texas. Man, Koifish almost got a save right there as well. Brutal first game, honestly, for Kennedy Catholic.
Well, you know, I will flash back, though, to Game 4 of their previous series where they lost 4-0 in Game 4 to go into that best-of-5, and then they came out swinging and toppled the competition. So, again, you can't ever count this squad out. Yeah, it might be a tough first game for them, but I feel like they have great mentals. They're often good at finding that mental reset, taking that deep breath, and power forward in that next game.
Almost 6-1 in it than it is off the backboard, like you're just saying. Diamond Dog now with 2 on 4 shots. But Kennedy Catholic, it's true, they traded games back and forth with another fantastic undefeated squad up to that point, which was Lake Stevens. They ended up taking it down 2-1 fashion in that Game 5 situation there. So this is still just Game 1. Even if you drop Game 2, it's possible, obviously, just in these shortened series, right? No best-of-7s, no formal series here. So what you're looking at is you can physically drop the second game and then still get something going. Oh my goodness. The best offensive look that Kennedy Catholic has gotten here today. Would have loved to have taken that one to go.
Yeah, it seems like Kennedy Catholic finding a little bit more pressure downfield, finding a few more passing plays as well during that last minute or so. So it might have just taken them a little bit while to get going there, but it seems like they were starting to find maybe something that could click for them. I think game number 2 is going to be a big tell for how this might play out.
Yeah, that's all good feelings over there for Tenino, and you can see why. Koifish actually putting up the most saves right here because they've gotten 3 saves, 2 for Goat Lotion and Jeffy, respectively right there. But no even shots allowed for Koifish on the other side. We're looking at 14. My goodness, double digits is crazy in and of itself. And then Shredder with the quad digits, 1,006 points.
Yeah, I mean, 9 shots, 4 saves, 4 goals. We say 500 to 600 points is a ton. 1,000 is just nutty in a grand championship. And we got to see the high fives, the coach patting them on the back, a job well done. And again, you love to see the support from these parents and coaches. It does truly mean a lot.
It really does. It really does. Hey, it's Sunday, right? A lot of these people are sacrificing a lot of their time to go forth and help out the next generation of esports talent that you're watching on your screens as of right now. Jeffy down the bottom. Oh man, you give him an extra 6%, doesn't matter. Ryrox is there, and the scoring drought is over. A 5-0 game, and game number 1 is done been forgotten here, Hot Sauce.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
mean,
proper
this
grammar.
is this is exactly what Kennedy Catholic needed. I mean, especially after that tough shutout there, they come out, they find their first goal within 8 seconds, and that could be that single spark we talked about earlier to ignite that spectral fire and get things rolling.
Jeffy, if that one was better centered, Tenino wouldn't have had anything more than a front row seat, and Goat finds a low, slow roller. So talk about capitalization of mistakes. Gray Mink fails to touch this one. Diamond Dog just flips right at it, and it's a low, fast one, 90 kilometers per hour on this one. And Kennedy Catholic does the exact same thing? No, it was 2 and 10. This is 2 and 20 right here. So pretty much the exact same thing that Tenino did at the beginning of game number 1.
Yeah, 2 early goals here. We'll see if Kennedy can continue to extend that lead. We haven't seen a lot of Shredder here early in game 2, who was kind of that big difference maker. You can see him at midfield. He's going to have to collect that boost there as well, but now beginning to get a little pressure of their own.
Down low. Lotion meets perfectly right there. Now we have Ryrox in, by the way. Koi Fish gonna be out here, so subs continuing to be used from Kennedy Catholic. You have to assume after the 2 early goals here that might be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly playing well together at the start of this. Jeffy seems to be a lot more comfortable here in game 2 as well, and we see them applying a lot more pressure down the field, so getting some good opportunities, but Kennedy Catholic certainly doing much better here in game 2.
I mean, they find the one, they find the insurance there as well. Got to be feeling good early. As that is, it has slowed down a whole lot. Tries to take this down low, Jeffy. Yeah, they read this one and just how dangerous Jeffy could have been in that present position. A wise decision. Ryrox pulls off the attack right here. Not 100% sure what was going on right there. That seemed like a really, really good shot angle.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe was called off by a teammate or maybe looking to collect some boost, but nonetheless, the decision was made, and they've got to live with it at the moment here. They've still got a nice 2-point cushion to deal with, so no harm, no foul just yet. Shredder circling about like shark in deep water. He smells blood, but not able to finalize that one either. And Kennedy Catholic playing near perfect here in game 2. Oh, my!
Gonna have to check the pits for some broken axles or flat tires or something, Hot Sauce. That gets way past 1. Go Lotion needs 0 boost, and that's good because they had 0 boost to make that one happen. Absolute dunk right in the face of Tenino.
Yeah, my man was channeling his inner Lionel Messi out there, breaking ankles and axles and all of the above. A beautiful display here from Kennedy Catholic. And, I mean, it was Tenino that shut him out in game 1, but with 6 goals, you're kind of surprised that Tenino hasn't been able to put 1 on the board. Kennedy Catholic has stepped it up in both departments here, offense and defense.
They say the most important parts of these competitions are those times in between, talking to coaching staff, teammates, and depending on your performance, talking to yourself too, right? And deciding just what exactly it is that you want to recreate. You want to stop your opponents from doing this. Should be a more methodical block, and there's nobody down low for Tenino. The block did not come in there, but it turned out not to be as dangerous because these players just weren't really in position.
Yeah, we talked about an opportunity here for Kennedy Catholic to get a back-to-back championship as Ryrox will put 1 more in, but I think I saw someone typing in chat about a 3-peat for Kennedy Catholic, so maybe they've already gotten to, and this is a potential for a 3rd championship for them.
Well, they're playing like it, man. 5-0 for Tenino in game number 1 has been completely forgotten about. 4-0 with much more time on this clock. Done much earlier is what I'm trying to say here for Kennedy Catholic. Oh, nice, and that's another fantastic shot, just a little bit too high.
A little too much mustard on that one. Shredder trying to make something happen in front of the net will be knocked away here by Jeffy. And I feel like Jeffy is kind of maybe pinpointing here specifically that individual player. We see him kind of playing defense, falling around, making sure that Shredder doesn't get too much retail through the sky. And it's something that's worked up until this point. But Shredder will eventually crack the code. Tenino gets on the board.
Yeah, so this is just kind of like one of those sort of pinball plays, right? You put this over here, Ryrox has to make a play on it, and the angle just happens to be inside instead of out. 4-1, still a 3-goal lead here with just under 100 seconds left in this game number 2. Whoever drops this one will not be eliminated from this competition by any means, and Tenino is not giving that up. They are down 4-1, but it is not for lack of offensive attempts and trying.
Certainly putting on a good show here from both squads. Back and forth pawing action as Tenino tries to tuck it toward KC's side here, but Goat Lotion across, almost a shot that would have been on target, but a nice defensive stop, a retaliation. Demo comes in as well.
Goat Lotion, oh man. You know, that's the difference of probably about 7% boost, something like that. They have just a tiny bit more. They get to the angle, and I believe they're up pretty much over everybody. Oh my goodness, no! The crossbar sound goes off, and you know how close it was.
The MVP, the most valuable post, stepping up there. Sometimes it's hard when that fourth man takes the field, but Tenino, I mean, still fighting tooth and nail through this one. Kennedy Catholic, it's been the aggression, I think, that's favored them here in this one.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And didn't really come off the back of what we were... Okay, I was going to say, Gray Mink kind of covering up for the teammate. That's a pass to Jeffy that just goes a little bit wide. But it doesn't necessarily come off the back of like an insane amount, double-digit amount of demos or anything else like this. It has come off the back of them just putting up honest shots continuously with passes, like almost always inside of that, and then having a player on the other side of the pitch to take rebounds. It's really, really basic Rocket League, but honestly, it's fantastic the way the Kennedy Catholic is doing it. They just boiled down their Rocket League to really it's more core tenements, and tonight I just don't think was expecting this, right? I think they're expecting a lot of high-flying Rocket League, a lot of in-your-face, triple tap, musty flick insides, right? And that's just not what happened in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I had mentioned it after game 1 where they lost 6-0, how we flash back to that previous series where it was a 4-0 loss that they suffered that really ignited that fire for that final game. So, again, they find a great way to come out here, answer, put a lot of shots on the board, even more goals, and with that, we find the series all tied up.
I mean, looking at those numbers even, right? Yes, this was a 4-1 game. No, there was not some crazy difference in the amount of shots attempted, the amount of total points that were scored all across these individual players. Only real difference there was saves and obviously assists, more goals going the way of Kennedy Catholic. Game number 3 going as we had a best-of-5 series essentially boiled down, Hot Sauce, to a best-of-3.
Right back to it we go. Already finding that demo early, maybe looking to take Jeffy out of this one as they fight around midfield. And we saw a couple goals within the first 10, 20 seconds in that last one. Maybe a little bit slower of a pace here for game 3.
And we'll see how that one goes, right? At this point, the script is kind of like however these teams usually go. What we anticipate is slower start. That's exactly not what happened across the first halves of games 1 and 2. It was all Tenino in game 1 and all the Kennedy Catholic squad in game number 2.
Early pressure here from both squads. Shredder trying to tuck this one toward the net. Goat Lotion will make sure it stays out for a little bit, but Shredder now backing off. Has Diamond Dog here for a bit of assistance, pressuring into the corner. A defender to beat, but Jeffy with no boost steps up, and now Shredder flying through the sky, looking for the double tap. Unfortunately, a bit of a double commit there, and they kind of coagulate together, not able to finalize that one.
Yeah, once you get too many cooks in the kitchen type situation there, Hot Sauce, you leave one, just let them cook by themselves. See what happens and try and take the rebound. If it doesn't hit pay dirt, that's really all that one is. 15 in this one. Kickoff goals. We can talk about this one at this point because this is all Tenino and just what they kind of figured out, right? I feel like after that second one, this was kind of like, all right, well, we need to pour everything in offense and just trying to shake that tree and see what comes out for Kennedy Catholic. As this has been slowed down and reduced and tied up all the way through, I really do just feel like both of these teams are closer to that initial spot that we were talking about, respecting each other, slowing down gameplay, and really only going for quality shots over just peppering the back of the net.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, whoa. It's Diamond Dog. I couldn't even begin to start my thought there because here comes Shredder, the pass over to Diamond Dog and through the sky. They make it look easy. Tenino up by 1 here with just about 2 minutes off the clock.
114 kilometers per hour, I believe, is the fastest by speed goal that we've gotten in this grand finals thus far. We'll continue to monitor that for you guys. But as far as Tenino's goal, yeah, again, I feel a little bit vindicated here. It's just really, really basic Rocket League. Pass into a player who's in a little bit of a breakaway, and then the defending players can't really make a ball based on where it's placed. Simple as simple comes. 1 score lead here for Tenino. That was almost them adding to it.
Now 114 kilometers is fast, roughly 71 miles an hour as Jeffy will find the score here as well. Kennedy Catholic, a quick response will find the equalizer.
It really was 85 kilometers on this one. I don't know what that one is, hot sauce. I'm still pretty sure it's breaking most speed limits. 2 minutes and 44 seconds right here. Tie ball game, tied series.
52.8 miles per hour. So you might be all right on the highway there, but Goat Lotion through the sky. It's Shredder who looks to pick the pocket, drop it. The double tap is not there. A good defensive stop here by Kennedy Catholic, but the onslaught, the firing squad continues. They need to find a way to get it clear here.
Yeah, Shredder, great job realizing that inside. Shredder almost gets the nose on it after the pass to the outside. A slow, low roller right here. And Diamond Dog wisely realizes there's nobody able to touch this one. I can take my time. I can pick up this big boost and then get a real defensive going.
Yeah, just go.
Oh my God.
From great situational awareness to one player to another, it's Jeffy yet again, who's been on fire throughout the entire day here. And just a beautiful shot. It doesn't have to have a lot of power, just finesse it on in there. And with that, Kennedy find themselves up by 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, so I go from praising player who's picking up boost, realizing that ball wasn't a danger, to them sitting on the outside right there, maybe sitting in a corner, maybe requesting a pass. I'm not really 100% sure, but the rotation goes, you have to cut back and play goal. Goalie back there has no boost to be spoken of and can't get to ball. That is the lead you cannot give up if you're Tenino.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, but still plenty of time for them to get an equalizer of their own. Diamond Dog will collect the 100 at mid. The pass to Gray, the shot toward the target. The Jeffy will scoop up, look for a bit of a clear here. Not a ton of boost in the tank, and that one is going to find its way in, this time from Gray Mink.
One of the first times we're going to be calling Gray Mink's name from the goal department here. He's done a great job on the other side of the pitch and with assists/passes, but this is going to be the equalizer here. Once again, tied ball game, tied series. Sauce.
All tied up. It's been a game of tug of war all day for the majority of not just this title, but other titles as well. And again, it just reiterates the fact that there's a ton of talent littered across all these teams here today in this LAN event. But right now, it's Tenino looking to pressure in toward the Kennedy Catholic side.
Lotion from the corner here. It's going to be Jeffy on the pickup, though. Has to burn everything to get out to this one. A great fake, honestly. So they think that they've got, that Goat has all the boost to be spoken of there, and is going to go forth and make a play. They don't have boost, but that still buys their team time to go up in here. Afterwards, it's just a Tenino takeaway. That's the only reason why we're on this side of the pitch.
Yeah, looking to muscle him off the ball here once more. Gray Mink over the head of one as Jeffy finds a big booming clear here in toward the hands of Shredder, who looks to play this off the back wall and will do so now. Met with a 50. No, he keeps it low. The car goes right over this time.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Just, again, we're slowed down. Rocket League keep possession. Gray Mink actually gets a bad touch onto this one, and it's going to be Diamond Dog from the beginning. That's a really, really crazy angle that could have actually dropped in there. Good defensive play.
Well, Diamond Dog will get a little help. Pinch from the 50. Now Shredder through the sky looking for the double tap, but he nails it. The aerial prowess. The player with finesse, and they're looking to progress into game number 4 as a victor.
That's so nasty, right? Putting the front right corner right there. Has to be decently flat, gets it perfectly, nails it right down bottom, and the angle is tough. 3-2 lead here for Tenino. Round and round we go, man. We had a 5-0 game in game number 1. Tenino barely even gets on the board in game number 2. 4-1 right there. Could have been an even bigger deficit. Now we've seen 3 different lead changes so far in this game number 3. Tenino up with only 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, back and forth. The war of attrition continues here. They've just got to hold on for 5 more seconds. These big booming clears eating up a lot of time off the clock. Ryrock's able to keep it alive. Jeff for the sky. Met for the 50. It waterfalls down near Till. Tucked into the corner, but it hasn't hit until now. Tenino takes the lead in the series. Back and forth we go yet again.
Yes. Hey, this is exactly what Kennedy Catholic did last time, right? They lose one. They might even lose one bad. They might even lose one like really bad. Doesn't matter. They're going to come back, win by multiple goals. Anything by more than 2 is like, okay, we beat you handedly, right? 2 could be like, all right, we're ahead by 1, the equivalent of the NHL pull the goalie, right? And then they just find another one after a team completely abandons any sort of defensive side just in the sake of trying to score last few seconds. No, this was a close one, a barn burner all the way through. Tenino should feel great about it. Kennedy Catholic should be hungry for a Game 4 W.
Yeah, I mean, for Tenino, they get to go up into that driver's seat, match series championship point here with 2 opportunities to close it out. So it will be up to Kennedy Catholic. The roles are almost reversed. It was kind of the opposite for their first series where they took game one and it was back and forth. So you're going to have to find a way to win 2 in a row at some point.
I hear you. The time is now. There's no more wiggle room here for Kennedy Catholic. You got to come out in 5 minutes on the other side of this Rocket League team, or the Rocket League W, excuse me, or it is going to be a second-place victory for you, my friends, which is still, fantastic, right? Beat everybody else, right? Except for tonight.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Kennedy Catholic can find a way to make it into that best of 5 here, where they have had some success prior. They've got to get through game 4, and already these last couple have been a little bit slower of a start tonight. Beginning to quicken that pace, though.
Jeffy looked like they were cooking up something good, and they did. So defenders didn't get there. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was one I thought here near the back wall. We do see Gray Mink was going up. It actually cheated too far forward, so it was barred down off of the crossbar this time. Kennedy Catholic will strike first. Just 40 seconds to find that first goal.
45. Lotion tries to come down and tries to deliver this payload. It's going to be Rybrox back inside. Rybrox Koi Fish have been kind of trading back and forth and starting positions here game to game. Well, it's Rybrox paying off early. 2-0. Is this reminding you of a certain game 2 in this series thus far, Hot Sauce?
It's flashback after flashback, I feel like. But one thing's for certain, you can't count either team out until the clock hits 0 and the ball touches the ground here. Tenino has had to battle back at least once in this series so far. They're going to need to do it one more time if they want to close it out early. Kennedy Catholic looking to extend the longevity of this series once more.
And this is exactly how they did it the first time. It's too early, and then it's just the slow, that boa constrictor kind of movement, right? Slowly, just choking out the life here, which is, of course, the only real resource within Rocket League outside of boost, and that is time. Just remaining in the lead, slowly putting up their own shots, not really thinking about the fact that they're in the lead, just continues to play like a smart, maybe even mildly defensive-minded Rocket League game.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they have to do. Booming clears, eat up the clock, find demos, and if you get an opportunity, take it, but you don't have to get overzealous or overextend and, give up a goal that's not necessary. You've got that 2-point cushion, and now you've got a 3-point cushion. As Goat Lotion will find one more.
Oh, there you go. Hey, if you're in the crowd right there pulling for this Kennedy Catholic squad, let's hear you out there in the crowd, right? We'll do tonight in a minute. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Kennedy Catholic up 3-0. Again, this is looking very, very similar to our game number 2. It follows the same script. There will be one more taken about a minute to go, and tonight we'll find one sometime between now and then. And I just say that because it kind of seems like Kennedy Catholic and Game 5 are just that their fates are intertwined in this universe, in this timeline. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of back and forth for decisive games here, it's crazy. They lose 6-0, but then win 4-1, and it's just been back and forth. But don't blink, because Great Mink has found another.
There you go. There's Tenino on your screen right now. A little elation after finding that one and cutting this lead back to 2. Much more manageable, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, definitely much more feasible. I mean, you take a look at the clock, there's a slightly more than half of the game left to play. So we always say one goal at a time, one game at a time, and that's how you do it. It's Shredder through the sky once more. You can't give him too much space. He's a very dangerous player, equally as is Jeffy here, and a beautiful stop from them.
Well, Jeffy, the captain on Kennedy Catholic for a reason, sends this one way high. Shredder is not going to get fooled by that fake. They're trying to bring this player off of the backboard here so that ball could drop down, maybe a play on top of it. Jeffy all day long, 2 shots, 2 goals, an assist and a save. Jeffy, captain for a reason.
Yeah, unfortunately, all 3 of the players going up for the ball at the same time. None of them able to find that touch. And you got to have somebody circling back toward that far post, turning and looking to work out. That's those basic rotations that we talked about. So Kennedy Catholic finding a little crack in the defense and now really looking to exploit it.
Shredder, great job. I don't know how Great Mink actually got this out. Little pinball action against the wall, and the existing momentum comes out their way. Why does that never happen for me in my ranked games?
Little luck, a little blessing from the Rocket League gods would be nice for us all from time to time. But Jeffy says, I will bless Kennedy Catholic with one more goal.
4 shots, 3 goals, 75% shot efficiency here for Jeffy. Add a couple other accolades on the middle or other side of the pitch, right? Passing plays, assists, that is, or saves. And you have make for a game 4 that belongs to Jeffy.
Maybe a little fake out there as the save comes in from Gray Mink. The pass play over toward Diamond Dog can't quite connect, and now they look to power toward the corner, collecting the 100 here as well as they look to starve KC of this corner boost. And now Tenino picking up some pressure, but can they find 4 goals in just 95 seconds?
Again, it's possible. We were talking about it earlier. 15 seconds on average is really, really minimum status, what you want per goal. And that's kind of assuming that you're not going to, whoa, okay, that just got a lot easier. Maybe Shredder just needs to do more things like that.
Huge pass from Diamond Dog from coast to coast, looking for the most. Shredder through the sky, knocks this one down into the back of the net. Tenino will look to trudge to the trenches here in game number 4 and see if they can reel this one on back just a bit.
Well, bringing it back from the brink. What Tenino has been made out of, again, just came off of a 3-2 series. Another one, though, this just got, take everything we just said about 30 seconds ago, guys. Imagine that, but with 30 less seconds. Right, Rocks? Fantastic.
Beautiful job from Kennedy Catholic here. You can see the students clapping as well. The coach nodding the head of approval as they've got a 4-point lead. That is huge for only a minute and 16. And I feel like even if Tenino can't win this game, they need to find a way to put a goal or 2 more on the board here. Look to build some of that momentum for that ever so elusive game number 5.
As it inches closer here, it seems more and more like a certainty with each passing second. The grains of sand in the hourglass that is Tenino's game 4 slowly dripping on down to the bottom. They're willing to play a little volleyball action, a little tennis. Like, hey, you shoot it over here, I'll shoot it over there. Neither of us are going to make it in the goal, and I'll meet you in game 5 in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, just smart gameplay from Kennedy Catholic. Like I said, they don't have to overextend or get crazy, although they do a bit there, and Shredder will cut the lead in half, but a 3-goal deficit, 38 seconds. Not impossible, but usually improbable.
No, I completely feel you. Less than 15, the desired 15 seconds as of right now. Now, there's no reason to give this up, right? Because at the end of the day, as long as you end with 0.01 seconds, you'll at least get a kickoff. You can keep it off the ground, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, those are tough plays, but any coach where they're solid is also teaching that plays actively, middle school, high school, collegiate, and beyond.
Jeffy will find a demo there on the other side of the field. Looks for a second one and gets it as well. Car parts exploding all over the pitch here today as Diamond Dog will tuck it away from the net. Now, with 13 seconds remaining, we can say for certainty that Kennedy Catholic will be extending this all the way to a best of 5. It's how they knocked off the former undefeated squad of Lake Stevens, and now they'll get an opportunity to do it again. Tenino has been undefeated, but Kennedy Catholic the chance to go back to back to back.
Shredder right here, 3 saves. Rayming 3 saves. Diamond Dog 4 saves. That's 10 saves divided as evenly as you can. 13 saves on the other side, though, and that kind of shakes out to a little bit of this difference, right? 7 saves, 6 saves. There's not categorical differences right here. It's just the shots that really Jeffy, obviously, with the hat trick, 3 goals right there. But all of them, Go Lotion, nobody missed more than 3 shots right there. They peppered the net. They made goals inside, and they put the pressure. They took the pressure really to Tenino. It might have been in more goals here, Hot Sauce, but it's the same 3-score difference that they enjoyed in game number 2.
Yeah, Goat Lotion gets the Playmaker Award as well with 3 assists, finds 3 saves, and a goal off of 4 shots. So, it had the least amount of goals. It shows you that goals are important to win, but they're not the most important aspect as well. Having that teamwork, that give and go, the pass plays downfield, setting up your teammates for success, and that's what led Kennedy Catholic to this victory here. It's going to come all down to the wire for the championship here. We've made it to yet again another game 5.
I'd have it no other way. Here's another interesting stat coming at you. Both of these teams have scored exactly 12 goals across these 4 games, right? 0-5 in game number 1, 4-1 for Kennedy Catholic in game number 2, however. The series tied 1-1. Tenino comes out with a 1-score difference barn burner, 3-2 status there. Well, Kennedy Catholic gets their deficit back at 6-3 status in game number 4.
Lots of goals had here today. They're going to need a few more to close this one out. Back and forth they go, and we'll have to see who is the first to crack the net here and find that first notch in the score column.
Nicely done. Nicely done. 30 seconds right here, and kickoff is not gone the way, not bitten Kennedy Catholic so far, so a little bit of a stabilization. Rocks to the corner here. They're trying to center this one up. Maybe he's put it against the backboard.
Off the backboard, water falling down, now into the corner. Diamond Dog pressures forward. It's Goat Lotion to keep this one out. Jeffy does pressure it into the corner. Shredder collecting the 100 at mid. It's a shot that's just above the net, and we saw Mink coming in, but not quite able to get there in time.
Ooh, running up under this is Jeffy. You can tell what they were trying to do. They're trying to get this up and centered after the hit against the ceiling. Shredder having to cut back, pick up big boost, and try and get involved. Just hits a teammate nose to nose on this one. And Kennedy Catholic doesn't capitalize. They give up this possession all the way over, even after they watch the fiasco on the other side of the field.
And not quite able to get to the ball in time. Jeffy looks to scoop it up. The flip over one. Now just has to be Shredder, who wisely tucks this into the corner to buy some more time. Collects the boost by one defender. Now just one to beat. Can he find the touch toward the net? Gray Mink coming in. The shot was good, but a beautiful read here from Jeffy.
Really was. Down low, Jeffy's got to read this one again. It does. Rocks has his back on this one. Shredder down low. Goat Lotion, the first line of defense. Still there was Jeffy, just in case. Lotion, bottom, Jeffy. This has just been back and forth play right here. Much more like tennis than volleyball.
Yeah, Tenino was dangerously low on boost for all members. The demo comes in, but it's enough to knock that ball in toward the corner there. And so they come away unscathed at the time being, but I feel like this is the longest we've gone from any of these games without seeing a goal yet.
I can definitely agree with you on that one. It was, two very, very quick ones in both Game 1 and 2 and in Game 4. Now, a little bit slowed down was Game number 3, and I'll have you guys remember that was the closest one, the 3-2 victory for the side of Tenino.
Tenino looking for that clear. Rocks will keep it back in. Jeffy full tank of boost. It's a nice pass in front of the net. Unfortunately, Goat Lotion wasn't able to get there in time. Gray Mink the clear, but not for long as Jeffy once again keeping the drive alive. And Tenino has to be careful. There's not much boost left in the tank.
Well, there really isn't. You have to pay attention to this as well. We talk about resources within Rocket League, and that's really the only one out there, right? You could talk about the number of players on your team after, once you consider demos, and you can talk about time, but outside of that, it's boost, and more boost.
Yeah, boost management, an equally important aspect as Shredder looks to find a flip reset and a pass in front of the net. This one goes bouncing high and dangerous. Jeffy, though, not much boost in the tank either with that. Diamond Dog can't find the touch they need. It gets a little sporadic there, but Shredder will go up and pressure across midfield.
Ooh, great redirect right there. Jeffy's going to have to play this one. It was ending. It wasn't on point, but it was ending up in a dangerous position. So a great job kind of realizing the danger right there, neutralizing it before really sprouting into something that's going to result in a point on the board.
Oh, and it's Diamond Dog.
Oh my God.
Tenino strikes first. Look at the clap and the bouncing around. The kid's ecstatic, and you'll love to see it. But 122, it's so much time. You can't get complacent if you're Tenino. You have to continue to do what's been working for you here. So Kennedy Catholic, we know how good they are at scoring, and Tenino's certainly not out of this yet.
No, they are not. No, they are not. Kennedy Catholic, they have to get aggressive with this. That's how they found all of their value earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they found all of these offensive opportunities from which they got just a deluge of goals. I want to see them get aggressive right here, but they have to start with the first clear.
Starting with the first clear, Goat tries to scoop this one up. Now toward Jeffy. It was a little bit of a flick and an awkward touch there that Tenino was still somehow able to read. There's nobody in the background as Rocks gets there just in the nick of time.
Nicely done. Backboard. Shredder doesn't play it. Goat Lotion. No. Mink with the denial. Rocks down low. The pressure is on, and Kennedy Catholic feels it.
All the way down to this is 30 seconds left here in game number 5. It's for all the marbles, the bragging rights, and that first place trophy here. Diamond Dog, Gray Mink at midfield. They continue to keep the pressure down here on this Kennedy Catholic side, and they are eating up valuable seconds at the moment.
They're all over Kennedy Catholic, and Tenino finds it. A pool shot from way, way far away. Does this That's beyond mid-pitch right there. Rocks Go Lotion both have an honest shot at this one, and it's all but wrapped for Kennedy Catholic.
Huge banger of a shot from downtown to Nino. They find it, and it's a kickoff goal. Shredder, the final nail in the coffin. You can see the claps there as well. 3 goals in 14 seconds is almost unheard of. You have to feel like Tenino has secured this one.
Wow, yeah, the wind of the sails got to feel like it. Now, you want to play till the whistle, as they say, but this pretty much has to go in right now. That's going the other way. Doesn't happen. 3 goals, 6 seconds. Not going to happen. We have your grand finalist winners. Tenino High School, take a bow.
Oh, and look at the excitement from the players, the coaches, all the way around. And you just have to feel happy for them. They've been able to knock off the 2-time champs of Kennedy Catholic. Congratulations to your champions of Tenino. But we tip our hats to the legends of Kennedy Catholic on a job well done, an amazing season run. They were able to topple teams that nobody else could here in that postseason. So they should certainly be incredibly proud of themselves.
Well, you got to. Taking a squad like this. I mean, look, Kennedy Catholic has been here before, right there. They've been the back-to-back before. Tenino should feel fantastic about themselves. I mean, yes, the first round, the quarterfinals right there, it was a 3-0. They take it all the way down. I believe that was against the Seattle Vikings. After that, dude, it was just home for the races. You know you're going to be in a Game 5 every single time. That's exactly what happened. 2 one-score differences for Tenino. Game 3, Game 5 end up being the difference maker. Hot sauce.
Yeah, and we get to take a look at the path. I mean, Tenino, nice 3-0 start to their day. It was a bit of a struggle in that semifinal where they capped it off in 5 and again in the grand finals. But you take a look at Kennedy Catholic. They were the underdogs all the way through down there, that number 6 seed. They topple Lincoln Walla Walla there in a best of 5. They beat the undefeated team of Lake Stevens in a best of 5 as well. And it came down to the wire in this one. I mean, they put on one heck of a performance here for us today. Again, all teams should certainly be proud of themselves, but we have to send out that big congratulations to your 2025 WSSEA state champions. Tenino gets it done, this time in 5.
Yeah, this time, last time, every single time. That's how Kennedy Catholic got it done. It just made sense. I mean, Tenino just did this in the semis. Hey, we're no strangers to it. Might have been a longer day, and there's a lot more esports to come as well, Hot Sauce here. But I'm so excited these young folks got to experience just the pressures, the light, the lights, the sounds, and everything of LAN, your friends, teachers, classmates, coaches, everything else like that. Everyone on stream watching you play, but also the pressures that comes behind a Game 5. Everything that you do up to that point is all boiled down to a single 5-minute Rocket League game. This beautiful game at its absolute purest, Hot Sauce. I'm very, very excited that we got all the way down there. I mean, we had similar stuff in other esports that you were covering earlier today, right?
Yeah, we had all kinds of Valorant action earlier. We got to see Kaizo and Spicy on the Super Smash Brothers as well, where there was a 4-time repeat champion over there.
Wow.
But honestly, LAN event, the action, the atmosphere, it's always unmatched, and it's great to see these students have a place to come to compete together for this grand finals. I know we've got some more exciting Valorant coming up here in just a little bit as well. We'll find the finals or the conclusion to that here in a little bit as well.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out here. That's to Lake Stevens, the 3rd place winner as well. We just got the trophy ceremony done a little while earlier. We'll give you guys a solid look at those. They do look pretty awesome, I'm not going to lie. So, as it is, I'm going to throw it on over to the man, the myth, the legend, that's Soy Sauce with our grand finals format.
Thank you, Hot Sauce and Tugboat. At this time, we would like to invite Kennedy Catholic back to the stage for our awards ceremony. So Kennedy Catholic, come on down. Give another round of applause to Kennedy Catholic for their efforts in this weekend's championship round. You guys have had a long day, a lot of games throughout this tournament. I think all 5 games in each set, right? I mean, what's it like to play in these best of 5 series where the intensity just continually ramps up?
You know, I feel like we work really well under pressure, and we're like able to keep up with that intensity. You know, it's unfortunate we couldn't bring it all the way to the end, but I mean, I feel like we played well, and we're gonna go home feeling like proud how we played today.
What's it like playing at this venue, right? To travel to here in particular for you guys, right? Because, you know, it's different for every team, how they coordinate their travel to get here and then play in, you know, this type of event.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a crazy experience, a new experience for us. It's great to play against all these people that we've never played in person. We've always played against them online, and it's just a nice experience to play against all these good opponents.
And then are you guys, what's the kind of range for you guys in terms of class, right? What freshman, sophomore, junior, senior? What's the range for you guys?
Yeah, so us 3 are all juniors, and then Brain here is a sophomore.
So what's it like to kind of grow together, right? Is this your first time playing together this year, or have you guys kind of, you know, found each other and played together for a long period of time?
Well, we all started playing together this season, so it was kind of a new experience for all of us. I mean, we played Tenino in the preseason, and we were just like working really hard. We were trying to like match them and match that intensity.
And then what's it been like to just go through a full regular season, you know, in this format with all of these Washington teams, right? The intensity of this league in particular. What's it like playing in WSSEA?
I mean, we played with WSSEA the last 2 years. We won state, obviously. It was good competition, but I just feel, especially this season, it was a whole new experience. Tenino came in. They're a really strong team, and we had a whole new team to work around. So just try to work really hard to match the level.
Anyone else you would like to thank or shout out while you're here on stage?
I like to shout out my friend, Ethan Morales. I play with him like basically every day. And yeah.
I'd like to shout out Preston Bale, Colin Claxton.
I'd like to shout out all the parents that came out here today to watch us and just support us through everything.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations, and go ahead and hoist that trophy. You get to take that home, and another round of applause for Kennedy Catholic. And now it's time to invite to the stage our first place finishers for Rocket League. Tenino High School, come on down.
I'll go this way.
Congratulations. You guys have also had a long, grueling season, right? What's it like going through kind of the regular season format to get to this very stage?
It's a lot of fun to play with these guys, and we've been working really hard together, so I'm glad we made it this far.
What's kind of going through your head right now that you've won the grand finals and you get to hoist that trophy?
I'm so excited because this is like the first time our school has won a state championship in like 20 years. So I'm really excited for that.
The fans in Rocket League, it feels a little bit kind of like watching a Game 7 in hockey, right? There's a tension that's always kind of looming until that goal goes in. Well, what's it like to kind of get the support, you know, from your school that's hung around here and see all these fans?
It took all of us asking them for cheer as loud as possible every single goal because we noticed a lot of other teams were doing that. And Coach Harrington helped have us all talk about that right before we came up here.
Is there anyone you would like to thank or shout out?
I want to thank Tenino School District, Mr. Harrington, and Mr. McMakin.
I'd like to thank my mother. I love you too. Hi, Mom.
All right, well, congratulations, and it's time to hoist that trophy. Once again, your first place finishers, Tenino High School. Congratulations again to both our competitors. And now we've got one game left on the docket. Valorant is next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Valorant Grand Finals. season for the WSSEA High School State Championship.
All right, we finally made it. The final one of the day, our last one for Valor, and it's the WSSEA 2025 State Championships, brought to you by Landfest and, of course, the wonderful Snohomish County Sports Commission. I am Hot Sauce, and back on the mic with me here, my man, D-Lo. How we feeling about this final one of the day, my friend?
Good to be back, and let me tell you, not quite the end bracket we were expecting. I know we were talking about Camas, giving them a lot of props, and rightfully so, expecting the grudge match between them and Prairie. Instead, Prairie steps up to a new foe in its entirety, but just as lethal. It's Southridge here on the final stage.
Yeah, Southridge able to topple some giants to get here, and they had a close battle with Prairie during the regular season that they fell just short on. So maybe an opportunity for them to seek some revenge, hoist that trophy, and claim themselves champions. But we know it's not going to be any easy task for them here today.
By no means, and neither have Prairie had an easy way through. I mean, you look at their last match, right? They went, 13-12? It was a barn burner. It was a nail biter. It had everyone at the edge of their seats. So the fact that they've nearly seen the jaws of defeat but managed to snatch victory from them, maybe that just shows that they want it a little bit more. We'll find out shortly.
We will, and we'll have to wait too much longer. We'll know that map soon as well, which I'm very interested to see exactly where we are going to be headed here. So we can take a look. The students getting prepped and ready, set up there. Always interested to see everybody's setup. Where is the keyboard and mouse position? How close is that monitor to the face? Because I've seen some of these kids that literally play like right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're going to be needing a pair of these if that's the case. Hopefully, they're making sure to, care for your eyesight. Young developing esports players got to make sure that they're looking out for their longevity as players as well, and the eyes are certainly a useful tool for it. My eyes, you know where they are right now, Hot Sauce? On Picklery. That kid is a demon. That kid is a monster. Someone get out the crucifix, get the exorcist going, because we got to get that monster out of here if you want any chance for Southridge to stand up to them. We're going to be seeing this rosters on both sides here. Like you said, Senator Slime up on the captainship, but also Picklery right beneath that deputy in arms. Southridge, though, they got some shooters on their side, too.
Yeah, we saw the coach up there, Sweden. We've got Tom and Zira in that captain spot. CO Dan, La Perla Nota, Otter Melon, and on the alternate side, Valve, Mr. Charky, Pillow, and Sir Acer.
Yeah, La Parada Nota is actually one that really stands out to me. I remember that name going up before and being a really impactful player there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were playing one of the Sentinels. I think they might have been playing the Cypher, but I might have my memory fault me. Nonetheless, Southridge, they're also a high pedigree team. By no means should we discount them, despite the fact that Prairie have worked really hard for it. I mean, the fact that they managed to take down Camas, the money makers themselves, now all of a sudden inflation's high, and Southridge are leaving everyone else out to dry. They only have one more left. It's a best of one here, Hot Sauce, which means you got to be on your A game. One bad streak of rounds could very well prove to be your undoing.
Yeah, La Perla Nota, I think you are right. I also remember some Cypher play from them as well. And, Cypher's outfit, I think, kind of suiting for that name. But, yeah, I mean, basically we've got the best of the best basically at this point. That's why they've made it to this grand finals. It certainly wasn't an easy journey, but probably a fun one for all of these students here. So they've put in a lot of hard work throughout the regular season, both on and off screen. It's time to let it all pay off here in the grand finals. We're going to take a quick look at just how these two teams got here.
Dominantly. If you're Southridge, I mean, 6-13. If you were to ask me all those hours ago, how do you expect that Camas v Southridge matchup to go, was not going to be on my bingo card. But the question is, when you prove to be so dominant throughout, I mean, actually, in fact, this exact same scoreboard we see for Kennedy Catholic, so maybe a bit of a premonition, comedy does come in threes, tragedy as well, so could very well be one for Prairie as Southridge continue that hot streak. That being said, the fact that Southridge have kind of flown by on autopilot, maybe that means that if Prairie starts to get a few wins cobbled together, that Southridge don't understand what it's like to be on that back foot, and we might start to see it all crumble. So Prairie's got to stand strong. We've certainly seen them be capable of it on stream here today. Hopefully they can keep that mojo going.
Yeah, I'd like to think that they probably weren't on autopilot, at least for that second one against Camas, because they have been a very dangerous team throughout the entirety of the regular season. The fact that Southridge toppled them not only just to get the win, but to do it in 13-6 fashion, I think really speaks volume for their continued growth throughout the regular season. Prairie, they've been playing very, very well, as well, able to topple Lake Stevens in a very close nail biter. But when we saw them on screen earlier today, they were absolutely popping off, and it was Pickle Ree that was leading that charge.
Pickle Ree and the Senator. Sometimes you got to leave your underlings to do the dirty work for you, and the Senator whispering in the ear of Pickle, I want him gone. I want him iced. And then, we'll actually really want him crisp, actually. I want him well done as they play that Phoenix oh so well. Wouldn't be surprised to see it return. It's a great character that they operate very well on, but of course that does sometimes depend on the map, so we find out shortly what that vacation destination is and who's being sent to Cancun, who's sipping martinis on the beach with their feet kicked up, crowned the champion. We'll be finding that out shortly, but let's go back to what you mentioned, the fact that, Southridge taking it in very dominant fashion up against Camus, but I do want to note, we talked about this many times as well before, that scoreboard, especially in Valorant, not always reflective of exactly the details we saw. We here on stream didn't get that game to grace our eyes. So very well could have been the case that Camus had some close rounds, some unfortunate mishaps that really should have been their victories. But all we know are the stats and the players that we see here before us as they gear up and get ready to go. Excited to see if Southridge can prove that same dominance they at least seem on paper to have prior.
Yeah, and it was Lake Stevens who ended up in fourth. Camus was able to clinch that third place position there in 13-5 fashion. So, I mean, the fact that Prairie and the Lake Stevens game was so close and the Southridge versus Camus wasn't, you can kind of maybe get some ideas, but as we often say, once the action starts popping off, you can throw that paper out the window. It is Sunday, and it is any given Sunday, so anything can happen here in the finals, and it's only a best of one. There's not much room for error or minor mistakes, so it's just about that flawless competitive gameplay.
I mean, you're talking about paper, man. Paper, it beats rock. Rock, it beats scissors. Scissors, it beats paper. At the end of the day, yes, like you could do the transitive property, all that math to say that Southridge in theory should be able to take this in spades. We're back here to Haven, it would seem, so Tax only be favored in this one, but Prairie, nonetheless, they're a great team. That's all the math you really need to know that they've got a chance in this fight. But let's see with what tools they're going to do it on. We're going to get the characters coming up right now.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a different map than Haven, but maybe it's just one of those genuine favorites of the squads here. And I kind of wonder if maybe that was Prairie's pick since we are right back here. We do see Southridge starting out on the defending side, though. I feel like a lot of times, if you are choosing sides, that attacking side, we talked about it a little bit earlier, it is more favored on these 3-site maps. But we'll waste no time. We'll get into this agent select screen, take a look at some of these compositions, and I like the array of agents that we have here.
It's literally the exact same. It's literally the exact same. If you look at from Prairie, it's a complete repeat. They say, run it back. Quite literally, we're taking a page out of Phoenix's book. Run it back. If the bridge is not broke, we do not need to fix it nor breach it. But we're going to bring the breach to our team instead. On the other side, La Paranota indeed is on that hallmark pick. The Cypher does come back. I'm really going to be interested to see the intel they bring alongside that Sova. So a lot of intel can be gathered here this time around. Do believe that the names might be flipped about just a little bit. So don't be fooled by the tippity top. Southridge indeed are going to be batting up with that Cypher, and it is Prairie with that same hallmark comp. I'm just really excited to see if Southridge can put it into the same methodical practice they did prior.
Yeah, again, it all comes down to this. We can see the little powwow here from the squad before we get things going. Just about 10 seconds before that wall will fall, and we'll get round one underway. The pistol round, a crucial round to kind of help set the tone of the first and couple rounds to follow. Often when you win that pistol round, you have the extra funds there. You can go on to buy, and you usually get the second round as well.
I'm just really interested to see the Phoenix doubles, see how it goes down. Ottermelon playing this up against on the side of Southridge, and Prairie got obviously a scary one on their side as well. Sova, a bit scared too, can't stand up to Pickle, who is concussed but not going to make a fuss of it. Instead, La Paranota left for dead.
Yeah, James finding a nice shot, and it's Prairie to find the first 2 picks here. They've had a lot of success. They've won every pistol round we've seen them play, but Ottermelon and Xera combined for 3, and they answer back. It's CO Dan to find the final one, and just like that, it was a 5v3 that Southridge was able to turn around.
Well, lore-wise, Clove is immortal, so it does actually make sense if you look at the Grimoire. No, that was just honestly brilliant play there from both teams. What a bloodbath to start things off. Guys, it's pistols. It's only semi-autos, but they made those things look fully with the way they were rat-tat-tatting them. As Prairie, they got the first hand, but I don't know what happened. It was just a fantastic flank coming from Otter, and Zera gets completely all the members of Prairie off guard, finds 3 before they could even blink, and at the end of the day, they just had the advantage from there on. It just was a numbers game, a battle of attrition, and Prairie were not standing to win it. So it's a great start here for Southridge. Can they continue that way?
Well, they'll be able to force into this round. They've got 4 SMGs and the sniper in the hands here of Yoru, I believe. But we can see that Stampede heading back toward A site once more. They said enough pitter-patter, it's time to get at her, and they're looking to run it down.
Looking to try to take down these 2 specialists. You got the Cypher and the Sova. All that intel, all the bullets into Pickle Ree's skull. Taking down the offensive head is a fantastic way to start things off for Southridge.
See him rotating back around here. Wise decision. They lose one. Begin to make that shift here as well. And there's nobody on the C site at the moment. If they can continue to leg it with purpose, they should be able to pressure onto the site. We can see that teleport going out from Yoru toward the back of C site, so has a potential to get there a little bit quicker. But with that, we will see them gain full control of the site now.
With that nade drop, though, Mountain can alert the rest of the team who's present. Gonna be ready launching that curveball. It's actually very well placed, but the bullet's gonna be better, precise. James Herb gonna be able to find 2 alongside Dawn, but they will drop soon after. It's a 2v3, not in their favor, but just as quickly Senator Slime evens the score. Zera answers right back. Herbo's dead.
Creeping forward here. Has that sniper in hand. Senator Slime falls. It's Zera 2 last time. A triple kill this time. And Southridge comes out swinging. But you have to remember that was an eco round for Prairie. Saving up those funds. The fact that they get at least 3 picks is a great eco round for them.
But the audience has got to remember exactly what you mentioned prior. We saw Prairie playing this exact same map, Hot Sauce, that if you're on defense, you're looking for 4, maybe 3 rounds, if that's the only thing you can scrounge together. Southridge are already just one beneath that benchmark, and they're looking to do it with flying colors, not really having broken too big of a sweat quite just yet. That spells a very troubling situation for Prairie, whereas before, when we think about their match in the beginning of the bracket, they're kind of always able to uncontestedly, at the very least, plant that spike. Now they're always at the very least losing 1 member along the way.
Yeah, they will be bonusing into this round, though. And it will be Prairie's first full buy round. So an opportunity for them to get on the board here. That smoke comes up as well. And with that, we see just kind of everybody slowing down a little bit. Prairie may be looking for this first initial pick. They know they have the weaponry, but uh-oh, look out.
Watch
Zera maybe on a potential flank.
This is scary. They're watching their backs, though. Prairie making sure not to be the bad horror movie character and don't just go off splitting off looking for clues. Instead, they're staying together. That's smart. That's tactical. That is precise and necessary. Sayo going to be stunned for it, but has the Omen smoke to hide behind. Prairie's own tools being used against them. Preparing to launch out a bit of misdirection. Here comes the firewall. Here comes the shots. Zera and Autobahn going to be able to find them, but they instantly get wiped out. Tom as well. La Paranaluta taken out by the double from the breach, and now it's only the Clove remaining.
Yeah, Clove was one of the players that died previously, so bonusing in, they don't buy up. That's a wise decision. You look to find your full buy round in the following round. So they've gotten 2 picks. 1 more would be ideal, and they almost get it. But James finding a nice shot to the dome to send them home, and now Prairie finds a way to inch back into it. But again, we really haven't got into these equal full buy rounds yet where we've seen both teams full buy as a whole, and that should be the round that we're about to witness. These are where the tides can really start to turn.
No excuses, just full, unadulterated firepower. An ult for each team. You see Zera and James Herb both got him in pocket. But the question is who can use it a bit better. Gotta imagine Zera might be liable in this case where you do have so much on the line, so much economy invested. Wouldn't be bad to pop the dimensional drift early, get as much intel as possible.
Looking for the intel, something that can benefit the squad here, but looks like they're going to opt to not use it just yet. It's a quick flash from
Not necessary.
Zera. He teleports away. The razzle-dazzle and the bamboozle connects again.
Pickle Ree is getting gobbled up. It's just every single time Southridge seem to have a beeline for this player. We asked them to neutralize the biggest threat, and they are making sure to do so. La Paranota around the back, going to be concussed for it, but that's okay. It does not matter if their senses are robbed. They rob Herbo of their life. Sayo and Tom find one of their own, and Senator Slime answers back, taking down the Sova. But a 1v3, not looking good for me. Neither it is for Senator Slime, as the Cypher finishes the job.
Yeah, that's that full buy round as well. So now they begin to extend that lead. You take a look at the economy for Prairie, and it's a little bit, in I won't say quite in shambles, but they're definitely hurting just a little bit. So we will see them up to maybe limp into this round. Now, what you would want to see them ideally is stick around that 1,800 to 2K mark. So we see a couple stingers, that's okay. The big worry is Pickle Ree and James both are getting well below that line. So if they don't have a very successful round here, it's going to be tough for them to buy in that following round as well.
Yeah, you saw the ultimate charged up there for Pickle Ree. It's so far from what we saw, a far cry from the performance we've had prior. Good curveball, could change that, but right around the corner, Zera puts him down like a dog. My God, one shot for Ichia. Breach gonna fall as well. Disgusting work from the Yoru, looking for the three-piece, not gonna quite find it, goes right back through the ruse smoke.
That's why they call that that shotty the judge. You could be the jury and the verdict when you're letting the shots ring out like that. And it's early picks again from Southridge that look to set them up for success. They haven't even had to use these ultimates just yet. And now, with that, we see him pressuring in. But Tom was waiting. Zera gets put down. Senator Slime will be able to upgrade the weapon.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
no!
Otter Melon was lurking just outside that smoke. And now it's been a couple rounds in a row for Southridge.
This is the issue, man. Prairie have got tricks, right? They got parlor tricks. They're the magician pulling rabbits out of the hat. Southridge got a gun. That's genuinely just like what it seems to be, is that their shots are more on point. Aim higher. Get that sticky note that you were talking about earlier, Hot Sauce, back on the monitor. Aim higher. Aim for higher, both literally and figuratively. We've got to start getting more rounds on tap. Southridge have already met their benchmark of 4, and they're not looking to stop there.
They're not looking to slow down anytime soon. Both teams with 3 alts. We will see almost a full buy, but one player from Prairie I mentioned earlier buying that Sheriff around the 1,100. Couldn't force up, but it doesn't matter with a Marshall to the home. And just like that, Ottermelon falls. This is an opportunity here for Prairie.
James Herbo taking a lesson there from the late uni of their former opponent, but you see Sayo lurks in the back, waits for the smoke to dissipate, and could have an amazing angle once it does. Tries to find the shots, a bit off the mark. That's A-OK, still good damage, not enough though. Sayo will fall. Tom finishes off Slime.
Zera tucked into the corner. The intel goes out. Now the flash, the peek, and Zera's on fire. But Pickle Ree has to run it back. There's another opportunity that James solidifies on, and with that, Prairie will be able to cut the lead in half.
Okay, a lot of resources used there, a lot in terms of the ultimates as well as just all the investment we had from Southridge into that round. But that's okay, they still got plenty left in the bank. They got their 401ks, break out their retirement funds. We got some guns to buy. And by no means they're looking any poorer for it. 4-2 though, Prairie need to start piecing together those wins. Again, individual round wins, yeah, here and there, that feels good, but you're not being given enough time to rest on your laurels. It's got to feel like a massive pressure straining on their neck, because at the moment they start to feel good, something gets shaken up once again.
Yeah, Prairie only had to use 1 ult to win that round as well. Southridge still has 3 ults to work with, and a player that's only an orb or a tick away from finding their ult as well. So Southridge, I would like to see him expend an ult or 2, stagger them out a bit, look to find some round wins, but the pressure from Prairie now mounting toward the A site.
Cyber Cage and the Ruse going to be obscuring that pathway for quite some time, forces Prairie to find alternative means of entering, just immediately warded away by Ace. I do appreciate their hesitation, but I'm worried that's going to be a bit too much. It's got to come through moderation. We have to take a stand. We only have a minute left to take on the point.
Still plenty of time to work with, maybe looking to fake out a rotation, and it appears they have, because you take a look at the mini-map for Southridge, they put 2 towards C and B, only 1 left on the A site where you typically have 2. Now, luckily, they've got Cypher here, so you have some trips, the camera to potentially slow that push down just a bit, so that intel will come out, and we'll see that shift happen on the mini-map.
Oh, the siege begins. Can La Paranota stand strong? Instantly decides, I like my own life instead. Decides to retreat and wait to fight another day. The Breach going to try to put some lines through the wall, but Senator Slime and the rest of the team able to stand strong despite it. As now we're going to see the spike planted. Prairie has the advantage. No one's died quite just yet, but Zera and Ottermound quickly going to change that. Rhea and James are both down.
Yeah, they find the pick. Dan's going to get another one on to Don here as well. And not a single member has fallen yet for Southridge through the smoke. Breach sees his teammate fall, and he follows suit. Zera, the defuse as quickly as Prairie pressured on. They expended a lot of ultimates, and Southridge comes out flawless.
My God, that was just so thorough, so beautifully done. It was obviously horrifying if you're a Prairie fan, but it was so meticulous, so well thought out. Every detail, every single foot place, and the positioning was just so beautiful. Once the smoke drops, once the wall drops too, every single member of Prairie just getting hunted down and taken out. It just feels rough to see, but Southridge, again, are just proving that when it comes to simple tactical placement of their bodies, of their abilities, of their weapons, they know how to outgun and out-hunt you. Prairie have got to make sure they're playing a bit more carefully and a bit more straight and narrow. I think it's a lot of this. It's a lot of this kind of ticky-tacky counter-rotations, but the shots aren't finding their mark. At the end of the day, you got to kill them.
Oh, and Watermelon was waiting patiently. The triple kill. The blind comes back and forth and will back off just a bit. Has a counter blind, but Zero up into the window, applying some help here as well, and they begin to flood toward Omen.
It's like I said, you just gotta shoot him better. Senator Slime starts to take lessons from Watermelon, and now the student becomes the master. Seodan resurrects, not willing to give Senator Slime even a moment of respite. Zera gives him the sweet release of death, and it's another win for Southridge.
And now Southridge has guaranteed themselves a minimum of a tied first half with an opportunity to really extend that lead. Zera 13-5, Seodan 7-4. Everybody filling their role nicely, and it was Pickle Ree who was dominating earlier today, but that flame has been snuffed out a little bit. Only 2-7 at the moment. Back onto the Sheriff, and because they're forcing into this round, playing around these two hero rifles, again, they're going to find themselves in some economic trouble.
Yeah, the fires, the embers of revolt, they're burning low, right? But it's by no means down and out. Watermelon tosses the curve and the molly around the side. Senator Slime carefully backs away, understandably, after that show of marksmanship we saw from Otter just before. And it's again what we mentioned, the fact that they just place their shots better. When it comes to where I am shooting you and how quickly I'm shooting you, there's no one better than Southridge here.
Southridge certainly showing why they deserve to be here. Now we see things slow down just a little bit as we can hear a little bit of a serenity sound there. The calm before the storm, if you will, before the beautiful chaos will ensue here. Southridge beginning to shift away from that C site, though, and it could be Phoenix left all alone here.
I'm just waiting for Zera to start to make that slow roll on. That flank is what I imagine could very well spell their doom, but Cypher makes the rotation alongside Watermelon over to C site, where all 5 members of Prairie begin to creep up. We have vision, but we also have the Omen smoke. The firewall comes up with Paranota blinded, but now the waylay is there. Does not matter. Takes down one, finds a second through the smoke, finds a third. La Paranota gonna get the quad piece. Can they get the ace?
2 still standing, was able to make an escape, will be shot by the dart. Now ringing from a distance, Pickle Ree. And he said maybe that could be the spark to awaken the beast here as they will toss the gun, look to pop a heal. The flash, they picked up a Vandal now, but time ticking away. They've got 11 seconds left. It takes 4 just to plant the spike.
Done. Oh my God. Southridge are just clinical. They are cold. They are merciless. They are killers. And at the end of the day, Prairie just once again, I like the fact that they're trying to flow. I really do appreciate it. It's just not working though, because at the end of the day, you can have as much movement as you want. If you're not shooting them, they are not going to die. If they shoot you first, you will. Sometimes the game comes down to as simple facts as that. And also you can just look at the numbers. Those don't lie to you either. Like you said, Pickle Ree's really been struggling. It's been Herbo who's been trying to step up, but oftentimes, even when they find a pick, they're usually trading their own life out too.
Always got to try to find that trade at a minimum. Love the little plushie here. I'm sure my daughter would love that skin as well. Yeah, you gotta relieve that stress. I don't know how much stress Southridge has at the moment, though.
Yeah, I'm sure they're feeling nice and good. Pickle underneath a bit of pressure at the moment. Zera comes around the back, but the Ruse smoke gonna block that approach, at least for the moment. Heralded into this attempt to go down to A site, but you see the split happening. Omen alongside the Waylay. And this Waylay can be a great vanguard, but we never gotten to see them use that refract to teleport back to safety because there is none, especially when Zera's on the prowl, but Senator Slime finds the counter kill.
That's a good early pick. They've got the player advantage here, and they look to pressure in. James in the background. A nice snap to the dome, and now they begin to fire on all cylinders. They've got some work to do. We'll see if they can find a big, important round.
All right, Watermelon up top. Has the sight lines from heaven. Going to drop the molly down, but the spikes are getting planted, so it's great timing. And James Herbo, that offensive linchpin, manages to take out South Ridges. Only 2 members left, but it is the Immortal as well as the Hunter. Can they find the comeback?
Well, they're certainly going to attempt to do so. Time ticking away as they begin to inch some ground here. Have to be careful of Hell and the Cubby, the peak, the step, the shot, and it's good. Breach will fall. Pickle tucked in toward Hell, but he is clicking heads and getting bread now.
Only the Hunter remains, and I think Tom's going to turn tail and run likely. But can they do so even with their life? That entryway is going to be marked. Here comes the curveball around the side. Trying to back through. The smoke actually working against you. That's okay. Prairie takes that victory any day.
Yeah, I think that smoke was to allow them to cross and make sure no exit frag came in. So just to get to safety, get away from that spike explosion, make sure they retain those rifles and look to work back in it. They've got 3 rounds on the board now. It would be nice if they could find a way to get these final 2 as well. 7-5, it's not ideal, but it's something that's still feasible from their side of things.
But what's not been feasible so far is again the fact that Prairie, every single win they've had, is always met and sandwiched between losses. I need them to start to remount that confidence, and they only have a couple more rounds to do so on the easier side. Attack is on paper going to be their best hope, especially with such mobile picks like a Waylay, who is really doing their best when they're trying to find forays into the enemy composition. Tom gets dropped to start, and it's exactly who I want to see doing it, that Waylay.
Able to pressure in now. They might have a player advantage. We do see Zero rotating around, has op in hand as well. We know how devastating that one-hitter quitter can be.
All right, we got some recon darts coming out here. At the very least, Southridge doing their job, trying to obey the principle of that intel, but James Herbo, what a great refract after zapping 2. Zara Lafaranoto go down, Seo Dan finds Donnie. It's a 4v2, but they still got Otter.
And now Seo Dan finding a big pick to kind of chop that down just a bit. Now has the intel for at least 1. The swing comes in, Senator, but the trade from Otter from above has to run it back here as well. The defusal comes in, but he's, the plant, excuse me, I apologize. The drop from heaven, Senator, able to find that, so he'll get an extra chance here.
But is it going to be enough? They got to know he's coming down. Maybe not well enough. Senator Slime gets dropped as their blood coats the bottom of hell, and they're sent to that same destination. Waylay, your only way to victory, is up against their best. It's Watermelon around the corner, sets up the firewall, but is it a fake? Do you want to test it? We'll find out. James Herbo finds the shots. Prairie takes the round.
Beautiful 4K by James there, and honestly a nice play from the Phoenix on the side of Southridge. We saw that blind jumping out of heaven, able to find that pick onto Senator Slime. There's that 3K from James. He's able to get back here as well. They push onto the back of the site, and just really great decisive decision making this round from Prairie.
Nice we got to force South that run it back as well. At the very least, didn't result in a round win. Man, that would have been so unfortunate. Big blow to the Mentals, too. And this is Grand Finals, baby. The Mentals have got to be fraying. If there's any time where you need to make sure your fortitude is at max, invest all your skill points right now. Also in some marksmanship. Pickle-Ree on the offensive. Can't find the kill. Zara takes him down. Cutting through.
That op, it's so deadly. It can stop anybody in their tracks, and now it's Southridge with that player advantage. They have the dimensional drift here from Euro as well, so they could find that intel, but Breach's Rolling Thunder allows teams to enter sight with ease. They've got to be careful of Otter, though, because he's lurking in the shadows once more.
Revenge against James Herbo. I'm sure Watermelon feels good to see that name on the kill feed. Senator Slime around the corner does take down Seo Dan. Watermelon falls too. Prairie have neutered the offense of Southridge, but Shara is still standing.
Smokes go out. This is going to really limit that flank here as well. They're going to actually off to back up long here, so it can be a dangerous decision. We'll see if it pays off. They still got at least 1 on site here as time begins to tick away.
Round the corner, you see that up close and personal. That op might be a bit more of a crutch or less of a helping hand. Tom is able to take down Dawn, but Senator Slime answers back with Paranota. Tom steps up, finds Slime as well. The captain might go down with the ship as Breach will fall too. Southridge managed to get the wipe and get the defuse off too.
Beautiful rotate from Prairie, and they almost find the final round of the half to make it a 7-5, but it's Southridge to double that lead, and although the pistol round here in the next half isn't a must-win round, it certainly would help Prairie drastically.
I just don't feel great about how Prairie's comp does on the defensive end. Whereas you have Southridge with all these Sentinels, right? You've got the Sova with the drone, you got the Cypher with the cams. There's a great bunker-like defense that they can have, especially when you consider the Clove and those Ruse smoke screens that you can set up too. I'm, truth to be told, quite worried about what Prairie's defensive capabilities are. And I'm going to say it again, especially with a Waylay, this Phoenix, who's not been performing at their best, Pickle-Ree, a far cry from what we've seen earlier today.
Well, they've had a lot of success in the earlier pistol rounds, but it has been Southridge that's taken it to them in this first half. They'll get an opportunity on that defensive side as well. We're going to talk about how big this pistol round could be for either team as it looks to set the tone and the pace of the second half.
That pace is lightning fast, too. Prairie, they like to play things nice, slow, and methodical, whereas Southridge, breakneck pace, break on to A. It's going to be a bloodbath. James Herbo starts it off, takes down Zera. Ottermelon answers back. Tom finds Herbo. Pickle gets one. Donnie, two. Pickle will fall to their doppelganger, and Slime will take down Ottermelon in trade. It's only Seodan left alongside the Omen. 1v1 from up heaven. You're being sent to hell. Seodan goes down. Prairie take it.
Huge round for Prairie here in the pistol round, and now they'll be able to force into this next round where Southridge will kind of be stuck in that eco position. So it's an opportunity now for Prairie to really close that gap, begin to work back in it here as well.
That was just an absolute bloodbath, a massacre, if you will. The fact that Southridge just charged in with Wanton Abandon and ended up coming with the worst hand, maybe they're going to have to reconsider. Maybe now they will have to use some of that hesitance, some of that caution that we saw adopted by Prairie in their early offensive rounds.
Well, they're going to rock a Sheriff here, maybe look to channel the inner Deagle Demon. It's going to be a stampede toward the B site. The smoke comes down. Don, not much they can do other than make the call out here.
Maybe the call could be to shoot some blind fire through the smoke. They back out, but just in the wrong moment. Could have actually found some kills. Instead, they're the one on the receiving end of the kill feed. Pickle-Ree finds their own. Both the Phoenixes popping off, rising from the ashes. It's a 4v4 so far.
Well, Zera's going to find that one from the stinger to distance. It'll be plaid stripes in the kill feed for a moment here as Seodan finds Pickle-Ree. Back and forth we go. One up top, and Zera will find it. Now on a 3v1. Prairie hanging on by a thread. Breach gets chopped down, and it's another triple kill for Zera.
I found out Southridge's strategy. Their strategy is to not let you collect your thoughts, which is honestly incredibly smart. Prairie likes to play things slow. We're not going to give you a chance to think, for the synapses in your brain, the neurons, to even think of any ideas of counter strategy. We're just going to run in and let our technical skills do the speaking for us. We know we can aim better. We know we can shoot better. We can kill better.
It's all about being better on that big day here in the grand finals. It comes down to this. It's only a best of one here on Haven. Southridge in the driver's seat at the moment, but there's been a lot of scrappy little rounds here, and I'm sure it's going to continue.
At this point, it's got to be Prairie stringing together more than one victory at a time. Again, it's always piecemeal, starving, not feasting. Got to get a bit more food on that plate. Donnie has a bit too much on their plate as they back out once again from the Ruse smoke. This Clove has been doing such a great job of just isolating Prairie, forcing them back. Here comes the Breach, trying to put some fault lines down, but the CC is not going to be enough because Zera's got the best CC of all, Death.
Breach able to snuff out that flame momentarily as James has been a menace with the snipe. A quick peep, the pop, the shot, and he takes Tom's head clean off.
Okay, Donnie.
Lapera, Dom, the 2K. Back and forth we go as we do see the defusal coming in. Otter looking to quicker than pace. Has the blind, gets him off temporarily here, but a counter blind.
Nice.
And Pickle-Ree will find it. Prairie beginning to come back.
In the most important moment, and not only just for the scoreboard, but also for how Pickle-Ree must be feeling. Again, that pressure to step up to Otter, who is definitely one of Southridge's most premier players, 14 and 10 on this Phoenix. Now you step up to them toe-to-toe, and you come out on top. We got two run-it-backs waiting, and Prairie got a chance to get back in.
Old Poop James up here, 17 and 11, baby, holding it together for the squad here. Zera, 19 and 9 on the other side, but Again, I mean, these students have been having fun all day. It's been great to see, an honor to be a part of, and the action's going to continue for a little bit longer.
Pickle in the corner, waiting for an opportunity, has to go through the roof smoke, and that's not something you necessarily want to go for. Opts to run it back in case something on the other end is nice and scary, and instantly gets popped for it. Automelon gonna finish off James Herbo. Zero will fall too, so it's only a 4v4 for so far.
Spike does go down, opportunity to play for the post, or the post plant here, excuse me. As we do see things slow down, just chopping through the smoke here. You never know when you're going to find a pig, and it's Lopera now followed off by Breach. Back to a 3v3, but Breach is on a tear.
Okay, huge. Flashpoint goes out, but no one's around that corner. They know it now. At the very least, I like the fact that they're playing cautiously, making sure to clear individual rooms and corners. Breach will fall, but Pickle manages to use that run it back. Well, that second life, that one up going to result in 2 more kills and 1 more round victory for Prairie. Make it 9-7.
And here we see both teams performing a little bit better on the defensive side of things. As we take another look at the action here of the previous round, Breach, that 2K, really turning that round around for Prairie.
Yeah, that was incredibly important, and I think this Breach's role has been a bit understated. They're clearly not batting up at the top of the kill board. That's okay. You find those individual moments, you piece them together. That's sometimes all you need. And speaking of, Prairie have finally gotten what we've been asking for this entire time, a round streak. It's only 2, but from that Ember, a roaring bonfire can blaze forth. I'm hoping Prairie have got that demon in them, got that dog to keep on biting, to keep on barking. See defense being set up here around A as Southridge got to figure out which way they want to go. I'm looking for up B main potentially, but there is intel and there is smoke as well. Ottermelon sprays through it, not going to find any objectives, not going to find any kills.
Yeah, Southridge didn't have the economy either. It's an eco-thrifty round for them if they can cap it off here. They've got a couple ults to work with, but for Prairie, they've got a full set of rifles, and I think that's why we see Southridge just being a bit patient here, trying to maybe find an early pick, seeing if they can upgrade a rifle for free and work off the back of that. They got a minute to do so, so not in a rush just yet.
This is an uncharacteristically slow-played round here by Southridge. Makes me want to lower my voice, cut the tension with a knife, or maybe one of Yoru's knives, if Zara's willing to lend me one. But right now, letting some bullets to Ottermelon's head instead. Donnie very kindly takes down the Phoenix.
Woo, and Pickle popping off here is now. Zera does fall as well. It'll be a 2-player advantage here for Prairie on the defensive side as Seodan tries to make their way in, but the blind makes it difficult.
This is what we're talking about. It's that momentary boost of confidence, but it might have just been all sucked away there by Tom Laparanota finding 2. Donnie answers back, takes down the Cypher, looks for the Sova, but just can't quite find the shots. Tom ends her life.
Not a lot of health left for Tom, though. Just 20 on the cards here and some work to do. Does he check to the right? No, and
Goodbye.
James was waiting just like that. 8-9 Prairie, now just 1 away from tying it up.
This is insanity. Prairie managing to do on defense what they couldn't on offense. Maybe just the defensive side appeals more to their methodical means of playing. And in that sense, I gotta say, subverted my expectations completely, but I am delighted to see it happen. And look at Pickle soaring now on the score charts. I really do think it was that one moment, that turning point. They took down Otter, and now they just feel like they're unstoppable. They're walking on sunshine.
Walking on sunshine, but can they continue? They've got one more round. That's right, baby. I was right there with you. But KJ has the lockdown. 4 ults for Southridge here, though, so they have an opportunity to maybe stagger a couple out at a time, gather a couple round wins of their own as Zero finds the first pick, begins to pressure forward here. Now they look to take control of the A site.
Blind fire through the smoke, just trying to find any extra heads they could. Plant coming in here from Paranota, gonna force the issue there for Prairie to answer back with the retake. Oh no, got the neural theft too, so everyone's location has been revealed. That's gonna be dangerous, especially with Ottermelon on the prowl.
Yeah, when Cypher goes bald, he gets all the intel. It's the pop flash from Zera, the jump away, and now Senator Slime! He's got the moves like Jagger. He finds a big one, trades Plat Stripes in the kill feed once more as both teams continue to duke it out.
Oh no, but Seo finds just one more than the trade can handle, and now Omen lurking on their last dregs of life. As that timer ticks down, they opt to retain their gun, retain their life, but that might not even be guaranteed. La Paranota around the corner. Cypher stays alive, just barely.
Teleport comes in, caught with a knife out. Gotta be careful there. La Perla Nota would get the trade with 11 health though, and just like that, Southridge will make sure they don't give up that lead just yet. They'll extend it by 2.
Oh,
that move right there was beautiful.
I love that they used that TP just to try to get the jump on anyone, and they absolutely succeeded that. Tom caught with their pants down, or rather their gun down at that very least. Gotta get that reticle up, baby. That's what we've been saying this entire time. Now, 3 rounds away from victory, but Prairie are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's close for both squads. The fact that Prairie has been able to battle back, they've got 4 ultimates of their own, including this Rolling Thunder, and picking out Zera early can be big now for Prairie.
The finals just elicits the best of these players. In the face of adversity, only then can your true motives, your true character as an esports athlete be revealed. Prairie looking to prove that they deserve that top spot. La Paranota dropped down the cyber cage, but no one quite in the line of fire that would have even been blocked anyway, but just gonna establish that positioning. And now as they look to lurk on over towards A side, a big split here as Phoenix goes on their own.
Joke's over. Off on their own for the time being. We can hear the ult being popped here as well. They look to pressure back toward the A site. KJ continues to linger up toward heaven here, but once again, they have taken control of this A site.
Plant down as well to retake, but one that Prairie got the man advantage for. Waylay is low on health. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't find too much utility, though, from it. Automelon around the corner does get that run it back for Pickle Reed, but there he took Seodan's life. That's okay. Seodan's got a second one, too, until Breach takes it away. Speaking of, La Paranota takes them down. Center of Slime manages to finish off Automelon. Nota takes Donnie, and James Herbo finishes off the Cypher.
Blind comes in, can't use the Hunter's Fury for post plant, so not able to deny that as well, and maybe needed to play a little bit further off of site there, but with that, Prairie again will inch a bit closer. They're still 1 away from tying it up. They've been close, but they haven't been able to take the lead here yet in this one.
Talk about the fact that Camus lost 6-13 against Southridge, and that's the one team that got Prairie's GOAT. We talked about the fact that paper beats rock, scissors beats paper. The rules, throw them out the window. Prairie are here to tear it on up, continue to find dominance to strive towards that finals victory. Now it all just comes down to, can they even that scoreboard?
Yeah, you take a look at the economy here, and it's in a bit of trouble for Southridge. They're going to opt to limp into this round with not the most ideal buys, so they might need to pull a rabbit out of the hat for this one. They're going to pressure in the mid. The blind comes out from the decoy, and with that, they will back off just a bit toward Garage. Pickle Ree, though, finding this early pick onto Ottermelon.
Huge. Again, a massive surge in confidence and a massive blow to Southridge's offensive potential. Now, Pickle Ree from up top has high ground, but Sarah has got the judge in hand. Will they find the verdict? They do manage to take down 2. As Donnie and Pickle Ree will go down, James Herbo answers down by claiming CO for their own.
Crazy pack of plays here. Unfortunately, teleporting into disaster leads to an early death, and now it's all down to La Perla Nota, but luckily on a big lurking flank here.
Oh, they managed to find some shots on a breach. Not enough, though. Superior firepower, superior numbers, superior plays. Prairie tied up 10-10.
Yeah, it was a beautiful opportunity. Unfortunately, right as they peaked, they saw 2 players, went to shoot one, decided to shoot to the other, and you got to finish one before you get the other. This was a nice play from Zera, but it wasn't enough to win the round. All of a sudden, we're tied up 10-10, and things are getting a bit sketchy if you take a look at the buy for Southridge.
Yeah, we are going in naked and vulnerable. We have no armor. That is scary. We're going to be torn apart like rice paper. Okay, we got some sheriffs in hand, but honestly, Prairie, I don't know who injected just a bunch of adrenaline, 20cc into their veins, but they are playing like absolute demons at the moment. James Herbo has not been quiet whatsoever. They will not go gently into that good night. The Omen Smoke going to block the approach. It's now Southridge have an interesting split going here. Only the Cypher maintains that long quarter through B side, but the rest go to try to storm A.
Look to power on, has Breach here waiting, I think, with that Rolling Thunder, probably listening for the audio cue of the spike plant. There it is. Now the Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's not enough to knock him off here. And now Breach goes down the shorty.
Up close and personal, just how Zera likes it, but Pickle Ree doesn't mind it either. Takes down Zera. James Herbo finds La Paranota. It's a 3v4 in favor of Prairie.
Hear that Hunter's Fury coming out. Tom's going to deny the defusal here as well. Pickle Ree on the trade. They continue to tap in towards some damage. Time ticking away, but they still have time to work with the blind. One lurking in the smoke. Does get taken out by the molly from Pickle Ree. Shots ring out, and Prairie will have the lead for the first time here tonight.
Let me tell you, Otter, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Stay out of the sight. Prairie, this is absolute insanity. They worked their way back on a 3-site map from defense from such a deep divot. Let me tell you, I never wrote them off. I never thought there wasn't a chance, but I gotta say, did not expect them to do so in such flamboyant and fantastic fashion. It truly is impressive, and it comes down to Pickle Ree getting their mojo back and James Herbo continuing to play just as amazingly as before. Breach, Donnie, and Center Slime have had also amazing standout moments, but it's that pair at the top of the leaderboard that's really letting Prairie stride forward.
Both of these teams playing well.
Dangerous.
And that's why it's 11-10 here. The flash comes out toward Long. They're going to opt to get in toward Cubby.
Nice molly.
They've got the teleport here as well, and that will slow things down just a bit.
I like that molly there. Stalls the approach, now all the data. But Southern's going to leave a retreat, leave Zara back for the Crows, but they do manage to take down James Herbo alongside. Donnie gets the return kill. Pickle Ree, an Watermelon heat-seeking missile, takes down their Phoenix.
They've got the player advantage. Cypher has the intel. Should he opt to use it here as well, as it looks like they pressured back toward the A site. The plant does go down. Omen looking to sneak up in toward Heaven here. They've got a little work to do, but Southridge, the card stacked against them until Tom finds that pick.
I really like that amazing Cyber Cage placement. Completely denies Senator Slime's attempts to try to find that dominance from that top high ground. La Paranota now getting all the intel, knows where everyone is. Doesn't quite mean you can find the shots on him unless they get those kills like that. Pickle Ree, first to fall. Tom is followed up. A good revenge kill from Senator Slime, but the breach will fall as well. And it's going to be the captain as the final one. Southridge, one step closer to victory, but still only tied up.
Oh, good job here. I mean, to bring it back, you are at risk of allowing the other team to go to match point first after you put in all of that work. And it was Plaid Stripes in the kill feed, back and forth here. A nice pick from CO Dan. The La Parla shot up in toward Heaven was beautiful as well. And with that, Southridge, they find themselves tied up. Luckily for Prairie, the economy still in check. They invested into those 401ks. They will find a full buy in this round as well.
Can we just talk about how cinematic this is for a grand finals of WSSEA? This is fantastic work by both teams. Unfortunately, it's fantastic work for Zara stepping up. You know that they've been watching that like a hawk. Dimensional Drift's going to come out just to try to put them out of their schemes. That's going to mean that James instantly has got to retreat on back, but now they know exactly where you're standing. I'm back.
Got the intel on at least two. Jump peek with the Judge trying to play this close positioning here off the blind. And does spot that they are still lingering back, but because they know the Judge is this close, they might be a little bit cautious about this initial pressure here.
Senator Slime playing that corner very carefully, but Watermelon around the corner has to choose a target and does so well, but not quite well enough as James Herbo and Senator Slime able to answer back. Pickle Ree dies in the midst of the smoke. Sayo Dan follows it up, and Tom finishes the job on top of Breach. It's only the Senator left remaining.
And that dart being destroyed lets him know exactly where Senator is.
Done.
He tries to pop the smoke, but utility in hand. The players, the high fives, they're feeling good. They're up to match in series point, but at a minimum, they've guaranteed themselves overtime. They can breathe just a little bit.
They can breathe, but make sure that you still keep your eyes on the screen. Prairie have shown they are never down, never out until the scoreboard reads 13. The question is, do Prairie have the wits, have the plays, have the aim, have the drive to take it for themselves?
Oof, it all comes down to this, where great moments can be made. James still temporarily blind. Can Zero find it? The jump shot was so good! James living on a prayer with 14 health.
The jump shot, but blocked by James. Beautiful work by the Waylay. Lives on a sliver. Watermelon has to run it back. Knows that there's no sense in saving those ultimates for a better moment. Now is the time to go. The spike's been planted. Prairie got to retake.
Looking for the retake here. They still got 5 players to do it, though. Lapara spots one now from Hell. The double peek, the swing. They find one. Clo pops the all, trying to get back to a safer position. Pickle Ree on a tear, but Tom, Lapara, they find 2.
Oh no, it's all going to come down to Breach and Killjoy, and already one's dead. Breach answers back, but only has a sliver of health remaining and a sliver of time before the spike detonates, and with it, their chances for finals. La Paranota, all they have to do is step around that corner, and they will! Southridge are your WSSEA champs!
And look at the excitement. It almost brings tears to my eyes as well. You love to see the passion of these students, and it all come down to this big moment. They clinched the championships, but again, for Prairie, they've got to hold their heads high. A phenomenal season for them, and they put on an absolute cinema today for everyone watching.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I purchased IMAX front row tickets to that movie. That was a nail biter. Holy. Yeah, Prairie, you said it. How could you say it better than that? Prairie should absolutely feel phenomenal about their play. Listen, you're not getting the gold medal, but you are absolutely proving yourself a formidable top of the line WSSEA team. And the days you can look back and say, what plays could have been different, but I think it's a disservice to both these teams. I think each of these teams should just look back with pride and unadulterated just ego about how amazing they looked on that field. Southridge at the end of the day, I think just that lead they built on the offensive side, or defensive side rather, was a bit too much to surmount for Prairie at the end of the day.
All the hard work pays off for Southridge, but again, both teams have to be incredibly proud. They put on an absolute cinema. You couldn't ask. I mean, all day was packed with games that went to best of fives in Rocket League, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Valorant, coming down to the wire in the grand finals. They put on one heck of a show for everybody watching here today. So a big GG's to everybody involved. But again, congratulations to your WSSEA 2025 State Valorant Champion, Southridge High School.
And like, if I'm looking to think about Southridge and like who's the MVP of that team, honestly, it's incredibly difficult to decide in my mind. I'm thinking that Seo had a very understated role on the team. I think those ruses were sometimes played so well, and of course, that's not something that's showing up on the kill feed, but we notice it, you feel it, especially if you're in the game. But I'm just trying to think here. Ottermelon has some fantastic plays as well, but at some moments got a bit more hush-hush. I don't know, Hot Sauce, if you were to select a member here of Southridge that we think deserves to be crowned that MVP status, who do you think it's got to be?
I'm going to have to go with Southridge. I think the whole team as a whole was just perfect. I mean, you had Tom with shining moments there that were clutches. Zero was popping off very early, some big moments. We saw Seo Dan as well, 2 or 3 kill clutches at the end of the game. And so I have to agree, it's really hard. Normally, it's not as hard for me. I can usually say, well, maybe just by a little bit this person, but it is truly hard to pick one individual star on this team. And that's what it takes to make a great team, to clinch a championship here. And so, again, I just give them all a big GG's and a firm handshake.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they just look at them go. Look at them go. They're fantastic. I mean, again, you saw the sportsmanship there. You saw on both sides. Like, I even saw from Prairie some grins, man. Like, they leaned back and they said, you know what? Like, we did our best. And at the end of the day, after a good game, a good series, that's how you should feel. We left everything on the table. They were the better team today. Maybe next season, we too can be crowned that champs. But Southridge are going to be our tip tops for the day. And that just closes out another game of what has been a fantastic day for esports gaming of WSSEA.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I would prefer to cast a championship like this than over the pro scene. These kids put in so much hard work. You can see the emotion at the end of the game. And again, I just have to give a huge shout out and a thanks to WSSEA for allowing me to come in here and shout at the mic with you, for Landfest, Snohomish County Sports Commission, to all the students, everybody, the team behind the scenes, all the wonderful teachers, coaches, and all the parents that show up and show support. I mean, sometimes that's the biggest thing, is just showing up and being there. And so, again, big round of applause, huge GGs, and a big thank you to everybody involved.
I mean, absolutely. Like, listen, esports is a burgeoning scene, so the fact that like these kids can come in, get that support from your parents, like it's a regular Little League game, that just it's awesome to see. It's awesome, I'm sure, for the competitors to feel like they're being back there in the ring, and you can see there the finals bracket. Every stage being backed along the way. Southridge forged their path to victory. But a hearty congratulations to all of our competitors, not just the ones we just saw on the grand final stage, but everyone in this bracket, everyone who is in the regular season. You all worked hard, you played hard, and I'm hoping that you felt like you got some good results out of it.
Yeah, gamed even harder. They put it all on the line, and honestly, it was just a beautiful thing to watch and to be able to cast. Truly honored to be a part of this once more. It's always fun to be with you in the booth as well, D'Lo. And we had a lot of wonderful talent throughout the day.
Yep.
And of course, you know, our main man, Soy Sauce, has been holding it down there. So again, a big GG's to everybody, and I'm just thankful to be a part of it all.
Absolutely. Thankful cannot even nearly describe it, but that's the best that words can do. But that being said, no more games to cast. That's going to be it from us. We'll toss it over to our other saucy friend, our friend Soy Sauce. Take it away.
Full team rank practices, and we had one before coming to state, and this guy wasn't even on. So,
Yeah, 2 practices.
Yo, my bad.
What's it like being part of the Prairie Esports program, right? Because you guys are feeling a ton of different teams. So what's it like getting to kind of meet everyone, not just in your game, but throughout the various games that WSSEA hosts?
Yeah, so Don and I played for Overwatch in the winter season, or it was the fall season, and we actually won state for that, so that was an awesome time. And just coming in as unknowns and just being able to show that, you know, we are one of the best teams is really great, I think. So.
And it's been fun learning Valorant. We are like really new, me and him. So, and it was mainly the personalities on
I don't
why
play this game, bro.
it was mainly their personalities that made me think like, you know, this will be fun, and it was a fun time.
We had like maybe one high rank, and the rest of us were like silvers.
Yeah.
We need to say something. This is the carry.
Thank you. I had fun.
Hey, I love playing with these guys.
This is a good team. Thank you guys.
All right. Would you like to thank or shout out anyone here while you're on stage?
Definitely Mr. Redberg. Drove us out here, gives us a lot of his time for these events. I mean, we just spent the whole day here pretty much. Yeah, it's got to be him.
Shout out Redberg, shout out my family, and shout out my girlfriend Eileen. Thanks.
Yeah, shout out my family, my girlfriend Addie, and James and Coach Q. I know you're watching.
Shout out my team and Hanyi Lu.
Yo, shout out my team and shout out to Southridge. Yo, it was fun. It was fun. Good game.
All right, go ahead and grab that trophy and hoist it high. Congratulations again on your efforts in this tournament. Give it up for Prairie High School. And with that, there is one team left standing. Come up and join us, Southridge High School, our Valorant Grand Final champions. Congratulations again. Fantastic run. You win the grand finals. What's going through your head right now?
Oof, where do I even start? Like, I don't even want to play this game. I hate this game. And then, so yeah, this journey has been really good. We all feel ecstatic right now. We didn't even think we were gonna go through the first round. Like, that's how bummed out we were before this, because we suck. And then,
So what, 3?
but yeah, back at home, we shiver, we quiver, and then we shake. But here, we turn up. Like, you can hear it from my voice. I can't say anything. I lost it. And then, yeah. So I love my team. I love my coach. I love everyone. Thank you.
What's it like playing in this venue with this crowd, right? Your teammates have stuck around, your classmates have stuck around to support you, and in such a tense match too. You guys had some long matches throughout the day as well. So what's it like just playing and being a part of that?
So, you want to talk?
I think that more that getting the win, like the vibes, you know, like we're all happy, like playing, like I think the emotions like is the most important thing right now, and you know, everybody happy, like we don't like get our mentality down, and yeah, just that.
What's it like being part of the Southridge esports program? Because this is the second grand finals you guys take home this tournament, right? So, you know, congratulations to the program for that. What's it like being a part of this team?
I feel like it's great because half of our players immigrated, and it's a home for all of us. It's a joy to be here.
Yeah, you know, everyone here in this team, we're like family. We, like on and off the game, we go do like, we just do like some stuff, you know, to have fun. And it doesn't even have to be in Valorant. We just have to like, you know, we've gone on picnics, like team dinners and stuff like that. And it's always been fun. And like no matter what happens, like we're always friends, and we're always like, always wanting to have fun, like with life in general. And I think that's like what pulled us together today.
Southridge is just one big family.
All right, last thing, would you like to shout out or thank anyone on stage? Floor is yours.
So I'd like to shout out 2 of my friends. They've been my friends the whole time for such a long time, and I've trained with them. They've definitely put me up higher in rankings. I hope they're watching this right now. I'd like to shout out Mutes and Aaron, absolute best friends, amazing people. You guys should play with them. And shout out to my mom, because she's buying me a new mouse after this for winning this.
I would like to shout out Val and Austin. They did a lot with scouting and keeping track with all the teams, with all the changes.
Shout out mom and dad watching at home. I told you like we were going to lose first round, but now we're here. My friend Alonso Reyes watching at my country. Yeah. Shout out Alonso, Valentina, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, congratulations again. You guys have won the grand finals of Valorant, so go ahead and hoist that trophy high. Give it up for first place, Southridge High School.
gotta wrap it up.
All right, and that does it for us here at WSSEA. The state championship has concluded. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to all of our sponsors for putting on this event. And that's going to be it for us one last time. Thank you for everyone for watching, the Linfield Event Center for hosting, and we'll see you next year for more esports action.
One enemy remaining. Critical hit. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Dead! Watch your eyes!
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
You don't.
Spike down A. One enemy.
Flash! Behind you. Spike planted. I'll handle this.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Down C. 30 seconds left.
Revealing area. I'm back.
Fires out. Last player. Last player standing.
Shadows travel. You're dead!
Out. One enemy.
My camera is destroyed.